All right, hello, welcome everybody to the Motorverse Cup. The second qualifier is just about to get underway. Looking forward to another awesome day of illuvium here. Got 6 hours worth of sit and go coming on forth. This should be an absolute fantastic time. To clarify the game plan for today, though, I'm not competing. I am actually going to be essentially the headquarters of keeping track of all the matches, but also keeping track of the live standings, casting some matches, and just going to be enjoying watching all of you try to fight your way into the qualifier or into the semifinals. I would have been qualifying and I would have been competing here today. However, this week I did finally get reached out to by illuvium themselves to commentate the semifinals and the grand finals for their stream next week. So it'd be a little bit awkward if I was supposed to commentate those semifinals and grand finals if I'm in the semifinals and grand finals. So gonna be sitting this one out in terms of the competitive side of things. It was fun last week. I definitely enjoyed it. But thankfully we do at least have that stream as well. I'm gonna be looking forward to that big time. And the competitive side of me is definitely hurting a little bit because I think I was 22nd in the qualifier when I tapped out last week. So if I did that same kind of performance, similar to what Soda was saying, which first off, Soda, good to see you. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. But if I was able to have that kind of performance again with that top 14 being eliminated, I probably could have. But I'm happy either way. Whether it was competing or casting, I'm happy. With that, kind of touched on it already. But in regards to who we actually have in this qualifier, let's hop in to see who at least won't be a part of the qualifier. These players here, the top 14 from last week, they essentially get the day off of illuvium here because not only do they have to not worry about the qualifier, but they're actually technically not allowed to even be in the ranked queue at all during this period of time. So let's give a congratulations, of course, to our top 14 from the first qualifier that happened last Saturday. That's going to be Fox Spirit from Atlas. We've got Hollow or Hollowgini from Hype. We've got Sota from Hype. We've got Dr. Spoon. We've got Slicks Hype, Thanatos Hype. We've got OLA's Detective Alan A making it back in here. We've got I'm a Fishy Hype. We have Drac Nyen. We have Araldo. We have Fancy Pants from Atlas. We've got Hasu. We've got Squawk. And we've got, last but not least, Wolverine 777 Hype going to be making it on in here. That definitely getting it done out of the way while there was the big influx at the start was definitely a huge move. Congratulations to all of you. Speaking of Wolverine, I think we just kind of said their name and they appeared here. Hello there, Wolverine. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Think you all are essentially watching at this point? Hell yeah. Definitely love to see it. Love to have you. Of course, as always, during any of the casting or any of the stuff happening here today, I do keep the chat here with me, and I do have it on live chat, so Zexy, I should not be blocking you today. Hopefully we can actually see you here on stream for whatever reason. I know YouTube loves to give you a hard time. And so I'm taking a bet. I bet 14th place will have less points this time, and that does kind of open the door here. Speaking of Zexy, there they are, perfect. We actually see them, and I can respond to them in real time. Finally, that little bug or whatever has been figured out. But I'm taking a bet here, 14th place will have less points than this time. And I mean, in theory, it's a caveat, right? Because getting into the first qualifier, you have all the big guns who are already established. However, with an extra week of practice and an extra week of training, or an extra week of new people to come on in here and wail out on a team, in theory, it could still be even. So I'm looking forward to it. All right. What could we possibly be expected of seeing? I'm just giving the players a few minutes here to get some of these games started. We'll hop into some very, very shortly. But the next thing I want to discuss, of course, is what kind of team compositions could we potentially be seeing here today. I'm going to pull up the ratty data, which, of course, again, this is all based off of ranked, which, of course, these stats can absolutely be skewed based off of who is exactly playing what, who's leveling what kind of compositions. Of course, competitive play does not mimic one-to-one actual ranked play, but this is still a good guideline. So I do want to take a look here at least some of our top builds with Granite Mystic currently taking the top spot. It's been on an absolute tear as of late, just becoming an unkillable wall. As long as you can hit your tier 4, the Geyser, and then hit the tier 5 with the Adorius. If you're stuck on 2 Mystic, I think you're kind of screwed. But if you get the tier 4, the tier 5 to allow you to get 3rd and 4th, you're in a pretty decent shape, in my opinion. Toxic Age is still up there alongside Inferno Behemoth. So Inferno, of course, being able to pivot over to that A-tier team as well. The Inferno Arcanites makes it a very safe way to play, where if you're kind of contested, you can still spin off into other variants if need be. Verdant Mystic also showing up, so not only just Granite Mystic, but Verdant Mystic coming on through here as well. Harbingers with the Dual F and the Umber still showing up here as well as a very top team, in my opinion. And then Magma Mystic also showing up. Anything below Magma Mystic, I'm in here. Just so my Invoker bias can sneak in here a little bit. Anything below Inferno Invoker is probably like what I would say a solid, like, safe team to go for. Everything else can still be strong, but it needs to be the right kind of situation. It sort of feels like. So say my rogue players in here, like we have the Granite Vanguard, it's showing up in B. Granted, it probably didn't necessarily get a lot of play time, because I believe a lot of people are still kind of shook over the nerfs that hit them. But I wouldn't be surprised to see in an actual competitive setting, if during weapon select, nobody's picking Rogue, one player takes it and goes for it, similar to what you would see with like a Mud comp. So that's kind of where my mind's at in regards to team compositions. If you want to follow along, we're going to be hopping into the leaderboard in between every single game that we do end up casting here today. And if you want to follow along yourself, of course, Data Kings is the platform hosting the tournament. As the tournament goes on, we'll see down at the bottom here with the leaderboard, it'll consistently be getting additional player information based off of their finishes. We say right here in regards to the points and like how are players actually scoring points for this tournament. Depends on your finishing position. With first getting +7, second gets 5, third gets 3, fourth gets 2, 5 gets 1, and then 6 gets you absolutely nothing, but I'd rather take that than if you get 7th or 8th, where you're getting either -1 or -3 points respectively. That could definitely hurt a little bit. Do all that work, play all those games, and then you get hit with a negative, that would definitely be a bad time. The reasoning is that there'll be less lobbies this time, and the top 14 will play more between themselves, potentially. No, that makes sense. That definitely does make sense. Absolutely, Soda. Fair enough there. And then, just on a side note, as we're getting ready to load into our first game, we gotta actually pick our first game here in just a moment's time. But a bit of a House League update, because I did see here in the Discord that Yin Wildfire did finally get back to me as to what starter deck they wanted. So, Toxic Brawlers will be sent sometime after the stream is complete. I'll try not to make you wait too long for it, which again, congratulations there, Yin Wildfire, for picking that one up. Alright, let's pick a match, why don't we? Let's get you involved in here. Let's not let me have all the fun. Alright. So we have 9 matches currently active for a total of 72 players as of this moment. Let's take a look and see who we have already right off the rip here. Personally, I already see a lobby that I like, but I want to have the entire community kind of hopping on in here to let me know what you would rather have as well. Because personally, I'm looking at this lobby right on the left-hand side with Not Complain, X-Jedi, Zico Perico, Eris Seaworth, Blaze Leclerc, it's Greg Golden. That would be a strong one, I imagine. But at the same time here, this one down here with Lemco, I haven't seen them in a little while. Web3 Gaming TV, I haven't seen here in a while. Texan making their return again. Cellarist, Patch Tourist. That's a full 8 out of 8 lobby, so that's kind of cool. There's a lot of good players competing currently right now. That's what I absolutely love to see. So I'll tell you what, we're here for 6 hours, so we've got plenty of time to actually cover, everybody. So I'm kind of torn. Web3 gaming lobby looks like a nice one. See Web3 or Texan. And then Hector, I see you in the chat here as well. Thank you so much. I'm not actually competing here today, but I appreciate the luck nonetheless. Good luck for you, whether you're competing or just hanging out. I hope you guys have a great day no matter what. Web3 Gaming's lobby looks nice. I'm not going to complain about that. Let's hop into there and get into the lobby. Now, we're going to be coming into this lobby a little bit hot because, of course, about 9 or so minutes have gone through. But it means we should have at least gotten through some of these early stages, all of the early NPC rounds, so to speak. So let's hop into this here as soon as Illuvium's ready to go. Let's get into it. Okay, double checking everything, make sure I didn't break anything, but it looks like all is well. Big thank you again to everybody already tuning in and just enjoying the show or here to support Illuvium, just the fact that this competitive event is actually happening. I know in terms of things all around Illuvium, Arena kind of gets the short end of the stick a little bit, which is too bad because we have an absolute beautiful game, and seeing you all showing up here for these competitions, that means the world to me personally and to the entire Illuvium community, so thank you so much. We get to hop in here around round 11, so about halfway through the game. Let's take a look and see what we've got going on so far here in this one. Excuse me. We've got Axe Billionaire currently leading this lobby quite nicely, right alongside Red Jack 00. We then, a little bit short to follow as well, we've got Patch Tours hype, we've got Androa, Web3 Gaming TV hype, Lemco from Atlas, we've got Celerus, and we've got Texan hype. Now, in terms of the region this time by, it is Sancta Mesa, where we're going to be getting the additional alluvial compared to normal. So, come level 10, you can have like 11 alluvials on the board. It is pretty crazy, but it also lets you make some team compositions that you wouldn't normally be allowed to do. Stuffy once again here this morning. Let's bear with me about that. My apologies. In terms of weapons, let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Now that Patch Tourist has taken the reins for the lead, let's see, that's going to be the Elderwood staff, whether it be Toxic Aegis or some sort of Mystic. A couple of ways you can go from there. It looks like Toxic Aegis as of right now. Axe Billionaire currently with the Ripple Flail does have that tied to the Greater Gorilla, so this is just another way to potentially get some sort of Mud Vanguard potentially online. Androa with Magma Mystic in this instance, going for that Flame Warden staff. The Strike Boomerang coming out here from Web3 Gaming TV hype, looking for some potential, either Inferno Behemoth or Inferno Arcanite. They have the potential to pivot whichever way they please. Red Jack with the Sprout Guard currently set up to actually completely unbounded as of this moment. So where can they go from here? Anybody's guess as of this moment. Lemco currently going for Toxic Aegis as well, currently linked up with that Ripple Flail to the Archie, but needs to get that Archos. The fact that the Krunk has showed up before the Archos is kind of a pain. For Celerus, we do have the Galewind Bow showing up here with the Riptor, a little bit of Frost Berserker actually coming on through. Then last but not least here for Texan, we do have Steam, but more so importantly, the Harbinger side of things coming on forth here. Now, of course, as a reminder for everybody who is competing and looking to compete here in the qualifiers here today, you do need to make sure you have your Lamborghini battle board equipped. Otherwise, your matches will not count. So, as a quick reminder, just make sure you have that double checked and good to go while we're here early in the tournament. I would hate for you to absolutely start crushing it and your match not count because of the battle board you were selecting. That would definitely be a little sad. One player I imagine rather happy, though, would be Texan. They did get that Rake online, so 6 fire with Steam. That is a lot of damage. Coming out nice and quick. Harbinger chip onto that Rake here as well, so we do have chips across the board for essentially everybody. Player having the hardest time right now seems to be Celerus, taking a little bit of a beating off the rip, but granted they still have a handful of credits available, still hovering around 70. This no matter how bad this loss goes, it shouldn't kill them. But do you want to essentially force yourself to make a massive comeback and play essentially perfect illuvium all the way through? It's a risk you could definitely potentially make, but we are seeing some spending coming out here from Celeris, including this really nice TPI stabbing coming on through. We do have the Hollow Forest coming on through here as well here for Celeris. And the one thing I'm unfortunately seeing here for Celeris is that a lot of their Illuvials might be a little bit under-leveled compared to some of their counterparts here. We're going up against Texan once again. Let's see that Steam Fire, just the full firepower team kind of coming on through, and is doing some serious damage. The Rake's going to end up going down, but it doesn't matter because the backline seems to have things all under control. Unfortunately here for Celeris, they'll now be knocked off to death's door, where one more shot could very well knock them out of this game. I lost my chat there for a second. Let's get you back over here so I can see you. Yeah, Wolverine and any of the players that made it into the top 14, they are technically not allowed to even play ranked right now. So rather than play with fire, they're just kind of hanging out here with me, and I'm completely content and happy to see you, that's all. Alright, Lemko. This is the first time we've seen Lemko since the Illuvium Pro League, I do believe. Trying to see if they can maybe get a knockout blow here onto Celeris. What does Lemko have built? Well, that's 4 Toxic. Having the additional chip there added on to this already decently set up Krunk. Level 44, that's not too shabby, so it can definitely hold their own. And just that additional healing and slow but surely health is ticking away due to that Toxic is looking like it's going to be too much for Celeris to unfortunately handle here. The little Riptor is going to go absolutely crazy. Level 42, charge on the 4th, just a matter dealing with that little Stellaris will unfortunately be the first one out of here in this game. Speaking of Stellaris, I believe we got them here in the chat. I'm so bad, but sure is fun. And honestly, here's the thing, like I'm going to mention, I kind of touched on a little bit earlier. It may not have even necessarily been that you're even playing bad, but when some of the Illuvials, where did I see, were kind of like in the 20s and such, they unfortunately just die so quickly, right? And I do see like a handful of your Illuvials are definitely up into the 50s. But keep going, this is still early, you can still make the comeback. Potentially another knockout here. Again, we're going to see Texans have their try. The Steam, full fire style. Up against Lemko, could that potentially be a way to keep themselves in this game? 19 health left. It's not a guaranteed knockout if they do go down, but I would not want to play with fire, sort of speak. I guess he is kind of playing with fire, but you know what I mean. Wouldn't want to test it, so to speak. And it looks like Texan's not going to let us figure it out. Going to hang on and be able to take the shot right to Lemko. Economy check here as we get into this next NPC round. So Androa has since taken the lead with this, what's now looking like a Steam Mystic style, with the Rake as the carry. So interesting to see. As I say that, they do end up going down. So now that all the rounds have finished up here, let's take a look. Patch Tour is currently in the lead. Verdant Aegis currently set up and good to go there, with the Furiox as the main carry, supported by the Fernite and the rest of the tank line. Axe Billionaire holding second place rather nicely still, as well does have the Mud Vanguard style, but it is just strictly going to be off of Vanguard. Mud shouldn't, in theory, be enabled unless there's a chip there. Nope, there's actually 3 Vanguards because they also got the chip onto the Rampy. That's kind of crazy. Endro, like I said before, Steam Mystic coming on through. Web3 Gaming TV does have Inferno Behemoth at least getting started. They at least have the Inferno part, but there's still a long way to go for Behemoth. Getting that Singe is a good start. Red Jack does actually go for Magma. They have the Singe, so this is going to be Magma Harbinger going on through. Looking like their Mammoth is going to be the big carry here. We'll follow along here with Red Jack in just a second. Lemko, again with Toxic Aegis. Texan with the 6 Fire with Steam combination. Gonna wrap that one up. We have Red Jack versus Lemko. Let's take a look and see how these two teams end up going up against each other. I know we've seen Lemko for a couple of rounds in a row with this Toxic Aegis style, but I kind of want to see what Red Jack is cooking in this instance. what do they have? They do have the 2 Magma, of course, at least online, but it's kind of, if you look at their affinities list, it is essentially right down the middle here. Not really all landing on anything, but it's essentially the Empaths and Scions coming on fourth. Good positioning there for the Magma units. Get them up close, up towards the front, so that Magma starts ticking away. But unfortunately here for Magma users in general, Magma has been kind of seen, at least a little bit lately, as underwhelming in terms of its DPS because it's a flat rate instead of based off of health like you would see with Inferno, for example. But you do get a little bit tankier while you're on these Magma, or when you're on the Magma and whatnot. So you can absolutely plow through. Nice win there from Red Jack. And Texan's going to hang on here as well. Very nice. The Texan versus Axe Billionaire. There we go. Match looking good. Androa could potentially win this one. I mean, they're definitely on their way. It just matters. Does those, at least to me, does the Flood evolve into the Geyser, and do you actually get anywhere even close to the Adorito? Because as of right, or not the Adorito, you need a Dorius. You need the fully evolved one. Because I'm seeing at least one other player, it looks like Red Jack actually, contesting them for it. That could be a little bit irritating. But I mean, pull it off and you're in great shape. Someone else who wasn't in great shape, it seems to be taking a little bit of heat now, has been Axe Billionaire. Let's see how they do now that this Umber is online. That could be a little bit terrifying if it doesn't get dealt with. These Wraith Strikes coming on through, getting multiple multi-kills. But of course, you cannot go untargetable based off your Omega. You have to rely on the Phase Breaker. That buys them at least a little bit of time. Big overflowing impact reactor for the save. Ramp fight to the skies. And it's going to be able to get the kill shot. Incredible shot here from Axe Billionaire's ramp fight to clutch that one up. Texan definitely kicking themselves. That Umber nearly had the opportunity to pop off. But that's the big difference maker between dodge and untargetability. We do end up losing Lemko here. They're going to fall in 7th place. But now Texan has a lot to worry about once again. They have to go up against the current lobby leader, Patch Tourist. And Jaro just needs the one more Mystic. Quickly take a peek here. They're very close to getting the Geyser, so that's almost there. Adorito, though, is still very, very far away. Here, let's flip the script here. Texan going to be on the red side of things here this time by as they go up against Patch Tourist. Patch, again, going for full nature with burden. So just consistent passive healing. But if there's one team composition that doesn't necessarily mind this going long, it is going to be a Steam team where they're going to be getting just damage amp the longer this game goes. And with that, the longer this Umber can stay safe, the better. We're seeing those Wraith Strikes do a ton of damage as is, but again, just the not being able to break targeting is going to secure that Umber out of there. We're going to lose Texan now. They're going to fall out of here in 6th place. GG's. And that felt kind of crazy to me, because with full nature, you're thinking of a full, like, tanky team, so to speak. And granted, when you do actually get 8 nature as well, you start dealing a little bit of damage back based off your missing health. So it's, while I think it's supposed to be a tanky kind of team that slowly chips away, it does find a way to be kind of surprisingly bursty. So with that, Patch Tourist in a fantastic position. Let's now take a look at another PvP match. Let's not look at a ghost. Here we go. This is one I want to see. We've got Axe Billionaire versus Androa, and it looks like Androa going to be completely happy that Texan got taken down. That left the Umber up for the taking. They're going to be able to add that and add that kind of composition to really truly start to utilize this Steam composition just that much better. But we've seen Axe Billionaire's ramp fight clutch up before. Can it do it again? That's some good damage coming out, and to be fair, it chopped through a lot of Androa's team. But that Umber is still very, very safe. High up on HP, good Wraith Strike once again, but the ramp fight's going to dodge. This is a very even fight. It's all up to the Umber, but now the one-on-one, but now this Umber actually has a lot more HP, and it's built up the resistances. It can just shrug that off and completely destroy that ramp fight. This Billionaire are going to end up falling down to 3 HP, not out of this lobby just yet, but definitely hanging on by a thread. Getting 0 points for 6th place feels like you've wasted time. I mean, I'll take 0 over -1 or -3. Texan valiant effort though. Keep pushing. See here in the chat. Keep going. At least you go next earlier. Yep, basically. Yep. All right, NPC rounds. Quickly take a look at the economy side of things. Patch Tourist currently not only just leading the lobby, but had the most in terms of credits here as well. A big impact play here for Red Jack that's going to actually screw over Androa. The Geyser has been picked up by Red Jack. So that's one of the mystics here for Androa that will just straight up not be available. Or if it is available, it is stupid hard to actually hit. So Androa, let's take a look. Or is that going to be Red Jack going up against Patch Tourist? Want to quickly see how many mystics is that now online then. Or are they even going for mystic at all? So they got the Geyser and they're not even going for mystic. That's actually kind of crazy. Max Billionaire going up against the Ghost of Patch Tourist. I'm going to quickly keep an eye onto this one because this very well could be a kill shot if it doesn't go Max Billionaire's way. And with Patch Tourist being the lobby leader, this is definitely going to be a tough task. So far, not looking too bad here for the Rogues. They are onto the back line. The Furiox does get completely blown up, and the Rogues coming out here from Max Billionaire. The Vanguards are doing absolutely incredible jobs, tearing through everybody. They're going to be able to hang on, and with that, again, since it was the Ghost, Patch Tourist won't lose any life, but Max Billionaire keeping themselves in the game. And Droa down the 13 HP, missing the Mystics, is making this so painful, especially since they're only 1 away from getting 4. You get 4 Mystics, and that's when things truly start to shine. I swear. Zexy in the chat here with the booty sweat. I'm gonna probably need a counter of sorts for the amount of times I hear that over this stream. But we have somebody getting eliminated from this lobby no matter what this time by. No more credits in the bank for essentially either player. Not much they can do. Unfortunate here for the, not for X-Billionaire, but for Red Jack. They were 1 away from potentially getting the Jotan, but they completely ran out of gas. But they at least have dust online, if I do recall. No, they have a dust chip, but it's actually not even dust being used. So the chip just unfortunately not going their way, it looks like. Meanwhile, the 4 Vanguards from Max Billionaire have opportune time to just absolutely shred. Good shots once again here from the ramp fight. Be able to have done a ton of damage. Little Rampy even going to get involved here. The Mammoth is trying their damnedest and scissorizing everything, sending them flying. And so far, it might have just been enough. Can the ramp fight? It's going to be forced to clutch once again, but it can get shot in the skies. And that will be enough to knock X-Billionaire out of this one. Just barely. And then Red Jack going to hang on for dear life. And Droa was going up against the Ghost. And with them playing, at least attempting for a Mystic style, you know these matches are going to be long. And this is definitely an awkward scenario. When your big carry ends up being the Sin-Off, but the augments are not there for you, that's not going to make things any easier. We are going to lose Androa. They're going to fall out of here in 4th place to start this one off. Still a positive in terms of the ranking, still positive in regards to points earned in the tournament. Red Jack is annoying Androa so much. Oh, 100%. Like, Red Jack isn't even going for Tsunami, nor were they going for Mystic, but they have a Geyser. So, a funny play, and honestly, so far, not bad. But now let's see if they can keep that luck up here, or keep that play up, rather, as they're going up against Patch Tourist, who, again, has this fully loaded Nature squad. 9 Natures, including this beautiful Phosphorus coming on through here, nearly level 50, and got essentially all the stats it could potentially want, with the exception of a little bit of attack speed. That's okay, you can still absolutely make that work. A little bit of a back and forth, but it looks like Patch Tourist has full control over this lobby. The guys are just going to be kind of hanging out now that the Phosphorus is there with them. One more shot to the skies, but again, it's just a slow heal and a slow damage over time effect. That's not going to be able to even out-damage the healing that this Nature team is getting passively. So that will be the end here for Red Jack. A solid run, though. 3rd place, getting onto the podium. Now leading us here to some heads up illuvium. Patch Tourists versus Web3 Gaming. Web3 was successful at finding the behemoths. Both the Jotun and the Seer have arrived. At least the Jotun nearly maxed out in terms of level. The Seer a little bit worse for wear, but you can still make that work. At the end of the day, that's still another stun on the board. The Ranger also a behemoth, so it's going to be stunning from afar. The Patch Tourist has a pretty nice little upgrade for themselves here as well. Titanor is online, maxed out on health as well, so it's going to be able to hold the line versus that Seer for quite a long time. It's just a matter of keeping this Jotun alive. I feel like that's where the big focus is. Rampfight's going to be doing some decent damage in the corner as well, just chipping away the extra fat. Even the Furiox gets completely taken down here. There is a world where the Scoriox coming out from the bottom, and a Blazonite as well. I didn't even recognize the two in the back line. Holy smokes, what a team coming out here. 6 Fire, Inferno, Behemoth. Web3 Gaming absolutely crushing it with this team here. Let's take a look at the Blazonite here as well. Maxed out on attack speed. And got some decent Omega power as well. The Scoriox has tons of damage to it here as well, level 47. But it's just all synergizing so beautifully here with the amount of fire, the Inferno. Having Magma is just kind of an extra crutch at this point here as well. You don't even necessarily need it. And then an additional thing to consider as well, we don't necessarily talk about it a whole heck of a lot, but it's fire versus nature, so What3 is super effective. Just going hyper onto a lot of these units, not just the fire units, but if I recall correctly, okay, no, not nature as well. But even I still don't truly have the full grasp of the nature system, or of the hyper system. But with that, of course, if I hop on over, it's additional attack speed and damage, it looks like, when you're going hyper against somebody. So I was wondering why I was seeing the Scoriox shoot so damn fast. Well, that's why. It's got super effective. Surfer Dude here in the chat, good to see you. First time I think I've seen 4 Behemoth. Yeah, the chips definitely making it really, really crazy here. Did they make... Oh, they made the Scoriox a Behemoth. That's just clicking to me right now. But okay, that's actually kind of disgusting. Composite chips and legendary augments, those kind of ideas can definitely throw things for a loop and make some pretty ridiculous combinations. And yes, sometimes they're going to feel a little bit broken, but the thing is it's kind of supposed to. Let's see if that Phosphorus alongside the rest of the squad can get the job done here, but it's looking like the untargetability is immediately going to be popped there from that Phosphorus. It's immediately going to be taken down once again. And this Furiox, now that it's doing rapid fire, it is basically making it so whatever it's targeting gets deleted from the game, just basically sent to the Shadow Realm, and that is going to be incredible. Sent to the Shadow Realm, appropriately so. 4 Behemoth with your Scoriox set up as a Behemoth, that's basically Exodia. Well done there. Unfortunately, it kicked me out of that game so quickly. But well done, Web3 Gaming, on getting the win here on our first game here of the day. That was brutal. Kind of the beauty, though, of getting some of these chips in there. Lava turret, exactly. All right, so let's take a look here at some of our current results. Of course, again, it's the top 14 being moved into that top 32. It was 14 per qualifier, and then there's supposed to be 4 spots saved up for wild cards, I guess. I'm curious if those have actually been filled or what. So what I definitely want to consider is that anybody who gets, say, up to, like, if you have the chance to shoot for 16th, keep pushing, because if it ends up being similar to what we saw for the Illuvium Pro League, where there was wildcard slots, but they didn't get used and you just had to go back to the qualifiers, there's a world where I think 16th could actually still get in. All right, so far leading the charge here, Furies is going to lead this one up. Then last season, or either first or second place player Axel going to be in the second place spot as of right now. Insanity must be driving them a little bit insane given the amount of corner comps currently meta in the game, but they are fighting it rather nicely. Third currently. Narkesh, of course, our Illuvium Pro League winner, is trying to make a run here in the second qualifier, currently sitting in fourth. We have Bandai Ratty currently in 5th here as well. Kirizawa going to be in 6th. Badul in 7th. Kirito Hype in 8th. Deno Hype in 9th. Nariba in 10th. We've got Red Jack, what we just saw in that last game, of course, getting that 3rd place finish, going to be in 11th. With Krizen, Retger, CFGD rounding up the top 14. But of course, this is just game 1 of what could potentially be, what, like 7 or 8 games here today, if not more? Yeah, probably way more than that, to be honest. I can't remember how many games we snuck in during the first qualifier. But let's quickly take a look here and see what other games we happen to have going on. Let's see if we can get a fresh one. Let's see, that has 1 bot. Let's see. Most players should have about 11 to 13 games. That sounds about right, actually. Yeah, there you go. This will be a fun one, I think. We'll hop into our next game right here, right now. I picked this one out myself. I'll get your input on the next one. Oh. I hit the wrong button. There we go. Knocked myself out for a second. But here we go. Our second game of coverage here today for the Motorverse Cup second qualifier. Got a lobby. I'm definitely looking forward to watching here. Returning from the last game, we do have X-Billionaire once again, and looks like they get to go rogue once again. But we do have a bunch of new faces here. Maybe not necessarily new faces to the stream, but new faces for at least this stream anyway. Excuse me. Let's take a look. Starting from the bottom, we've got Krizen Hype. We have Lars. We have Apazium. We have, again, X-Billionaire. We have Illuvium Hunter. We have CFGD. We have Deno Toro, or I'm just going to probably be referring to him as Deno. But Deno Hype. And then Wheeljack going to be coming on through. Region this time by as we watch CFGD and Krizen currently battle it out onto the arena. We do have Crystal Shores, so every single round you get a free reroll. Stack them up, use them immediately, however you please. No real restrictions there. Weapon-wise, as this is going on forth here, we have a little bit of contesting for Rogue, oddly enough, between X-Billionaire and Krizen Hype. That's going to be X with the Verdant Cleaver, or the Vinebound Cleaver, and Krizen with the Quake Maulers. So we'll see how that ends up going there. Lars going to be picking up that Elderwood Staff for potential Aegis, Toxic Aegis. Looks like it's right around the corner, but they can go for Verdant as well, and it seems like that's what they have enabled. Apazium going to be picking up Dust, tied with that Greater Appon as well, so that's going to be Dust Templar. So some Quick Templar on the road here for Apazium. Illuvium Hunter does have that Strike Boomerang set up for Berserker to maybe let their Greater Monkier go nuts for a little bit. Then we do have some Steam Vanguard coming out here from X-Billionaire after they swapped off of the Vinebound Cleaver. CFGD with a Colossus Tsunami style at least set up, but it's not going to be enabled just yet. Hasn't hit those Alluvials yet, but still sitting nicely in third. Deno Hype going to be consistently, or not consistently, but holding the line rather nicely. Currently has Tsunami, or tried for Tsunami, but it's not going to be online just yet. But we do have at least the Harbinger side of things online, with a very early Furiox, mind you, as well. That's a pretty crazy pickup. And they already have the Piercing Force Reactor on that thing. That's set up rather nicely. Last but not least here, we do have another, or we have Wheeljack, who currently has Frost, or at least is trying for Frost. But they're tied to an Axon, so this would be Frost Colossus, but they're not going to have either online just yet, so still very early, plenty of different ways that we can go. There's CFGD in the chat as well, actually. Good luck, have fun with everything, CFGD. Still holding the line rather nicely here. Oh, was that thank you because they listened in and realized they didn't have their alluvial bound to the right player? Or to the right alluvial? If that's actually the case, that's kind of funny. But at least you got Toxic online now. There you go. Yeah, YouTube has a little bit of a built-in delay on everything as well, so I'm not worried about interfering with any sort of live calls while the round is happening. All is good there. If I'm pointing things out, it's not like they can immediately do it right away, so to speak. But in terms of credits, let's take a look. Aposium and Lars, both absolutely rich, but they're paying for it in health right now. I'm curious how long they're going to hang on before pulling the trigger. Lars spending a little bit, but just to get up to the Riptorus, Scorpion seems to be a popular little fella right now. I mean, given how strong Toxic Aegis is, that definitely makes a lot of sense that Riptorus would be picked up a lot. Both of them still above 50. Let's see this fight in action here between CFGD and Axe Billionaire currently on the way. Axe, of course, their ramp fight. We've already seen this fella do some serious work in the last one, clutching up a few rounds there for Axe Billionaire, getting them up into, I believe that was a 5th place finish. But there is just so much damage coming out here from this Aegis-style team. And again, the fact that you found a Furiox so damn early is just ridiculous. So lots of things going CFGD's way in the early game here. Aposium as well as another player to keep an eye out for, considering they're going for a little bit of an off build, in my opinion. We don't usually see this Arrow Edge that often, let alone paired up like this, where we do have, what, 3 Dust online alongside Templar, but still using the Riptorus as the carry. So we'll ride along with CFGD one more time. I'm curious to see how this one goes. When you got a team that's so reliant on auto attackers and then you just have so much dust, I'd really be intrigued to see how this works. Heck, even the Lynx here for CFGD having a bunch of augments as well. The Revo finding right where it needs to go. As long as it doesn't leave too soon, it will leave before the blind actually hits that Furiox. So that is a little bit annoying here for the side of Aposium, but there is still a lot of damage. A good blind session on that entire front line, which did include that Riptorus, but now it's still just that Furiox in the back line just going absolutely crazy, essentially untouched. And while it may not necessarily be leading the damage charts, it's just consistently there. So CFGD off to a little bit of a win streak here, it looks like. Let's hop in with Lars. They're going up against Wheeljack, and let's see what kind of potential last-minute move we can have here from Lars, because we do not have much health left in the tank. Only 9 left here for Lars. Wheeljack currently sitting in 2nd place. And while they don't have necessarily the tankiest of teams, they kind of make up for it with just an amount of raw firepower coming on through here. Lars is confident. They're holding on to 62 gold while they're on death's door. This could just be an incredible read, or this is going to be absolutely punishing if things don't go their way. As of right now, the tank line doing okay, and they did take care of the rake. That is a good start here for Lars. Riptorus gets back into the fray, going to go after the Ranger. Ranger going to get out of dodge. Nice little lifebound step there to get itself nice and safe, which puts that Riptorus right in the line of danger. And with that, we will end up losing Lars here. Unfortunate there to see such an early exit, especially when you have pockets still so deep, but it catches all of us every once in a while, that's for sure. GG's nonetheless. All right. Next player down low currently is going to be Axe Billionaire. We did see them, they were originally trying to go for a Verdant Vanguard style. However, with Crizzen contesting them consistently, they did have to make a pivot for something more Steam, and they did get, I believe, a Rake online. So this is going to be Steam to enable the Rake, but Vanguard to enable the Stabbin'. So not all eggs are into one basket, which is an interesting way to play this, and honestly a good attempt nonetheless, no matter what, given the situation they were put into. And honestly, good win. They were able to take care of Illuvium Hunter that time by. I mean, we've seen it before. Stabbin' is still a very strong alluvial just in its own right, even though it's not fully evolved. And a wise choice there for Max to be able to kind of pivot into some other alluvials at the same time. You rely on your ramp fight a little bit more. Rely on the rake as well, especially since what we're looking at here with Crizin. They did manage to land slashing. So trying to roll for penguins, again, it's a tier 3, so technically you can keep rolling for penguins. You can have, I believe, 2 fully evolved like slash-ins in the game at the same time, but it's expensive to try and actually land that. So pivoting to other stuff, honestly, good idea. This NPC round's going to then show off the fact that everybody has just blown essentially everything, with the exception of Apasium. Apasium with 94 credits, still in 33 health currently in this one. Let's see here. Let's go right along here with Crizin, actually. Crizin versus Illuvium Hunter. Now, how did Crizin spin? Because, of course, Crizin, of course, was contested at the same time, all things considered, and they opted, even though they have the Penguin, they're opting against Vanguard. They do have 3 Revenant on the line, and to be fair, they have this nice hollowed-out Vermiliere to lead the charge, adding on a little bit of extra explosive damage here, thanks to that synchronizing pulse reactor as well. But, oh, they just got Vanguard naturally. Never mind. Malura coming in nice and clutch at the right possible moment. Illuvium Hunter has to be frustrated seeing this, but the one thing they do have is a mixture of burst damage thanks to that Inferno. And then also, just the longer this game goes, they do have Bloom online. As long as their Bloom Alluvials can stay alive. That Forest sure as hell didn't stay alive, though. That thing got absolutely nuked. But a good job there from the ramp fight to at least try and keep this honest, keep this close. I do like the Rogue Chip put onto the Furiox to get it into a safe spot, but it's still not going to be enough. Crizin on an absolute tear there. Finding that Malura just truly enabled the team to go nuts. Because Revenant is good, don't get me wrong, but when I have a slash in, I kind of want to truly let it go nuts, right? But thankfully, Crizin, one step ahead of me there. Malura online. Apasium and Billionaire. I think one of these players are going out of this game right here, right now. Apasium still with just about 60 credits to their name. Level 9 versus level 9. Again, I was talking about it already earlier in regards to Axe, where the contesting with Crizin definitely made things a little bit awkward, and now trying to play catch-up from there. Holding their own nicely, but very difficult. Meanwhile, here with Apasium. What was Apasium going for? This is more of a Templar fighter style build, and they do have dust and do have at least a couple of thresholds of air. And the fact that the Stabin in this instance does not have any sort of true sight is going to make it very obnoxious trying to deal with this team. Gonna have to rely on Rampite to maybe get another cast off of that Infernal Skyfall. Can they get some kills this time by? They get some damage done, but then they fall pretty quickly. Stabin still swinging away. This is actually a very close fight here. Revo's going to go down. The dust is gone, and now this does actually enable. Can the Stabin and the Arctis actually clean this up while the Ranger and Twine hold the line? One more carpet bomb there. The Pyro Field going to finish a job there. Now Illuvium Hunter, or not, what was an Illuvium Hunter, that was Apasium. Apasium does end up falling. I might have been jumping a little bit ahead of the game because it's actually up against Illuvium Hunter right now. Very similar kind of setup here with Illuvium Hunter, where it looks like they were originally going for maybe something kind of rogue-esque, but then they've pivoted into a heavy firepower team. But with that, there is not much in regards to tankiness. They've got the Singe, which that's fantastic. But a Cling, I mean, they're going to try their damnedest. In fact, it's 47 alongside the Scarebuck that's 47. Not too bad, but there are still some pretty high horsepower alluvials coming your way that a poor little stage 1 might not be able to handle. Right now, the Vanguard of that Stabin off to the left-hand side has been able to go essentially free reign. That Wraith Strike from the Rake is going to be able to clean things up rather nicely as well. Illuvium Hunter, the valiant efforts. One more shot from the ramp fight. Nearly turned that around, actually. They tried their damnedest to clutch that one out, but that's not going to be enough. We lose Illuvium Hunter. We also lose Deno Hype in the process here as well. So Axe Billionaire went from looking like they were going to be dead at 7th to a top 4. Well played there, Axe. But now we're here in the top 4, and of course, GG's to everybody. Keep on pushing, keep going. With Deno Hype getting into 5th place there in particular, I believe that's +1 point. Illuvium Hunter ends up going even there, so 0 points Gain 0 points lost, no harm, no foul. Just keep grinding. That's extra experience. Keep going. Now, Wheeljack. They did get Granite online naturally between the TNT and the Goliant. So it's going to be able to at least annoy these rogues at least a little bit, especially the Goliant. But at the same time, this Rake on the bottom side here is going to do some decent work as well. But the ramp fight again from Max Billionaire has been doing absolute phenomenal work so far this tournament. One good cast, a second good cast. The backline has been completely blown up, and the stabbing still lives. The comeback seems to still be in order. One more Infernal Skyfall going to clean things up. That Wraith Strike, though, could have been deadly. But no, Axe is going to hang on just a little bit more. NPC round. Let's take a look and see where we stand. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, I'm going to call... I'll call a spade, but I also have to give credit when it's due. A lot of times when I follow a player from for multiple rounds when they're low on HP, it's because I'm curious. I'm wondering if there's going to end up being a kill shot or an elimination. And Axe has been able to thwart it every single time here, and now this gets interesting. So the two players that were contesting each other the entire game, who've since pivoted to two different styles, have to play each other. Credits-wise, I mean, they have a little bit available, but what do they honestly have for upgrades? Axe has nothing on the bench, nothing they could shoot for. Ramp Fight coming online here from Crizin, though. Soften up maybe some of these tankier alluvials to let that slash and go crazy. I mean, on first glance, it looks like Crizin has the better team. But how it is on paper and how it ends up performing in the arena can be two different things. Ramp Fight, locked and loaded, right on top. The slash in does a pretty decent chunk. What a charm coming out here from the Lallura, actually. But the untargetability will save its bacon for the time being. And sure enough, that is going to be Crizin having the Revenant alongside the Vanguard. Winning the Rogue race in getting that one will allow them to at least get into third. A valiant effort there from Max Billionaire. But they will fall in fourth. Now we got Crizin versus Wheeljack as the live PvP battle. Umber now online. It seems like everybody was trying to push for the Thylacines, and now finally it is going to go into the hands of Wheeljack. An additional thorn in the side of Crizin here. The Scoriox was also just evolved into. Very scary team indeed, and all of these rogues going to be jumping right on top of Magma, which, while it may not necessarily be doing a ton of damage, does give you at least a little bit of mitigation, so it makes you a little bit tankier going up against these rogues. Let's see, Crizin, can the rogues pull it off here in this corner composition? There are a lot of brutal alluvials in your way. Good shot here from the Malura, good shot, but here comes the Ramp Fight as well, trying to take care of this front line. The slashing in the backline was able to delete the Scoriox, and with that, the rogues, they are still here, and they are still performing admirably. We end up losing Wheeljack. Crizin with 2 HP in a dream, trying their way, or up, getting their way up the ladder here, so to speak, now have made it into second place. Zexy, unfortunately, is out of here. Hey, no matter what, just happy you tried. Happy, thankful for you for coming out to play and coming to hang out. And thank you for all the luck to everybody here today. CFGD and Crizin, they have both spent everything they have in the bank. 0 credits, 1 credit does not necessarily matter. Not much you can do there. But it's all the pressure here is on Crizin, and their team definitely relies on some pretty crazy positioning. What can they score here? Good on the slash, and it's essentially away from all the heavy hitters. It's just that gotta deal with that Jokul. Ramp Fight to the skies, finding some good shots here. Malura has 4. Can it potentially get Rip Lance into this charm as well? They do. It pulls the Rip Lance right off the Penguin. It's going to allow for slashing to get some extra shots off. Now the untargetability coming on through. but now the Penguin's in a bit of an awkward spot. Can it get onto the DPS? It gets onto Furiox. It takes out the Rip Lance. It gets the Ranger. It's going to do the slashing of old. Incredible stuff coming out here from Crizin, slashing, clutching it up in the last possible opportunity, and it's definitely set up for success. A very well-trained slashing at that. It doesn't get much better than this, only missing that tiny point into movement speed. Which you can argue is even relevant or not, but level 60, set up safely, set up the snowball, but that's a lot of eggs into the one basket. All credits spent once again, so let's see what happens this time by. What kind of adjustments? A lot of that had to do with Malura getting the catch onto the Rip Lance. Let's see if that happens again. Rampite didn't even get the cast this time. It got immediately blown up, so nice adjustments coming out here for CFGD. The Penguin's been focused now. The untargetability is going to come out to try and save its bacon, but now the Rip Lance is on top of it. It will shut this down, I imagine. One more sting, and there it goes. That will be the end of the line. Malura could not save the Penguin, and with that, that will be CFGD hanging on. Whew, they're going to win this one. But GG's to everybody in that game. That was an exciting one. CFGD going to get first in that. Crizin Hype in second. Wheeljack third. Ex-Billionaire fourth. Deno Hype in fifth. Illuvium Hunter sixth. And then unfortunately I lost my screen prior to being able to get our final two. But good luck for everybody in their next games as well. GG's nonetheless, regardless of where you finished. Keep pushing. Let's take a look at some updated standings before we hop into our next round. Okay, so I still just have after one. Do I have anyone with 2 games? There's a few in here. So anybody who did score the win, of course, definitely got a nice influx of points. Let's take a look and see anybody who's played 2 games off the rip here. So Deno does end up, I believe, going down a little bit to 15th. Tiebreaker explanation. Okay, that's what that's about. Anybody on the come up as of this moment? Of course, CFGD just got the win, so that they're going to bump up here in a moment, I would imagine. I might be too fast here for the website. Let's try this again. One more refresh. Yeah, I'm just too fast for the website, apparently. Well, with that, we can take a look at potentially our next games. Let's see. In terms of the amount of players that I haven't had the chance to cover yet, I think this lobby here with Toriel would be the way to go. Anything else of note as of this moment? There's a few, but they're like 10, 14 minutes in. This is probably my best bet. Let's try this one again. Oh. All right, so our third game of the session here. And we've got a handful of new faces, a couple of returning ones here as well for this stream. I'm going to try my best to give everybody a little bit of coverage, and then maybe we'll narrow down towards like the final hour or two for those that are just kind of shooting for the finishing spots. But of course, we're still very early into this event. So don't think we have to be too picky, at least not yet anyway. Region for this third game is going to be Crystal Shores, but this time you're going to get that free stackable reroll every single time you fused. In this game, we do have Illuvium Hunter, we have Goofy Rampfire, we have Toriel, we have Denotoro Hype, we have Texan Hype, we have Marchenica from Apex, we have Celeris, and Veilvar from Atlas. As we watch our top two currently in action here, we've got the Lynxes versus the Greater Monk here, Goofy Rampfire versus Illuvium Hunter. Let's take a look at the weapons picked up for the players this time by. Veilvar from Atlas going to be having the Sylphid Blade. Normally you see this and you think Mud, or you think of potentially Berserker alongside a Rip Lance. But we'll have to see where they go from there. That's a lot of spending early. That's actually kind of scary, I'm not going to lie. We almost saw that Arcane Lynx clutch out there. Nice try there, Goofy Rampfire. Stellaris picking up the Grove Sword. Could potentially have Berserker online already, but they actually have it tied to the Grocco for a little bit of Behemoth. Behemoth not going to be online yet. Marchenica, they're going to be going for some very early shock after a very early find on a Squiz. That was a little bit of an incredible lucky play. While Shock might not necessarily be a team strong enough to push for in the current meta, you can definitely take advantage of it, at least early. Denohype currently has Aegis online, or yeah, they do have Aegis online actually, going for the Wildfire variant with the Crunk actually online here as well. Nice little change up here. Texan going for the Rogues, Vanguard online now that the Stabbin's here. Goofy Rampfire did pick up the Sylphid Blade on this weapon change round here as well, going for Mud Berserker, at least has the Berserker online as this moment. Toriel here going for the Inferno side of things with the Lava Gauntlet, and then same thing it looks like here for Illuvium Hunter as we watch Toriel now take the lead in this lobby. As we get into this NPC round, as always, let's take a look at the economy side of things here. Toriel might be in the lead, but with 28 credits, I mean, the extra influx of credits coming in here from this NPC round will definitely be a nice additional boost. We do have Goofy Rampfire in the hundreds as of right now. What are they setting up? Are they setting up for a true Mud push? They could potentially be seeing that here momentarily, potentially looking for Riptor as well. Illuvium Hunter, 66, not too bad, just on the outside of max interest. After this NPC round, they'll definitely be there. Texan, not in a bad spot either. The fact that they've got the Stabbin and the Lallura already online here with a Verminio as well. Not too shabby here to start off for this rogue team. If only there was actually an air bulwark Luvial in the game that wasn't a Grocco. Then we could have some dust play potentially in here. Deno has 77 credits currently, sitting nice and healthy as well. Same thing here with Stellaris. Marchenica right down the middle, going to be spending again, actually, to get up to level 7. So if they were going for Shock, getting up to level 7 probably puts them out of range. But again, if you're sitting at level 5 for too long, you're just going to get swarmed. Then Veilvar from Atlas spent a ton again as well. They have the Exalted Erdoka as their carry of sorts, and they've got a few more things kind of showing up on the bench. But nothing necessarily onto the field just yet. Let's take a look and see what they're doing here. Veilvar has this moment with 4 water with some air. Does have Frost online, so it is going to allow for this little Jokul to go absolutely crazy, as crazy as a level 1 can do though. So unfortunately, as soon as it gets targeted, it's going to just essentially get exploded, and definitely heartbreaking to see here. And this game can just be so difficult. I was mentioning earlier how the game was already difficult enough when you have alluvials in the 20s or in the 30s. If you don't happen to have your alluvials and you're playing at level 1, it is, I'll go as far as say it's impossible. It's impossible to find success. I definitely give Veilvar some absolute credit for giving it a shot, but it's definitely very tough. Yeah, super tough. We got Stellaris versus Toriel in our next fight here. Toriel spent the bank down to 9, but does have a little foe now online here for this one, leading the charge. And beautiful, level 60. I'd argue a perfect foe. I've made the joke during the This Week in Illuvium that I'd rather have my foe with no movement speed, because the dumb bird always runs out in front of my tanks because it's too fast. So a nice little pickup there. But as of right now, a little bit of a scuffle, but the backline here for Toriel is rather nice. The Fern doing some serious damage across everybody. That little twist wing hit basically everything. And even with the Wildfire flying, it's not going to be enough. So Toriel going to get that one rather nicely over Stellaris. Now, did I cast that backwards there for a second? I had mentioned that Toriel had the foe, but then I clicked Celeris's foe. Let me fix that up here. Oh no, maybe I did click the right one. Or they both have the exact same stats. Okay. No, I must have clicked the right one then. I'm losing it, apparently. Let's take a look at Merchenica as they are going up against Deno Hype. Deno has the Mystics online, I do believe. 2 Mystic plus Aegis, actually. So Aegis buffing the Furiox, I would imagine, while also just having that additional safety net that is Mystics. And then Shock, I mean, with Mystic, the big way that you have to really deal with them is by bursting them. Don't give them an opportunity to utilize their buffs, right? And get that damage reduction and damage amp. Get it off the board by bursting them. I like the idea, especially having the Octius to be able to be the one to do that, but it needs a little bit more help. And unfortunately here, it is not, here for Merchenica, it's not going to be enough. Deno will end up taking that rather easily, it looks like. Blotto online for Celeris. That's a nice, huge frontline upgrade. Level 60 at that, nearly perfect defensively. Beautiful, beautiful Blotto. Nicely done there, Celeris. But now they're going up against Deno, who, like we were just mentioning before, is very successful in these longer, worn-out fights thanks to the Mystic style. Boris upgraded too, right in the last possible opportunity there. Nice little pickup. But we do have Wildfire Slayer potentially coming out here from Celeris, but the Slayer part's not going to be enabled. Let's give a better angle here onto this corner composition. With the Boris being there, it does allow for additional chip damage to be flung into the entire bunker. Is this enough firepower, though? The Blotto's on for a walk just off to Narnia. It's not even helping the team here at all. The Blotto is just, I don't know what they're smoking in this instance, but they unfortunately just left their team out to die. I hate to see it. And with that, Celeris is not going to be done just yet. 1 HP and a dream. Some people have said that the Blotto is supposed to be a reference to Snoop Dogg. After a performance like that, I'd believe it. That's the thing, it's so slow-moving and it's so big, right? So, unfortunately, even if the positioning was perfect, sometimes, especially if you have it near the Forest or any of these other alluvials that move kind of quickly, it can kind of box out the Blotto. And it just kind of made things difficult there for Celeris that time. Thankfully, they still have an additional point of HP to keep themselves in the game here. Okay, Texans on an absolute tear here. 90 credits currently. They're able to essentially roll down for Slashin' if they wanted to. Basically uncontested. I'm going to be definitely keeping an eye on Texan in this next couple of rounds. But I do want to see what ends up happening here with Celeris. With that 1 HP, can they start pulling off a little bit of a run? Or will that be the end of the line? We'll have to see momentarily. Illuvium Hunter coming through. Was one of our regulars in the Illuvium Arena House League. Absolutely on the come-up. Does very well pretty consistently in our Lynx League division. And a lot of it has to do with this backline that we're seeing right here. This Fur Knight especially. Very, very tanky fella, actually, on top of that. But a nice big upgrade actually coming out here from Illuvium Hunter. In the last couple of dying seconds, we do see the Queen has arrived, Monarch is here, and it's going to essentially face tank this Forest for the start. But look at this Pyro Field, it goes right across the DPS line. Blotto's where it needs to be, though, this time. Let's get a better angle on this. No, it got teased by the Lilura. It's going to go to the Lilura, while everything else just gets sent to the meat grinder. And one more Pyro Field and the rest of the squad coming on through here. Celeris is going to end up going down. The Blotto that time was genuinely trying to help, but could not get the job done here. GG Celeris. Woots, woots, oh no. Hey, keep trying. We still have plenty of time left. And I'd argue, given the amount of players in here, maybe we'll break that down in between games, actually. I want to actually check my sources before I actually make that call. Now, I do want to take a look at what Texan's cooking here. We do see, in fact, Slashin' has arrived. But man, this Slashin' looked like it just got picked off the Illuvidex. It is level 40, which is the minimum level that a Slashin' could potentially be. But it still has a bunch of attack speed, bunch of attack damage, Omega Power. I mean, it's nice, but it's just bonus damage on auto attack. As long as you have the auto attacks online, I think you're pretty good. So I'm not going to knock it. The Slashin' is here and still ready to cook. Can they get the job done? And of course, when I'm making those kind of callouts, that's not meant to be a shot towards the player or their alluvial. But we'll have to see how hard can Texans slash and carry. We do see the classic, the Revenant chip onto the Penguin. Hell, I remember patch 1.12. This was the way to go, and we're seeing exactly why. It's still so powerful. They cannot deal with the Pangu. Death Pangu has returned, and we do lose Marchanica as well. The shock style is going to end up falling here. They managed to get 3 shock, but unfortunately, just not going to be able to pull out the stops this time by. Hey, you may not have a good Pangu, well, it's still trying its best for you, so keep going there, Texan. Alright, Toriel now. If it's a bad loss, they could be knocked out, or they could hang on just ever so slightly if they can hold the line here in this fight versus Deno Toro. Let's see, going up against Deno again with that Mystic style. 3 Mystics online. The chip onto the Kronk to be able to enable that 3rd one. Toriel does have the Flood though, so trying to go for a Geyser for that 4th Mystic is going to be a little bit irritating. Deno, in terms of getting those Geysers into the pool, would absolutely love to get a kill shot here onto Toriel. But how about Rampite? Do you have the opportunity to do some decent burst damage? That was incredible burst damage, actually. You got one more. A big stun coming on through. Rampite will end up falling right before the last cast, but the Fur Knight is still doing well. How about the Danger Noodle as well? Furiox is a little bit of a duel. If it becomes down to Ranger and Flood, I don't know how this ends up going. The Ranger actually clutches it. Toriel hangs on. And hangs on right long enough to get the Umber online. Absolute beautiful, level 60 coming on through here. Going up against lobby leader Texan Hype. So let's take a look at the economy-wise. Is there any room for any upgrades? Nope, Toriel has spent everything they've gotten in order to get that Umber. On the other side, Texan spent everything as well. They are very close to a couple of upgrades, but a couple of them are being blocked by other players. So it's definitely an awkward spot, but at least they've got the lead in regards to health as of this moment. And this is still a very formidable team. Looking forward to seeing how this one goes. The Slashin gets free reign onto the backline, immediately onto that, the Flood. Immediately blows it up. There is no threat to this Slashin as of this moment, but at the same time, no threat really here to the Umber. So this is going to come down to an IPL Classic, I do believe, where it's going to be Slashin versus Umber. Rampite once again involved as well from both ends here. We lose the Umber, and that means the Slashin, it should be able to go. And it will absolutely be able to do so. Is that a knockout? It is not a knockout here for Toriel, but they will get knocked down a peg at least a little bit. Tied with Illuvium Hunter for 3 HP apiece. Sephiroth in the chat there, smash the thumbs up. You promote me better than I do. Absolutely. Thank you so much again for everybody tuning in so far. Smash the thumbs up on the like button and whatnot as usual. And then, of course, if this is your first time here, I do some sort of Illuvium content multiple times every single week. We've got Illuvium House League, so even after this tournament's done, there's still going to be some way to come compete and level up your collection as long as the systems are still going to allow me to do that. But we'll figure out how things are going. But regardless of what Illuvium title it happens to be, I do some sort of gaming or some sort of streaming for every single day. Or not every single day, every single week. Would love to have you back. I know one thing that I'm personally very, very excited to release. I have my notes ready, but I just need to get the green light on it. You liked my way too early deathmatch tier lists from a couple of months ago. Well, I have version 2 ready. I just need to be given the green light to actually release it. The Umber is begging for the Harbinger chip. I mean, that would be one way to definitely get the upgrade. Good call there, Thanatos. That would be one way to do it. But now Toriel up against Goofy Rampfire, who does have a very brutal-looking Jotun. Level, is that 66? This might be the highest level on Alluvial I have ever seen, and the fact that it's a Berserker as well, tied in with a Rip Lance, I might just have nightmares for the next couple of days after that one, because that is a terrifying Jotun coming out here from Goofy Rampire. It will knock Toriel out of here. The difference maker is going to be it's 5th or 4th. It is going to be 5th. Illuvium Hunter did fall as well. GG's to everybody, of course. Now, Texan with a big upgrade. Malura online, so we can now add Vanguard to that 4 Revenant style. Going to really allow for the Penguin to really start popping off now. But I don't know how anybody deals with this Jotun. Goofy Rampire, again, with probably the scariest single alluvial that I've ever seen outside of a patch 1.12 Penguin with a rev chip. But I mean, we've got 4 Mystic online here from Deno. They did get the Geyser, and they had the chip so they can skip the Adorius. There's a lot of damage on both sides. It's going to be exciting. Handful of mud units here as well. Not 4 mud, but still enough to at least start sapping away some stats. That poor Blotto going up against that Jotun is trying its damnedest. It has to tank a Rip Lance as well. That's kind of brutal. 1 cast from the Geyser before it goes down, but now where's the DPS targeting? They're targeting everybody except the Rip Lance and that Jotun. They're finally going to turn and burn. They're going to get the Rip Lance. Can they get the Jotun? They're going to be able to get the Jotun. This can still be turned. Deno's squad in the backline has clutched up, and the Singe, the fact that it stayed alive for as long as it did was kind of crazy. Goofy might have the strongest single alluvial I've ever seen, but this is a team game. And with that, the alluvials from Deno are going to come out clutch. Stouta here in the chat with a knowledge drop. The highest alluvial levels currently is a Cardalox with level 72. And an Umber with no Omega power, but level 71. If I ever see those on field, I will absolutely pop off, but I'm sure both these players are happy not to have to see them, at least right here, right now. We could potentially have a kill shot here for Texan. They've made it all the way to 3rd here with this Revenant style that now has Vanguard on top of it. Highly reliant on Ramp Bite and the Slash-In. Can they get the job done? They soften up the front line there with that Infernal Skyfall coming out here from the Ramp Bite. Good damage, but that Slash-In's been basically stuck on the Geyser, and they're not even going to be able to finish it off. The Charm coming out from somewhere, they just lost their targeting, and now it's going to be the Slash-In force to tank, and the Mystics are going to hold the line way too well, apparently. Just the consistent moving of targets is going to make it so that Penguin could not get what it wanted to do. And Texan will end up falling here in 3rd place. A valiant effort. GG's Texan. That was a good one. Dr. Spoon, good to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. What are you going to do today with your forcification of Illuvium? We have our top 2 players here. Goofy Rampfire leveling all the way up to 10 to try and at least get a level advantage in this scenario. They are a couple of alluvials away from upgrade as well, but let's take a look at both of these teams. Get some DPS numbers out here as well. Of course, with lots of damage reliant on the Furiox and the Blasonites coming out here for Deno Toro. But on the other side here from Goofy Rampfire, of course, we do see those crazy high-level alluvials, including that Jotun that's also a Berserker. With them not being clumped up in a bunker, it looks like they're going to be able to get single-targeted and taken down. Deno is not out of here, though. One more round at the very least. Make that 2 because we have an NPC rounds coming on up here. So let's see. Let's hop in and check the benches. Because they're both going to have a small influx of credits, but it's going to be a matter of what kind of upgrades they could potentially have. Deno, the one big upgrade they could go for is potentially level 10. Get another Bulwark on the board, that's 5 Bulwark. You'd get that reflective damage. Meanwhile, for Goofy Rampfire, they are right around the corner from adding yet another Behemoth to the mix. By them forcing Berserker right now, Behemoth's not online. But if they find one more Flare, that is going to be the Seer, which of course is yet another Behemoth, which is more stuns and a lot more damage. They're going to potentially be able to maybe find a Scoriox as well, but at the same time, Deno does have a Furiox on the field, so rolling for that would not be uncontested. However, a Phorus potentially, or a Phosphorus rather, could very well be the way to go. And did I see that correctly? Yes, I did. Scoriox online. download complete, and we do have the piercing force reactor and turning this thing into a berserker. Even more valuable, apparently, than this beautiful Jotun. I mean, it'll be definitely safer. There's nobody diving in to try and get them. I believe Deno did end up going to level 10. The Caradulo is now on the field. That is going to be 5 bulwarks now online. It's just a matter of if Goofy Rampfire wants to roll down for Seer. They found Phosphorus too! Okay, some big upgrades coming out here from Goofy Rampfire to maybe try and put the kill shot here onto Deno. Deno, did they spend everything they had left in the tank? Nope, but oh, even at the very tail end, the Seer is here. This is basically as perfect of a team composition that you could possibly ask for coming out here from Goofy Rampfire. It does not get much better than this, and Deno, as much as I love your team and it was a valiant effort, I don't know what you do up against this. Apparently you just hold the line, shut the commentator up, and just keep firing. That might be the game plan here. It's actually working right now. The Phosphorus is down, Indomitable gonna keep it alive for a couple more seconds. Here goes the Jotun as well. Deno going to make me eat my words. How the hell did Deno pull that one off? The tank line just held for just long enough. There you go, Dr. Spoon. You got the right idea. That's perfect. I did not expect Deno to survive, but that they did. And now it comes down to one final play. Why? Or I guess there's not much that can really be upgraded right now anyway. Moving the Scoriox up to allow for an additional magma pool to hit that front line. Try and get, again, a little bit of chip damage. While it might not be the strongest, it's still better than nothing. Blotto is going to be eaten for lunch by that Phosphorus. And now this is a pretty decent angle here for the Phosphorus, as long as it can stay safe. Look at the amount of AoE damage coming on out here from the Phosphorus and the rest of the team here from Goofy Rampfire. But the back line is still holding the line, at least relatively decently, but not decent enough this time. A big last-minute adjustment from Goofy Rampfire, going to allow them to win this one. GG's Goofy Rampfire, GG's everybody. Fantastic back and forth there with Goofy Rampfire and Deno Hype. Of course, GG's to Texan, Illuvium Hunter, Toriel, Marternica, Celeris, and Veilvar. That was an awesome one. Just enough. That was a good one. Which alluvials do you want to hit? Yes, that's basically what happened there. My goodness. How many big ticket or not tier 3s? How many big ticket stage 3s did Goofy have to hit that last possible opportunity to make that work? And even then, it was so close. All right, let's take a look at some of our current standings up to date as of right now with the Data Kings website. Of course, the current tournament platform for these sit-and-go matches. Fury is currently leading with 14 points, followed by Narkesh, Nariba, Axel from Apex, Web3 Gaming TV, Bon Daddy Ratty, Badul, CFGD, Androa, Insanity, Zico Perico, Prison Hype, Kirito Hype, and No Cacho round up the top 14. Again, I'd argue that everybody fight for the top 16. And don't quit if top 16 is within range, because with those last 4 spots being wildcard spots, again, we saw what happened with the Illuvium Pro League, where nobody took the wildcard spots, or they weren't promoted or something along those lines. Either way, it didn't end up happening. So I'd imagine if they need to fill those last 4 spots, they'll take spot 15 and 16 from the qualifier. So keep going. So with that, Noob wants 250 USD. I mean, at least they're honest. They're going to be here for 15th. And then Victor Alnert from Phantom. Phantom, it's still living, but it is going to be Victor in 16th with Sir Dexter, Tank the Bank, and Patch Tourist short to follow. But of course, we've still got a lot of time here in this tournament. Plenty to go, and a lot of people honestly cannot hold the endurance side of things. Even already, it looks like we've kind of capped out a little bit on a couple of players. We started off, I believe, with around 80 or so, maybe 72 or so. 9 active games was always the case, but about 72 players. It looks like we're down to 53, so a few more people are seeming to have been tapping out, so to speak. Let's take a look at some of our current matches. See which one we want to pick up as of this moment. In terms of players that I've not had an opportunity to cast yet, that's what I'm curious about. But then we're too far along with some of these. Alright, here. Quick coffee break here for myself. Do we want the newest lobby with Rzeznik as our new, or some of our newer players that we haven't watched yet? Coyote Hypes or Dexter and Akabono? Or do we want Nariba, Lars, Krizen, Texan, Rice, William Zen, Hector, and the next billionaire? I'd argue between these two. Let me know. Otherwise, I'll gladly pick anyway. Let's see Nariba, Sota says. If I don't see any contest, I'll gladly accept that lobby. It'd be the first time seeing Lars, William Zen, Hector. And then... Raced? Riced? It's only one word, but for whatever reason I'm stumbling over it. All right. What? All right, our fourth game of the day here for coverage of the Motorverse Cup. We've essentially been going since the start of it, so everybody should be just finishing up game 3, getting started on game number 4. And hopping into the lobby, first and foremost, let's introduce our players into this one. It's going to be our first time seeing Nariba on stream here. It's been a long time. Formerly of the OLA squad, now just a free agent of sort, it looks like. Of course, always a threat in a professional setting, so don't count them out. And in fact, I think they're like 3rd or 4th right now on the leaderboard. Good to see them back. Returning here for the stream, we've seen them a couple times so far, or seen all of them rather, a couple times so far here. We have Krizen Hype, Texan Hype, X Billionaire. We have Lars, and then first time we're going to be seeing them on stream here today, but it's not like they've not been on this stream before at all. We have Hector, we have William Zen, and Raced. I'll figure that out shortly, I swear to God. The region this time by is going to be Crystal Shores, but this is going to be the one in regards to fusing alluvial. So picking up those tier 0s or picking up tier 1s. I believe it was actually Thanatos that gave me the info before, where it's basically always worth it to pick up and fuse essentially anything because it's technically +1 coin if you want to go through it, that effort. So this region can definitely fill your bench, to say the least. And if I got that info wrong, by all means, yell at me in chat. By all means. Then in terms of weapons for today, let's take a look and see what everybody's picking up here for their 3rd or 4th game of the day. Nariba, Toxic Aegis potentially online here. Have a little early Enchanter, actually. Wildfire Enchanter, but the Wildfire part's not going to be enabled. Just going to be pairing up with the Fury to get that Kukulus online. And we don't really get to see a whole heck of a lot of Kukulus, so a nice little change here to start things off. Krizen already has the Steam Harbinger set up. They just need a Steam unit to use it. They're going to be utilizing that Riptorus at least early here. and also working with their Axon for that Harbinger buff. We have Inferno Berserker coming on through here nice and quick here for Texan hype, so that Greater Monk here is going to be doing a bunch of work. We do now also have currently Wildfire online here for Axe Billionaire, loaded up on credits as well, so appropriate to name it seems. Hector has Templar online with Verdant coming around the corner as soon as that Kling evolves. William Zen going to be going for Rogues with, it looks like it's currently Toxic Vanguard with the Stabbin already online. Lars also having the Empath Staff or the Nature Empath Staff rather, for some Templar, but Templar will not be online just yet. There could very well be Aegis on the line if that ended up going to either the Caradulo. Yeah, you could have Toxic Aegis right now if you technically wanted to. And then Race is going to be going for what looks like the setup for Granite Mystic. They have a ton of credits set up. Or maybe even potentially push for Mud. Okay, Crizin, what the heck? We are at level 12. They are level 6. That is a Rip Lance. An incredible one at that. What a turn of fortune and what a shot in the foot for anybody else going for Toxic Aegis. Thankfully with Aegis, you just pick a different carry and you Aegis buff that instead. It's not that huge of a deal. But if Rip Lance was your goal, it has been absolutely shut down. What kind of Konami code did you put in to get that Rip Lance so quickly? That is absolutely incredible. I want to see this in action here. Unfortunately here for Lars, they're probably going to be the first victim of this, unless they can turn this around somehow with a couple other backline units. The Little Fern's ready to go. Heck, Little Rip is ready to rock here as well. Good on the offensive side of things. But this is going to be a tough one here. Let's quickly pull up the damage charts. Lars, I am so sorry for what is about to become of you here. A little foe gonna get jumped in here at the last possible seconds as well. But just look at that. Every one of these stings, and this is why I keep saying that Rip Lance is probably the best Illuvial in the game in terms of single target DPS. Every single one of those stings hits like an absolute trunk, especially, or hits a truck and chunk at the same time. But you know what I mean, because it just hits so damn hard. Like we're seeing right there, that was a very quick battle, 15k damage just off of that, but keeping it safe can be a problem, so I like what Crizin has done here. You double safety net. You get the healing from the Restorating Impact Reactor alongside the untargetability from the Phase Breaker at 50% health, even throwing a... This might be a little bit overkill, putting the Bulwark chip onto them. Eventually, when some other DPS chip of some sort comes through, I'd definitely love to see that kind of switch. But for the time being, this is actually sick, and I believe that gets them over the threshold for potentially pushing Bulwark 5. So they're very, very close to that. Now, a Rip Lance at level 6. Definitely some crazy luck there, my goodness. Axe Billionaire up against Race this time by Singe leading the squad here for Race. They are not currently bound to any Illuvial, so unfortunately going to be missing out on a little bit of additional buffs here. But how does Axe Billionaire pull this one off? They do again have at least the Vanguard side of things online, and with that they will be able to absolutely shred. Axe looking very strong here in that last matchup. Lars is still going on here with Hector, so let's hop on over. This one seeming a little bit closer in nature, but it does look like just the... I say closer, and then I realize as the bunker unfolds, just how much sustain was in that bunker. That was tough to deal with. Lars is going to be knocked down to 30 HP, but still has a little bit of wiggle room, I do believe. 50 credits. Yeah, you can still make something work with that. Now, people wanted to come in here and see what Nariba is up to. Let's take a look and see what they are currently building. We do have Verdant Aegis online, and as it stands right now, because of course the Aegis buff comes from not just the Archos, but from the Ranger at the same time. So the way that this is set up actually has it so that one Alluvial, or the Archos, is Aegis buffing the Fury, and the Ranger is Aegis buffing the Flood? That is interesting. I'm curious to see how that ends up going. Of course, I always knock on the Flood because it doesn't actually auto-attack, right? It just strictly uses its Omega and just tanks. Granted, how much damage does that actually do? I mean, it takes a while to come out, right? But it gets maybe about half the traditional damage that everybody else is doing by auto-attacking. Not to mention they also heal while this is going on as well. So yeah, that is a tough team to crack. All right, Nariba. Race is going to be the first one out of here, and if Lars isn't careful, they might be next to show up, and they're going up against William Zen. And of course, there we have it. Hello, beautiful. We got to get our first one here of the stream. Somebody actually went for the fully evolved Lynx. The Relentless Floor Lynx coming out to play, and it is at least loaded up on attack damage. So it has its role, it knows what it needs to do. Like, will it be able to deal with William Zen and their onslaught of rogues that are going to be coming on forth here in just a moment's time? Draknian, good to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And of course, congratulations on making it into the event. I saw you were streaming earlier. Or at least it was scheduled to stream earlier. Hope all went well. Rampy to the skies. That did so much damage for just a little Rampy. What is this guy cooking? That makes sense. That Rampy is definitely built different, and it's going to be able to put the hurt here onto Lars. The target ability is going to buy them a little bit more time, but unfortunately not going to be able to pull off the 1v4. So as the stab and floss is on him, Lars will end up falling in 7th. William's then going to hang on 48 HP. NPC round, let's see what everybody's cooking. Everybody spent so damn much. Holy smokes. Texan's the only one, and similar to what we saw in the last match with Texan, and I respect the hell out of them for this, just picking up the alluvials that you kind of get sent for, yeah, but don't necessarily focus too heavily on the re-rolling, just slowly kind of crawling up with round after round, staying close to max interest, and not only are they sitting pretty in terms of credits, but they also have the lead health-wise in this lobby. Everybody else now either 20 or less, and that's going to really limit the amount of impact that they can do later. Silver Bushman, good to see you. Glad I get to sleep this week. Yeah, I know the time zone's absolutely killed you. So, glad all is well for you. Okay, now everybody has spent... Texan actually just went all in. What on earth? With that, the Goliath is now online. 7 Fire, 2 Inferno, Arcanite online, while also having the Fighter buff here as well. They had 5 Fighter, but I think they just adjusted a little bit. And up there it goes, 5 Fighters back. And they are well on their way for potentially getting a Scoriox. I love the last-minute moves onto a couple of these critical alluvials. Keep them away from the rogues. I say that, but the Vanguard had exactly the right target in mind. The poor little Furiox is going to get bursted down before it even made it past the 10-second mark. So the Furiox being down is going to mean big time trouble here from Texan. Can the rest of their alluvials pull through? The Arctase is still here. The double Arctase actually is going to be able to clutch this one up. It looks like the Goliath, the little Tiruro, going to hold them in place to allow for the double Arctase to go absolutely nuts. The fighter jets of sorts sinking up for some serious damage here onto William's end. I know I used to joke that Tiruro is basically a glorified meat shield, but it did the job exactly that it needed to in the late stages of that fight. Of course, Tiruro did change a couple of patches ago, or did it change a couple of patches ago? But basically, at least nowadays, now that I actually remember, that they get additional bonus damage right off the rip when a round starts. So they have the opportunity to dive on forth and get a good chunk off of the opposing team. But in the late game, they do end up kind of being like an additional tank, and they played their role to perfection. But we see some more rogues coming on through here from Texan, because they're going up against Axe Billionaire. They try a little bit of a different setup, but it's actually going to be the Stabbin again, finding that Furiox. It's going to be up to the Aces once again, or the Arctases. We got the AC-130s to the skies, and it's going to be just consistently playing a distraction game. There's enough damage that they can actually turn this. The Arctases, again, are going to clutch things up here for Texan. And they're, I wouldn't call them little guys. They're in the 30s. Those aren't too bad, but sheesh. The numbers looked like the fight looks like it was against them. That's two rounds in a row. They lost Furiox super early, where the Stabin just had them absolutely locked in, and they still got it. Okay, so it is the newer Omega. Yeah, this actually gave T-Roo like a purpose. It's like your dive-in burst damage sort of rogue, where it can absolutely clutch up early, but it could very well fall off later sort of idea. Let's see it in action here as well. William Zen trying to get the victory here over Nariba. Very tough one at that. 6 Nature with Wildfire currently online alongside 3 Mystics, including that Geyser. Look at these shields coming on forth here. Ramp fight, we need your damage, and there it is. As of right now, the Stabin's basically been untouched, but to be honest, neither of the Mystics. They've just healed through everything, and William Zen going to take a major loss here, and I think similar nature seems to have happened here with Hector. They both do end up going down. I feel like it was a little bit of the same song and dance on both ends there, unfortunately. So with that, of course, good games to everybody, so on and so forth here. But William Zen going to score the 1 point for getting 5th. Hector going to hold steady with no gain, no loss. Lars -1. Bryce going to find the -3, unfortunately, there for them. So of the rogues, the last one standing here is going to be Expillionaire, but they've definitely had to pay for it credit-wise in order to pull it off. One big bonus, though, they at least have Malura online now, so that is going to be 3 Vanguard coming on 4th, but they need to find a good spot to swoop in. As of right now, that ramp fight's actually in a pretty decent spot as long as it can get around this damn map on. It's kind of escorting the Stabin in this instance, but here come the shields. This is where things get obnoxious, but that's some serious damage, but it's only onto the support line. The rest of the DPS and tanks are still just completely fine. With Stabin down, I'm not sure how Expillionaire tears through this. The Blasonite coming out here from Nariba as well, a very beautiful one at that, just consistently opening fire, getting faster and faster every single time it fires off its Omega, and it also has the Scythe Pulse reactor, so the longer the game goes, it's just stealing more and more Omega power and attack damage, so it actually fits in perfect on a Mystic-based kind of team, or you know the game is going long. So I love this setup here from Nariba. It looks good. It's going to be tough to crack. But we saw it in the last game get cracked. It's not impossible, but damn was it hard. So NPC around Nariba and Crizin and Texan all in the same ballpark in regards to credits. And I'll bump them up here. Expillionaire getting a little bit more to work with, but they won't have anything on the bench yet, so they're not going to be able to push for a major upgrade. Texans found a major upgrade, however, with the Scoriox. It is here. Looked like it's a fresh catch, actually, and it's got max attack speed and max attack, or almost max attack damage. Honestly, if there's 2 stats you want on a Scoriox, that's it, so that's perfect. Works out beautifully. So the Scoriox going to be firing off the Magma alongside the Singe, wherever it happens to be. It's actually in the back line there, ready to catch these rogues. You've got the double AC-130s. The Arctase is ready to rock here as well. And poor Forest is kind of stuck in the middle, but it's at least clogging the way here for the rogues. Ramp fight to the sky. Some big damage. The Ranger comes back right in time to get nuked, but nobody's going to actually be able to clean that up. Inferno, Magma, and 6 Fire. That was extremely tough to deal with. An incredible team coming out here from Texan that's going to knock Expillionaire out of here, but they will be in 4th place. Valiant efforts, GG's there, Expillionaire. And Crizin does go down as well. The 8 water steam comp coming on through. Crizin will fall, but in 3rd place. GG's. Now we have Texan Hype versus Nariba. Texan definitely looking to make the upset of sorts here onto Nariba. If I remember back in the Illuvium Pro League sort of scenario, I believe it was like top 48 or something like that. Qualified into the main event. Texan was always one of those players fighting right for that entry point, but could not, I think, necessarily make that one end up happening. Nariba, always the one player able to kind of, not necessarily sneak in there, you're always kind of in the midfield, upper midfield. So I'd love to see an upset, but I'd love to see what Nariba's cooking here as well. 7 empaths. Consistent healing, consistent damage reduction, while also having enough firepower thanks to that Blazonite. Let's see as the aces go on forth. And the first one is getting targeted at least for a second. A good stun on top of it. But some serious AoE damage is actually coming out here from the Scoriox here from Texan. Is that going to be able to just outlast his Mystics? They've been completely blown up. It's looking good now here for Texan. I believe Texan spent essentially everything they had to make sure they got to level 10. And having that alluvial advantage might have just been enough. The fact that it's a Scoriox here as well. Nothing that can be upgraded for either side. So let's take a look and see the positioning. They're actually splitting the bunker up at least a little bit. Or are they trying to make this more center-based? Because this is the irritating thing. Like, your team works best when it's clumped up. But what loves it when you're clumped up? Boris and Phosphorus and Scoriox. So let's see. First arc taste to the skies. Here comes the second one. Pyro fields across the skies off to the side. Those been managed pretty decently. But we do have the rogues and the fighters and the tanks kind of splitting the way so that these mystics don't have any one thing in particular to shoot at. But they have survived rather nicely. But the Scoriox has been essentially uncontested. Nariba's drone is kind of trolling me a little bit. We do see the Scoriox fall. The move here from Nariba is going to make it so that the damage was spread out rather than focused. And now it's a win back here for Nariba. Both of these players maybe with 2 losses left in the tank. Where do we go from here if you're Texan? Because they have just the Fern currently on the bench. But you see Nariba's got the Blazonite. So getting Blazonite is basically going to be impossible. But you could still potentially use Fernite for an attack speed boost onto your Scoriox. Nariba not much in the tank either as of this moment. Still not 6 nature, but does have 5. So the passive healing is maybe a little bit less compared to what we're used to seeing. But 2 alluvials do end up going down before the first proc of the empath shields. And this is looking actually a lot more doable here for the side of Texan. There is still some shields, but the only things left are the healers as well as that Blazonite. If the targets don't go their way, it could be problematic, but the Blazonite does find the right targets in the end. Texan just needs literally, it feels like another second or 2 of sustain, and they would be fine. Potentially being able to override that. That's another Fern added to the pile. But that's so scary and hard to deal with again because Nariba already has Blazonite secured, so finding these Ferns are going to be a little bit tough. We're going to at least get the little baby. What did they sell? Did they sell Adorito? They might have actually gotten rid of the Adorito. Oh, that's actually so scary, though, because Nariba can now go for it. And Nariba's got some choices to do here. Upon seeing that the Adorito is sold, you can make a push to try and get it now. They're instead going to do the safe route, I'd argue, which is go for level 10. So wise choice, honestly. Fernite is online now for Texan. But we just got to get this Fernite into a position where it can actually help Scoriox without the Blazonite interfering, so to speak. That's why it may be 20 seconds, 30 seconds of setup time, but it can actually still be really, really tense. All a matter of how Nariba can distribute these, or distribute the amount of damage. Or dissipate it, rather. So Texan needs this win to stay in the game. Nariba gets this, and it should, in theory, be over. Based off this current positioning here with the Scoriox, I don't think that the Fernite is going to be able to buff it. It's not going to be until maybe the late game where maybe some of these attack speed buffs can go towards that Furiox. But at least they do have... no, they don't even necessarily have the Empath online, it looks like. So we'll have to see. As of right now, these Mystics are doing a phenomenal job of just dissipating all of the damage. And the first target is going to end up being... Actually, it's going to target them both down. Big time plays here from Nariba to finish the job. GG's nonetheless to everybody. Texan with another awesome finish here, getting second, with Crizin in third, X-Billionaire fourth, William Zen fifth. They're all going to be scoring the points here for this matchup. Hector, Lars, and Rice going to be our 6th, 7th, and 8th, respectively. GG's, everybody. Hey, that was a good game, Texan. That was tough. Ooh. Love watching Rampfire Omega trigger the entire Mystic team, buff it, but then not kill anything. Yeah, that's the irritating thing about the Mystic side of things, right? It's like you've got to get a sweet spot with Rampfire in particular, where you have, say, the team down to like 60%, then Rampfire goes in there and chunks and actually kills a few things before the buff actually applies. But that timing is so specific. The likelihood of it actually happening is just too hard. Granted, actually getting Mystic is tough. But yeah, once it's online, it's so hard to breach. Alright, now that about 3 games each have been recorded, let's take a look at our current standings. We have a tie for the lead between Illuvium Pro League winner Narkesh and Furies, both tied for 19 points apiece. Handful of players tied for third currently with Nariba, Bondaddy Ratty, Badul, Not Complain Hype currently third through 6th respectively. CFGD and Zicoprico for 7th and 8th. Nocacho and Sir Dexter for your top 10. Insanity in 11th. Axel, Web3 Gaming TV Hype, and Patch Tours Hype going to round up our top 14 as it stands right now. For some of the other players to keep an eye on that are still absolutely within striking distance: Victor Elnert from Phantom, Kirito Hype, Goofy Rampfire, Noob wants 250 USD, Androa, Pazium, Kurizawa. All of these players, or it's still so early, everybody, to be honest, can be still in striking distance. So don't give up if you're hovering below that top 14, because you can still absolutely make this. We are just finishing the 2nd hour of tournament play. We still have 4 more to go. Looks like we still have about 50 players currently in the game. Do one more refresh here. That's a casual. Let's switch this over to ranked mode. There we go. See, 3 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago. Alright, as I take a drink one more time here, please do let me know which lobby you would like, or if you have any opinion on it, between the first lobby here with Akabono, Coyote Hype, Agent, X-Jedi, Deno, Red Jax, or Dexter, and Not Complain. There's a second one here with Vilvar, Prison, Narkesh, Victor Alnert, Hector, Badul, Apazium, and X-Billionaire. And then this one down here, that's 15 minutes ago, that's probably too far long. 10 minutes ago, it's probably too far long, actually. So yeah, between these 2 lobbies, if anybody has any specific requests, by all means, let me know. We're still nice and loose here with the early stages of the tournament. When we get a little bit later into the final couple of hours, maybe I'll start to focus in a little bit more onto some of those players, more so in the fringe of potentially scoring in. But right now, we're just chilling. We're just enjoying the competition, just celebrating the fact that the Illuvium Arena has a tournament, celebrating all the players that have stuck around so long to train up their alluvials and get in here, to celebrate our newcomers that came in, grinded, and got some assistance with their alluvials, whether it be buying some themselves or people assisting them, getting them a team, leveling them up, and becoming threats. Like, I didn't get the opportunity to mention it during the last game, but like William Zen, for example, they joined us in House, or to watch House League 2 weeks ago. I recommended the Granite Vanguard team for them to play, or Verdant Vanguard team to play. Of course, the frickin' Rogues then got absolutely slaughtered in terms of the nerf bat. But they're one of these few people that are still pushing for rogues and still performing very well with it, I'd argue. And the fact that they're doing this while also being brand new to the game, cheers to you and everybody like you as well, and to our veterans. The fact that we have an actual tournament, I hope that it doesn't have to be all the time. I hope that this isn't the end. Okay, so this time by, I'm going to pick the lobby here with Brightland Steps, with Akebono, Not Complain, Coyote Hype, Sir Dexter Morgan, Red Jack, Deno Toro Hype, Ex-Jedi, and Agent. Of the two lobbies, I think this one just barely has a few more people that I haven't gotten an opportunity to watch yet today. And then Drac in the chat here. Hopefully they can do some smaller scale tournaments just to keep things interesting for the next 6 months. And I completely agree. And I have something that I'm working on as well that'll kind of go along those lines. Still in the works. Nothing that I could formally announce. No times, no dates, no specific rewards or anything along those lines. But I wasn't kidding when I said that I didn't want House League to be my end-all be-all. Because this game, to me, like I said before in past streams, even when the MMO comes out, I can see a world where the Illuvium Arena becomes the exclusive like PvP combat format of Illuvium. Because the competition that they're doing for the MMO, at least as it stands, in the latest dev talk, was that it was all PvE based. So clearing the certain amount of floors. Clearing a certain amount of floors in difficulty levels, or speed running. Can you speed run a dungeon? And I believe that the MMO competitive side, being the PvE style, and the PvP style here with Arena can coincide, just like how Pokemon Scarlet and Violet can coincide with Pokemon Champions. To me, Illuvium Arena is the Pokemon Champions of Illuvium. You don't have to make this the core focus, just like Pokemon Champions isn't their core focus. But it's the competitive outlet. I want Illuvium to be able to do the exact same thing, where they can have the MMO be their core focus. But when it comes to PvP composition or competitions, you have Arena for that. So that's why I do not want to let Arena be forgotten. That's why I'm so stubborn about it, because I can see a world where they can coexist. The last thing that I would want to see is, okay, we're hunkering down for the MMO, we're killing Arena. It'd be such a missed opportunity. And there is going to be some people, like I see here with Jamie in the chat here. Like, that's technical, like, that's not PvP. And part of me in Illuvium eventually, I'd love for there to be like a duel mode where I can go like one-on-one somebody in the overworld and just have a duel in the middle of Sanctum Mesa. I mean, the arena is already there, right? We can have like a 1v1, like third-person style duel, but I don't want that to be the core competitive format. Let the PvE style be the competitive format there. Let the arena be PvP's, like, or the PvP of main combat, so to speak. But I am definitely open for other things to be additionally added. Golem, good to see you. I think it's my first time seeing you here on the stream, so thank you for joining. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And Jamie, same to you. I hope you have a fantastic day as well. Ex-Jedi has such a unique playstyle. Look at those tier zeros. Yeah, I should probably take a look at the actual game here itself here, because look at all of these tier zeros off the rip here from Ex-Jedi. That's an exalted nature they have exalted units level 50. You never see that. You never see that. That's actually incredible. But speaking of our players here, let's introduce everybody real fast while we can. We have X-Jedi, who again went for... Now that's an Exalted Flish on top of all that. My goodness. This is the first time I've seen somebody genuinely opt in for a lot of tier zeros. Incredible plays here from X-Jedi starting things off. We have Sir Dexter Morgan in second as this moment. Going up against X-Jedi, actually. So let's see our top two players of the lobby currently in battle. We have Akabono, we've got Deno Toro hype, we've got Coyote hype, we have Not Complain hype, we have Red Jack 00, and then we have Agent. Region this time by is going to be Brightland Steppe, so honestly this might have a lot to do with the fact these tier zeros are coming on through. When you get those free shop rerolls right off the rip, you can make some more aggressive plays like we're seeing right here with X-Jedi. The overworld movement mechanics would make for the most amazing PvP. I definitely would love to see it. Would definitely love to see it after seeing X-Jedi continue to hold this lead with this heavy tier 0 style. Oh, that's actually incredible. I never really see this. In terms of weapons, let's take a look what everybody's going for. We see the Inferno on the screen, and that's because X-Jedi has that Ember Buckler. It's allowing for Inferno Harbinger to start things off here. Meanwhile, here for Sir Dexter, them Granite Mystics, they're on the way. Or in fact, they're already here. The TNT is here, so the Granite is online. Akabono's got that Toxic Harbinger currently going. With that Aqua Blaster. Deno Toro, Verdant Aegis coming alongside here. Lots of flexibility as to where they're going to put their carry. That's going to be the Dark Hollow Railu currently holding the line there. Not Complain currently with Berserker Inferno. Does manage to get the Arctis online. So yeah, Inferno's actually online as well with that Greater Monk here. Coyote hype playing with fire a little bit as we do have Enchanter coming on through with the Scion Earthgrass Scepter. Red Jack going to be locking into that Scion Shield. Sprout Guard coming on through. And last but not least here, Agent took a lot of HP damage. Only 48 left in the tank. But they've got themselves Inferno, but not Colossus as of this moment. Little bit of wiggle room that could still be done there. Economy-wise, it's going to be Deno Toro, who's currently leading the lobby. Never mind, Coyote Hype still has 84. I thought that was a 0. I'm absolutely losing it, apparently. So 84 credits here for Coyote Hype. Let's take a look at our top player, or excuse me, our player leading the lobby as of right now. Going to be X-Jedi going up against Akabono. Toxic alongside Wildfire here for Akabono. The little Riptorus on the left-hand side trying to be the carry of sorts. A good save from the Ranger. That looks like, was that the Glacial Grasp coming on through? The Glacial Grip, there it is, where the stun comes through. That saved the Riptorus for at least a couple more seconds. Made this fight that much more difficult. Good shot from the Flish, actually, to try and target down that Chakondi, but it is going to end up falling anyway. X-Jedi going to find their first loss here of this game to Akabono. It crushes early game, then falls off late game, and the reason they removed the tier 0 drone augment. Yeah, I didn't imagine very many people were even going for that in the first place. But I can only imagine what it would look like if X-Jedi actually had that crazy tier 0 drone augment. We'll stream. Squawk, good to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Been a lot of fun so far. Looking forward to a little bit more here. I want to take a look at Agent and Red Jack. They're going up against each other here. Two players down towards the bottom, but essentially used all they have in terms of credits going up against each other. 6 Fire Inferno coming out here from Agent. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have a smorgasbord of affinities and synergies coming on through here, but nothing is truly maxed out here for Red Jack. But we'll have to see if maybe the Alluvial's levels can be the difference maker, and that was definitely a difference maker now that we've unfortunately seen the entirety of that one. Agent trying their damnedest, but again, when you have Alluvials that are still either unowned or level 1, the game's impossible. I'm going to be blunt with you. It's impossible to find success even when you've built a much better team synergistically. That's always the one thing a little bit weird about having these spontaneous, or not spontaneous, but these pop-up um, high prize pool tournaments. You'll definitely get the eyes of newer players that'll come into the game, and we're definitely happy to have them there. But the problem is that a lot of them hop in here thinking that they can download the game and then just compete on the day of and be completely fine. And it catches a lot of people off guard, and I know that's personally one of my main gripes about the arena as a whole. I mean, I've beat the horse to death about how I wish that there was onboarding systems, and I won't go into it too deeply here, but that's why House League was made in the first place. Put it that way. We have one of our stream regulars, Coyote Hype, coming on forth here, down to 19 health already. Has Enchanter is fully loaded on Bulwark, so able to just reflect a ton of damage, but just has not necessarily been able to hit, I guess, some sort of carry really in this instance. We do see the Alfie coming on through, and it's getting some okay damage, but with it just being an Alfie, it basically tickles you in these first couple of levels. It isn't really until Sinolf where you truly start to feel that impact from that devastating surge. It's a level 51 Alfie too, so it's not like it's a bad Alfie. Brian gets damnedest to get on through here, but it's just not able to actually get the finishing blows here. This Octius just keeps on raining on through. The Flood is just happy, just spewing away, healing and dealing whatever DPS could possibly do, bringing this to overtime scenarios, and that's some serious hits here towards Coyote Hype. Is that enough to knock out? No, it is not going to be enough to knock out, but a big upgrade now. Sinalf is here. Now these shots, these devouring streams rather, I call it devastating surges, or did I just combine two Omegas? I might have. But the devouring stream now actually starts to hit like a truck a little bit. Can you sometimes put the Q2 leaderboard to see who's in? Yep, I do it in between every single game. My wife gave me the heads up here that we do have a little bit of a lightning storm and some high winds. So if I disappear all of a sudden, a thief still got me. Sorry, I'll come back online as soon as I can. Right along here with Coyote Hype one more time, seeing if maybe this Sinolf upgrade could potentially be enough to go on through Akebono. Was able to get through X-Jedi a little bit earlier into this game, and Sinolf has their eyes directly set here onto that Ranger, and now this gave the opportunity here, now that the tank line's gone, the Kukaloos could actually get involved, and there we go, Coyote Hype stops the bleeding, and it's going to be able to hang on with 4 HP. Even most pros are training coming in without any training, and a bad collection's a recipe for disaster. 100%. Like I like to think of the metaphor or of the example. Like, imagine if there was a tournament for the Pokemon League, and you just left Pallet Town and are trying to compete. My Gen 1 Pokemon players out there, like, you just left the starting zone and you're going immediately towards the tournament arena. It can be a very scary place to be. I'm pretty sure Fiso was in Stranger Things as well. I've never watched, so that'd be a funny coincidence. Oh, I need to close that window. 1 second. I have a Fisto's Lightning and Geyser's Rain apparently coming on through here in just a moment. But now the window's closed, we should be all good. But again, if I do end up blacking out or disappearing, unfortunately it would be due to power outage. But hopefully all is good. Not necessarily in the best well-developed area, but we can hold our own through a storm, right? Knocks on wood real fast. Alright, Coyote Hype. Now this is going to be difficult. Deno Hype here does manage to have Mystic online here with 5 Empaths and 4 Bulwarks. So this is a very beefy team, but it's got a lot of clumped up Alluvials, which is allowing for this Sinolf to do some serious damage. Pair that up there with the Ranger, who's going to be doing some serious damage as well across everything it hits. There's a lot of spread out AoE damage, but again, you're going to be proccing that Mystic buff over and over again. Can you actually get kill shots, though? The silences coming out from the Earthgrass Scepter is actually working rather nicely here, and now some decent damage onto the Fern, but it looks like this backline is still relatively healthy, all things considered. With the Sin-Off now being focused, they line up for it, get rid of the Ranger, that one's gone, but now the Fernite right on target. The Sin-Off's gonna be the last one to arrive. A valiant effort here from Coyote Hype, but we will lose them in 7th place, with Red Jack short to follow in 6th. GG's, everybody. Am I streaming the whole 6 hours? Am I streaming the whole 6 hours? That's the plan, as long as my equipment and house stays powered. The intention will be to do all 6 hours. As long as Rampfire isn't printed for us, yeah, we're good there, thankfully. Alright, Akebono. The last second push to level 8 going to allow them to get that Caradulo right where they want them. But going up against Sir Dexter, who we haven't had necessarily the chance to take a look at what they're going for, but it's going to be Granite Mystic here as well, so a little bit of a Mystic battle between a couple of our players here. But there is at least a Blotto coming out here from Akebono. That is some serious tank to have to try and deal through. But a Mystic team does not care when you've got the Furiox that just has the percentage health damage on top of it. It might take a while, but they'll burn through it eventually. And Sir Dexter putting this to absolute perfection here. Akebono about to take a serious hit to their health total. Maybe not enough to actually eliminate, down to 4. Close, but not out just yet. Still hanging on. How close are you to Detroit? Closer than you think, oddly enough. Save some voice for the finals. That's why I'm having a slow week next week. Get all that tailwind for the Windy City? Potentially. We'll see. Alright, X-Jedi, how have you been since the start here? The Tier 0s are still here for the most part. The Flish looks like it's been retired for the time being. But there is still plenty of firepower that kind of has replaced it. The Inferno, in theory, should be online. Yeah, 4 fire plus Inferno compared to this Granite Mystic style. So we have a lot of firepower. We don't have that additional 6 fire to get that percentage health damage. That would definitely put it over the top. But yeah, this Doka is still seen as one of the main carries of the team, all things considered, which I find absolutely incredible because you never see this. It will end up getting focused down, does end up getting taken out. And now it's going to leave the door open here for Sir Dexter's Furiox to do exactly like we've seen before, with the Rampfire stuck on the T-Ante. Good tanking coming out there from that snail, and just eluded the rest of the squad away from the Illuvials that mattered damage-wise. X-Jedi going to end up getting a singe for their troubles, but they're going to be knocked down to about 31 HP. The Dark Hollow Lynx flexing on the bench. Yeah, loving to see some of these actual, like, competitive Illuvials coming on through here as well. The hollowed out monk here. The Dark Hollow level... Okay, that thing's gorgeous. My goodness. Beautiful, beautiful Lynx. In fact, of course, it's on the bench, but it still deserves it anyway. It may not be fully evolved, but it's a hello beautiful to me. We did lose Akebono, so let's go to Denotoro, going up against Sir Dexter, who just got a massive upgrade in terms of this Phosphorus. But of course, actually getting your stage 3s is so damn difficult that leveling them is so hard to do. So even with the team composition here or in a player like Sir Dexter, who's been around for a while, actually getting this Phosphorus online enough to actually level it is way harder than it may seem. But will this stupid bird not run in front of their tank line? We'll have to see as this fight goes on. So far, this is looking pretty good for Sir Dexter. A good stun coming out here from that Goliath. That went right through the clump. And so far, Phosphorus being a good bird, staying right beside that Goliath, but not staying in front of it. Almost like you can manually pilot that thing yourself. If only that was actually a thing. But now the Phosphorus is actually getting targeted. The untargetability from that Facebreaker is going to keep it alive at least a little bit. Good ghosting screams going through the backline, but it's all being healed through. But now it's just a matter of backline versus backline, which it looks like right now that monk, or not the monk here, but the Apon is going to sit in front of the Furiox, make sure it's safe to fire. And once again, Sir Dexter going to win that one, knocking Deno down to 2. Yeah, seeing the Dark Hollows and the Hollows onto the board, definitely in the arena at least, I hope stays as a flexing tool. I know personally I hate it when I see a bot with a hollow or a dark hollow. I know the argument is, well, how are you going to expose new people to it if they never see it and whatnot? I'd argue, especially like the same thing with shinies in Pokemon, right? The whole idea is that you can go through an entire playthrough of Pokemon and never see a shiny. Like, you can go through the overworld and you can, or you used to be able to go through the overworld, but you can play the game, you can play the arena a long time and never see a shiny. But that one moment you do and you see what looks like an alluvial's glitching out, you see this Dark Hollow, for instance, this Lynx, and then you're just shocked, like, wait, what the heck is that? That lands way harder, and it's way more special of a moment compared to seeing a bot show up with a team of them. So I wish that was to be changed. It's not the biggest deal, but I wish it was changed. One thing that's a big deal right here, right now, though, is X-Jedi and Denotoro. Somebody's getting knocked out of this lobby right as legendary augments get into the fray. We do see this ramp fight being loaded up with the Infinity Core. That's going to allow for so much Omega power, but you can never tell because it's a Mystic, of course. It's going to just shrug it off like it's nobody's business. And Mystic's absolutely going to run amok here over X-Jedi. That one, unfortunately, not even close. But the beautiful part about that Tier 0 strategy still is it was an early game push that kept them in the lead and in the upper half long enough to score themselves some points. So a good play there from X-Jedi nonetheless. GG's. It might run out of steam, but you're still on the positive side of things. So good games there. Okay, economy-wise, Deno has spent the bank on basically everything they could potentially get. Nothing else on the bench. Sir Dexter now looking for the kill shot potentially here onto Deno. Not complain. Which ghost are they going up against? They're going up against Deno's. So we'll have to see. Is the tankiness coming out here from Deno's team going to be enough to deal with the bird, for instance, and that Furiox in the back line? Not complain had a decent idea, though. Get the Scoriox online, and that is going to now add... It is actually Inferno Behemoth, so... one of the harder teams to actually land. It does look like Not Complain has gotten it, but they only have 7 HP left here. There is a world where Sir Dexter could potentially win the game right here, right now. Let's see if it ends up happening. Phosphorus on the right-hand side. Those Ghosting Screams going to go right down the right-hand side. Actually, he's forced to move, goes right into a stun. And right now, those Ghosting Screams are going essentially just into that Singe. This is a best-case scenario here, actually, for Deno, because that Phosphorus is not getting max value on its Omegas. Meanwhile, at Fernite, the Furiox are both doing very, very good. But look at the Furiox up on the top here for Dexter. It's found a way past the tank line. It's going to be able to start getting into the Furiox. And now the damage is being peppered. It is going to end up going down. Deno will end up falling. Not Complain. What are you doing? You still hung on. So Not Complain versus Sir Dexter. Heads up Illuvium to finish off this game. Denotoro going to finish third. GG's. So close here for Not Complain. They were looking for that additional behemoth, and they are one flare away from getting it, but they have run out of credits. Meanwhile, here for Sir Dexter, this didn't end up being a full Mystic team, just took the 2 and turned everything else into Arcanites, since of course they've got that Phosphorus alongside the Furiox. Let's see if the big damage coming out here from Not Complain, 6 Fire Inferno plus Magma Style is enough to deal with it. The Behemoths are here too. Rampite to the skies does some damage to the back line, but not enough to really take this down. Double Arctates are not going to be able to actually finish a job. Those are some low health bars, and with the Adorito completely uncontested, I imagine they will be topped off. It's a close battle, but not close enough. Not Complain will end up falling, and Sir Dexter will be our winner here for this game. Whew. GG's, everybody. So Sir Dexter with the win, Not Complain second, Denotoro hype third, and X-Jedi rounding up our top 4. As promised, let's get to the leaderboards and see where everybody is standing as of this moment. We've got about 4, and some people have 5 games calculated as of this moment, so let's take a look. So Fury's still in the lead now. Narkesh had, I think, a 2nd place here, while Fury's got a 1st. So one of our only, I believe, IPL 1000 multi-time winners going to be leading the charge here in the Motorverse Cup. But Duels moves all the way up to 2nd, big move for them. Narkesh falling down a little bit. Not Complain all the way up to 4th now, with Sir Dexter short to follow. CFGD in 6th, Web3 Gaming TV in 7th, Bondaddy Ratty holding strong at 8th. Nocacho looking good there at 9th. Same thing here with Zico Perico for 10th, with Axel from Apex, Patch Tourist Type, Nariba and Kirizawa rounding up 12th to 14th respectively. Couple players on the fringe, very, very close position to being able to get on in here as it stands. Victor Alnert from Phantom, Hogan, Kyoto Hype, Tank the Bank, Insanity took an absolute plunge here, but still absolutely within striking distance of getting in here. And then Androa and Deno Toro. There's still plenty of time to go here in this one. We still have at least, 3 more hours of this? So you still have some time to build up some points, get yourself into that top 14. I'd argue that if you play well enough, you could probably still start now and make it on in. All right. Okay, I think in terms of seeing people on stream, I'm not even going to ask. I think we're going to pick this lobby here on the right-hand side, where we have Zico Perico, Defalfi, we've got Krizen Hype, we've got Victor Alnert, we've got Narkesh, we've got X-Jedi again, we have Communiac, and Stinky Pinky from Bonds. Good night. Thank you again for tuning in, and looking forward to seeing you competing next weekend. Silver Bushman, I should just run a Lambo and go on a hell of a run. That's a dream, right? You can still absolutely give it a shot, and in fact, it looks like you are, so good luck, have fun. I'm Jojo Jackos. Good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Game starting now. Can I have some advice? But the lol JK. Well, you said lol JK, but I'm going to give you some anyway. But basically, just don't blow your economy too early. Because there's been many times where I've seen players spend really heavily early and then lose their lose steam in the mid game, to the point where they fall out of the top 5, and even sometimes the top 6. There are some rare instances where if you roll super early and get super strong with some fully evolved alluvials, that's sure, you can get yourself into the top 3, top 4, if sometimes even win depending on the composition. But those times are rare, and you do not want to actually put yourself in a spot where you're relying on the luck of hitting a fully evolved alluvial to determine whether or not you're getting any points or not in a system that promotes consistency over spikes. But good to see you, Jojo Jackos. Hope your run goes well. But so far, so good for everything over here. We've survived the Fisto's Wrath. Looks like it's slowed down considerably now, so all good. Oh, never mind. I just didn't see the... Never mind, I didn't see the rain. Okay, I guess we're still here. Alright. Game number 5 now underway here. Or some people have completed 5. I think in terms of casting, I've lost count at this point here, but we're just going. let's take a look and see who we have here in this lobby. Of course, introducing our players. X-Jedi returns once again for the second game in a row. And of course, how I was just talking about not spending too early, that is like literally X-Jedi's pure play style. So I'll be looking forward to seeing how they pull this off, as they now have an Exalted Air Graco, an Exalted Fire Valente, and an Arcane Ember Lynx coming on through super early into the game, right alongside that beautiful leash. Hello, beautifuls. Now, Narkesh, of course, your Illuvium Pro League winner, going to be in this lobby here as well. We have Stinky Pinky from Bond. We have Zico Perico. We've got Communiac. We've got Victor Alnert from Phantom. We've got Jafalfi and Krisen Hype here as well. In terms of the region, while we're watching first and second compete against each other respectively, we have Sanctum Mesa, where players were able to re-roll the weapon they could pick one more time, allowing players to actually land the weapon that they actually like, and a few less complaints about RNG, I would imagine. In terms of weapons, let's take a look and see what we got. So it's going to be the Fire Gauntlet coming out here from X-Jedi. We've got the Aqua Blaster for Narkesh. Zico Perico lining up for maybe some Scion play. We've got the Earthcraft Scepter coming on through. Communiac going to be going for the Grove Sword. Somebody move here. Jafalfi going for Grove Sword here as well. Victor Alnert's going for the Sprout Guard. And then, last but not least, Krisen Hype going for the Aqua Blaster. I try to target 4 consistently because 2 strong NFTs they have. Keep up. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that I can help and you find it entertaining. That means a lot. Good luck, of course, with your matches. Now, in this instance here again, X-Jedi looking for the biggest run they can get nice and early, but we do have some chips coming into play here. Not composite chips, but at least some of these Infinity chips. Like we're seeing already here for Zico Perico up in the red side here. That's going to be 5 Bulwark already online. That with the 2 Nature getting a little bit of additional healing nice and early. However, again, the hyper-aggressive style coming out here from X-Jedi, allowing for some serious damage, especially to corner comps like this. This is where the Arcane Lynxes shine, especially this Arcane Ember Lynx, which, to be fair, this is a pretty decent one offensively as well. Every single time that Arcane Lynx fires a shot like a Guile Sonic Boom, it just takes up so much space, and you cannot deal with it. It just cleaves through bunkers like it's nobody's business. Let's hop over to Jafalfi versus Communiac. First time we're seeing both these players here today. Communiac, I've seen them definitely on the ranked ladder a bunch as of late, looking to try and level up and start absolutely crushing it. We can see they've definitely gotten some decent progress. Level 30s onto multiple of their alluvials. Way better than where they were, say, a week ago, where a lot of these alluvials were still level 20. So some big pushes coming out here from Communiac. On the opposite ends, though, we do see Jafalfi, who I do see on occasion here as well. Similar in nature, I do believe, in regards to levels. A couple standouts, though, like that Lynx. I mean, if you're going to have a standout, yeah, it's probably going to end up being the Lynx. But a little bit of a higher average level, if I do recall correctly. I can double check that in a second to know for sure. But we're seeing a very close battle here with that Stab-In going to be able to cleave out with that Lilura as well as the Ace. Jafalfi going to hang on to that one. And then Squawk, you said it, not me. But thank you. All right. Economy-wise, let's take a look here. So I can actually start taking a look at average levels. I haven't been doing this yet so far during the tournament, but one way that you can actually kind of judge collection versus collection in this game is by going to the Ranger, right-clicking on them, and checking out the purple hexagon that we see here in the middle. For our newcomers here, we do have your Ranger level, which is basically your average level of all of your alluvials in your first slot. So we see here with Jafalfi, they were 18. If I then went to Communiac, for example, what would they be? Around 17. So yeah, that was actually a pretty close to even matchup, at least on paper. But this doesn't, of course, say anything in regards to standout alluvials. Just because somebody has, say, level 17, doesn't mean they have an ace in their hole of sorts. Or ace in the hole, not an ace in their hole. That's a hole. But doesn't mean they could pull out a level 60 out of nowhere, so to speak. here. Communiac versus Krizen for our next battle here. We do see the level advantage definitely going to be in Krizen's favor here, and they do get a Steam chip here. It's going to make things extremely incredible, especially once they start truly getting Steam heavily online. We see the Alfies here, the dashes here, but on the other side, here for Communiac, we are going to see the little bear. It's going to be a berserker as well. It may not be too scary just yet, but the later this game goes, it could absolutely be scary. Heck, I'd even throw that potentially here onto the Riptorus, unless the Riptorus is maybe a little bit lower level. But a good play here from Communiac. They're going to be able to dive on through, get onto the squishies. Heck, even with the help here of this little Chikoro coming on through, going to tear on through Krizen this time by. Good win for Communiac. Taking a look at the top of the leaderboard here, there is one thing that's very common between all of our players currently on the podium, is that they have spent the bank, essentially, here. Ex-Jedi, I mean, at this point here, we expect that from them. That is just their way to go, and just going full aggression all the time. Currently level 7, 18 credits. Narkesh, though, again, our Illuvium Pro League winner, spent the bank extremely quickly. They went for Steam Mystic and did get a Mystic chip as well. So going to make that rake a potential problem, especially with Mystic on top of it. That'll be pretty ridiculous. We'll see how that plays out in a little bit. And then I was just talking of Communiac. Well, they spent everything they have as well to at least get to level 8, as they're now going up against Ex-Jedi, who does have 8 fires. So we're going to be getting that additional max health as bonus damage, or as bonus pure damage, coming on through. But are they tanky enough to withstand the fighters? It looks like they're going to be able to do so. Arcane Links, one more shot right through the Caradulo. I'm sure we'll finish the job. Short to follow anyway. The fire is just going to be able to burn right through everything that Communiac had there. And of course, big shout outs to everybody tuning in. I know that in terms of the exciting things around Illuvium, Arena isn't necessarily being posed as one of them. In a lot of instances, Arena has honestly been kind of forgotten about in the whole ecosystem. And if it wasn't for this Motorverse Cup tournament, there'd probably be very few of us playing it. However, I still argue this is still a very exciting game, and I'm going to be doing my best over the rest of this stream here today to be proven that. And then I thankfully got the call up to for Illuvium themselves to cast their semifinals and grand finals for this Motorverse Cup here as well, and just prove that this is a good game here. It just needs a couple of additional systems. I just wish it had a little bit more development to allow it to be easier to get into and easier to want to play, especially for newer players. So I'm going to be doing my best to show that this is, again, a game worth keeping, and that it's not something that should be taken down because of the MMO, when I do see a world where this game plus the MMO can flourish simultaneously. Let's take a look at Narkesh here. Currently leading the lobby. Does have 3 Mystic online, 4 Empath as well. Not necessarily leaning into anything too heavily in terms of the affinity side of things, but they at least do have Steam online with this Mystic as well. Communiac going up against them as of this moment. That's going to be the Rake diving directly into the Caradulo, as well as the Polar Bear. These Wraith Strikes need to do some serious damage, otherwise the Bear might be able to tear him apart. They do get the backup from the Sinolf, actually, directly on target. Nicely done there. So now they can just deal with the tank for free. One more Wraith Strike. Of course, there's no max range on that Wraith Strike. That looked super clean. Krizen was also on death's door, but hung on. They were able to win that one. I believe they were going up against Jafalfi, and Krizen was able to hang on. Zico Perico, how are you holding up here against Ex-Jedi? You're going to be able to win this one, it looks like. And there is going to be the option for a weapon change after this NPC round if anybody felt like going for it. But I feel like everybody's relatively comfortable so far here in this one, at least in terms of weapons. Alluvial-wise, very well could be a different story, but we'll have to see. It's a little bit awkward here with Narkesh and Krizen, for example. Narkesh would absolutely love nothing more than to get the kill shot here onto Krizen, get those Alfies back in the pool, get the little dashes back into the pool as well. They might not necessarily care so much about the Riptorus, but get the tier 4, get the tier 5 water carries back in the pool there for them. Because if they can hit 4 steam, that would be absolutely ridiculous. Hitting 3 is already hard enough. If you can get 4, that just ramps you up that much faster. And then Krizen has to go up against Victor Alnert. Alnert also went for a Mystic style. Only 2 currently online thanks to the chip. And to be fair, the current setup that Alnert has with the weapon, the Sprout Guard doesn't actually help you with this. If anything, this current setup, yeah, I got you Granite, but it's giving you Enchanter instead, and there is not a Gazetep or a Kugalus to be found. So we'll take the Granite, but definitely wishing that a different weapon came their way, it looks like. But let's see, Krizen, what do you got here to burst through this? The one thing that is also going to be nice, at least, you're going to be probably hyper against the majority of the squad. If you find a chance to ramp up, maybe that Rake can go nuts. Shots fired, a beautiful shot here, getting the Rake lined up with the Furiox and the TNT so that the Sinolf can go right through both of them. With the 2 damage dealers immediately taken off the field, I imagine Krizen just cleans this up for free. Because you got the stabbing, you've got the Rake, and heck, even the Sinolf in the background doing rather nice. That Mammoth is trying to stam this to stun things up, but they're just literally coming from every single angle possible to take down that Mammoth. Big win once again here from Krizen. But now going up against Zico Perico, who's looking to maybe build up some sort of magma potentially. Currently has Granite Harbinger online, but it's not going to be the most effective given the Alluvials currently online. Like, yeah, sure, you're going to at least get Granite here for the Goliath. But with some of these Alluvials at least diving in, you'd probably want the Magma. But I mean, once we start getting into corner versus corner, that's when Magma definitely falls off a cliff. So maybe Granite is the way to go here. One more Rake, one more Sinolf added to the bench here for Krizen, but they've ran out of credits. They've tried their damnedest to get something online. Not going to happen. Last minute move here for Zico Perico to send the Goliath one-on-one here with the Rake. Going to allow for that Sinolf beam and the Fleece beam to try and take down that Goliath. But look at that. All that damage just completely negated by the heals from the Adorito. The Adorito hangs on with just under half HP. Now it's going to be able to top it themselves off. And now this is where things just snowball to an area you cannot recover from. And we will start losing some players here. We lose 3 in the same round. Krizen going to get 6th place, so net 0 in regards to points. Communiac going to go -1. Jafalpi going to go -3. GG's no matter what the results say, though, everybody. Now, Victor Alnert, the next one that could be potentially within kill shot here if things don't go their way versus Stinky Pinky. We haven't had the opportunity to really see what Stinky Pinky's been up to, and it's been an unironic 4 wildfire team coming on through here from Stinky Pinky. You hardly ever see this. This beautiful Chacondi, oh my, that might be the prettiest drop bear I have ever seen, which usually pretty and drop bear do not go together, so respect for actually making me say that. So Mammoth going to try and maybe deal with this drop area. Even still, it's all reliant on the little burst damage that comes out from that Omega, and it takes a long time to charge. The TNC's holding the line, but the fire is spreading quite nicely, just chipping away. Chacondi incoming, big ol' shunts coming on through from the Mammoth to get it out of there, and now this is going to force that Chacondi to actually be in the line of fire here with the Furiox, and now with the fire burning, I don't know if the green side here is going to be able to withstand. You do have the Geyser, but it might not be enough. The Forest is still here as well, with that, or not the Inferno, but with the wildfire chip on top of them. Every single time one of those ghosting screams come out, that means more fire is being spread, and that means that Victor will not be able to hold on this time by. We will lose them to 5th place. Ex-Jedi's very aggressive play style, getting them up to level 9, but 13 HP left to go. Their Inferno duel with the Ramp Fight and the Artes coming on through, but the Inferno, of course, not active on Ramp Fight until it is a Ramp Fire, which very well might be too far away. Narkesh coming at them here 1 second with 4 Mystics. The Mystic chip going to make it so that they get the full amount of value from that Mystic trait allowing for 6% of their max health to be healed every time an ally faints, and it's one of the big reasons why this team feels so damn unkillable, to the point where even a Rampfire might not be able to make much of a dent. I mean, actually 2 of them did just fall there, but there is still just so many more Illuvials coming on through here from the side of Narkesh. Level down does not matter. Going to be able to withstand the punishment and give X-Jedi the knockout blow. Narkesh looking good, but how about Zico Perico and Stinky Pinky? How has this fight ended up going forth? Very even here as well, but it looks like the Chicondi actually found a little bit more value this time with some serious DPS, it looks like. Right behind, it looks like the Forest. The Forest was leading in terms of DPS, but the Chicondi coming in rather clutch. NPC round, what are these final moves that can be made here? Zico Perico getting the double Dorius onto the field is just absolutely obnoxious, but it is actually pretty strong. Getting 2 rather solid heals every single time these Omegas get charged. Very scary to have to deal with. In regards to Stinky Pinky, what could they be potentially going for? I mean, they've got a lot of things that they could potentially be going for. Problem is that Wildfire is being contested by 2 out of the 3 of them, so that will be a little bit irritating to try and deal with. Do they have enough credits to maybe do something? There we go. Rip Lance is here. Just where do you want to put them? You're gonna have to sacrifice something. Looking like a little bit of an awkward position here, actually, for Stinky Pinky, who actually gets Blazonite as well. That's 5 Wildfire online. Incredible upgrade, but everybody has basically spent everything. The only thing left really in the tank is Narkesh, who's slowly but surely chipping away at flares. But the Rip Lance versus the Umber, this is going to be the big fight, but there is the Phase Breaker that is going to slow things down, and the Rip Lance will run away. This is going to allow for this Umber to just start ramping up, just like the Umber of old. A nice shot there from the Blazonite doing some serious AoE damage, and so far, they've torn through the rest of the bunker for the most part, but the Rip Lance goes down. Sinolf, the Furiox, and the rest of the squad going to hold rather nicely. Narkesh going to win that one. Stinky Pinky taking another serious hit. Zico Perico was not able to hold versus Narkesh either, which means it's going to be down to Narkesh versus Stinky Pinky. GG's, everybody. Phosphorus online. The big bird is here. And with that, some crazy AoE damage as long as you can get the positioning right. Say it time and time again, the stupid bird loves to run in front of your tanks, and you run in front of your tanks while there is a Furiox in front of you. You very well might get burned. Anything left in the tank for either player? Nope, because Seer has been unlocked. It is a beautiful one at that here for Narkesh. Pretty solid angle here onto the Blazonite, but can it be covered? The Umber is going to absolutely shred in that position. Umber has free reign to just go after the Archos, and at this point it's just buying time. It wants to get to the late game. The Seer is going to be, I think, the first thing to fall here, thanks to the Phosphorus, but that's going to be the Rip Lance and the Phosphorus right where they need to be. Get those ghosting screams out, get the AoE damage. It's the big thing that Rip Lance couldn't do by itself, but now that Phosphorus is here, maybe they can. Blazonite, can you just delay a little bit longer? We have ourselves a little bit of a 1v1 to finish a job here. Umber versus Phosphorus. The shield's coming out, does not matter. This is where the Umber shines, when the ramping gets too much to handle, and it just becomes an absolute beast. Narkesh going to be the victor here in this one. GG's. Narkesh, Stinky Pinky, Zico Perico, and X-Jedi going to be in the top 4. Victor Auner going to get the 1 point for 5th. Prison, Communiac, and Jafalfi will be 0 and less for the finishes, but I hope no matter the results, I hope you had a fun time. Do I have any water left? I do have a little bit. All right, as it stands right now, let's take a look again. Or around the same point here, a few more players have gotten 5 games in there, but we have seen some moves. With that last win, we see Narkesh jumping up to the first place spot. Bondaddy Ratty with a big move. Fury's going to drop down 2. Axel and Nokacho with a big move up the board here as well, with Badul with a bit of a fall. Kirizawa, but I guess they also do have the 1 game less played. Better average finish, it looks like, though. Kirizawa 7th, Web3 Gaming 8th, CFGD 9th, Not Complain Hype 10th, Zika Perico 11th. I imagine once that next game counts, it'll help boost them up aboard a little bit here as well. Sir Dexter moving into 12th, Tank the Bank 13th, and Patch Tourist, they'll be the gatekeeper, currently locking out Noriba, Androa, and Kirito Hype. But of course, we still have plenty of time in this one. Things can definitely change. Still got 50 players, looks like, going through this. I think we were at a high of about 72 or 80 earlier in the day. Okay, we got 3 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago, and then that one's probably too far. Gonna take a very quick second to reload my water. Which of these 2 games would you like to see here? Please do let me know. Alright, thank you for bearing with me. Not only just quickly grabbing my water, I grab a quick snack as well. Squawk, you're thinking Web3's Lobby? Who haven't I seen today yet? I haven't seen Warrior Race, Deus Ex Machina, and Axel. Alright. I haven't seen 3 of these players here, so Warrior Race, Axel, and Deus Ex Machina yet, so let's hop into their match. Alright, this time by, we get a little bit of a break from the Sanctum Mesa and the Crystal Shores that we've been getting time and time again over the last couple of rounds. We get to play at House CNC this time by for what I believe is our 6th game of the day. Everybody's going to be a little bit rich this time, getting 2 additional credits every single round. Our players in this game, we're going to see X Jedi return once again alongside Chris and Hype. But then for the first time today, we're going to see Axel from Apex in this lobby. We do then also have Zika Perico. We have Web3 Gaming TV Hype. We have Victor Alnert from Phantom. And then also for the first time here on today's stream, we're going to have Warrior Ace alongside Deus Ex Machina Hype, which is, I believe, the first time I've seen them playing in a very long time. So Good to see them back. I want to see Jedi in a big lobby doing a win streak on Slicks or Fox Spirit one day. Do you want to blow their mind? That would be kind of funny. I'd love to see them try it. 100%. Speaking of X-Jedi, of course, we know them for their very aggressive play, getting early leads, levels, and heck, even tier 0s. Let's see how their play ends up going. They have 4 of the tier 0s, just missing a Tipo in this one as they're going up against Web3 Gaming TV. But let's take a look at the weapons and see what everybody's picking up this time by. So it's going to be one of my favorites, the Emeralding Rod, coming out here for X-Jedi. Meanwhile, for Crizin, they're going to be picking up the Aqua Blaster once again. Hopefully not as contested. Doesn't look like they're as contested this time. Axel going to be picking up the Tidal Shiv. Going to be pulling out the stops here with Rogue. Zico Perico has a Shadow Maul. So does Alnert. So the potential for conflicts with the Granite Mystic style could very well be around the corner. It looks like Victor Alnert's a little bit more ahead of the game in that regard. Web3 Gaming TV has currently the Flame Warden staff for a little bit of Fire Empath action, currently set up as Steam Aegis, but doesn't have either online as of this moment. Warrior Ace does have the Strike Boomerang currently attached to the Flish for Inferno Arcanite, but it's going to need some time to truly utilize that. Then last but not least, Deus Ex Machina, currently set up as a Templar with heavy nature intentions, it looks like. In terms of economy, we'll go over that here in just a moment's time, but let's take a look and see what X-Jedi is up to. They're down pretty low in terms of credits, but let's see how the rest of this goes here going up against Zico Perico. A very early Ador coming on through, but it's still going to get blown up due to a very early Rampy coming on through here from X-Jedi. The luck at finding some of these tier 5 seems to be pretty incredible. But that Lynx, it is going to get blown up here by the Ranger in just a moment's time, I imagine. They did actually survive. The one-on-one little Fury coming on through, not going to be able to best the Ranger. So X-Jedi barely going to be able to take out Zico Perico in this one. A well-fought one. Nice early back and forth. Normally these early stage games or these early rounds, say from like 1 all the way to 10, can sometimes be a little bit difficult to hype up. But when they're that close, makes it nice and easy here for me. Yep, you know it's coming. I saw it. I saw it. Hello, beautiful. That's going to be the Virtuous Hydrolinks coming on forth here, right next to yet another Alfie. My goodness, what is up with these tier 5s showing up here? Nice little corner composition, and nice having the Virtuous Hydrolinks, because water, if you just think of water like strictly by themselves, their healing is a little bit weird. It's very slow, but granted, yes, it does come out to everybody, but it's very low due to the ebb. So when you get the healer in the form of a Virtuous Hydrolinks, this then does add a ton of healing to the composition, since it relies based off of how low your health bar is by healing, while also dealing damage as a form of execute. So yeah, your HP bars get low, but sometimes the links can actually do the job you need and keep them alive just a little bit longer than you think you could. Which, to be fair, it still did. It's not going to go into Crisin's way this time, but there was also a 2-level disadvantage there for Crizin. So I imagine, especially since they're still sitting on a bunch of credits, that this team could be extremely scary in the upcoming rounds. Level 8, round 10. Yeah, you never see a power level that crazy. But X-Jedi is doing it. Warrior Ace is also doing it as well. Spending the bank for a very, very early push. Down to 46 HP. I mean, being down that low on health so early can be very terrifying. But there are a few things that could potentially be adjusted here for the squad for Warrior Ace. But let's see. X-Jedi, the battle between the two power levelers. Let's see how this battle goes, and then we'll switch off X-Jedi and look for a different player. We do have Burden coming on through here from Warrior Ace with the 5 nature, so that Twine is going to be able to heal itself pretty good for the time being. Riptorus is being focused by the backline and does not have any sort of phase breaker or anything to keep it safe. The Ranger will absolutely blow up the Scorpion, get that off the board, but the rest of this front line seems to be rather nice as of this moment. We've got to get rid of the little snail. Good damage there, but now the Kookaloo's right in your face, and there's too many tanky bodies here. Warrior Race looks like they're going to finally be able to stop the bleeding and get the win here over X-Jedi. And then what I was going to mention, at least in regards to Warrior Race, because as it stood right there, they were Templar, but Templar wouldn't have been online, I believe, right? Because Fern, yes, Fern could eventually go Fernite and then get Templar, but they weren't just there yet. You lock in with any sort of the water alluvials, and so in that case, it would have been the Riptorus. Just do that for one round. Yeah, it's Toxic Arcanite, but you at least get Toxic online. But they still won nonetheless, so can't complain there. NPC round once again. Let's take a look at the economy. Compared to most games where we're seeing everybody spending, we seem to have a lot of people saving this time. We have at least 5, maybe 6 players, 70 plus, with Zucaprico short to follow in the as 59. I imagine after this round they'll be in the 70s. There they go. It's literally just Warrior Race and X-Jedi, the 2 players that went extremely heavy on spending early for some early level ups that are going to be suffering a little bit. Now we're starting to see a little bit of additional spending coming on through. We know level 13 tends to be when people go a little crazy and start to truly secure their compositions. And that's no difference here between Deus Ex Machina and Web3 Gaming TV Hype. We are going to see Inferno Arcanites online and successful here for Web3 Gaming. Meanwhile, on the other side here for Deus Ex Machina, they do have the Verdant side of things online, but what else is currently there? Let's take a look in this battle. It's strictly going to be 7 nature, so that's a lot of passive healing, to be fair, alongside the Verdant. Even more passive healing, and a bit of a safety net of sorts. But the Empaths and Borgs, and not having a, or I was going to say they don't have a carry, but they absolutely did with that Fern, but it's not going to be a huge carry, especially compared to the Inferno Arcanite style like we're seeing here from Web3 Gaming TV. That wasn't even 6 fire that time, but yet it just blew through that composition like it was nobody's business. Speaking of Fox Spirit, there they are in chat. Good to see you. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Yes, he wins mid-game, but with 0 econ, what's your win condition? 100%. Yeah, the way that X-Jedi definitely plays in particular does seem to be a play for a podium rather than like play for the win, which I mean, I guess in a game based off of consistency, if that's what works, that's what works. That is definitely a way as well. If you know that you can't like head-to-head like win with against some of these players, or say you're out leveled, one way you very well could make up for that is through just the pure amount of alluvials that you have on the field. Haven't had the opportunity to check out what Axel has been doing as of late, so let's take a look and see what they're doing. If I recall correctly, I saw a bunch of rogues, and will be confirmed right there. So it's going to be Bloom plus Predator as of right now. 7 rogue, 3 predator. They do have the rake here potentially for a little bit of a pivot later. Normally in this instance we would see some sort of verdant vanguard, but opting just for pure rogues and just for pure execution, thanks to the gorilla, thanks to the Chocoral, and then the ranger now. Does Axel have enough damage to break on through? It looks like they're going to absolutely be able to do so. The drones are trolling me a little bit, so bear with me as I'm trying to move the camera. But yeah, they're just going to be able to swarm and successfully take the win here off of Warrior Race, putting them down to 12 HP. That's definitely very, very dangerous early here into this game. Knocked into the hot seat. What happens with Deus Ex Machina, though? Of course, this is the heavy nature style going up against Crizin. Who took that one? It looks like Deus Ex Machina did. So, Crizin taking a little bit of a hit, but they have some wiggle room still. They're still 62 HP. Now, this is one that I'm a little bit worried about here for Warrior Ace. They currently are on the hot seats. They did win that last game, at least, but for that last round, but they have a lot going against them here. They're going to be not very effective in regards to typings. It's going to be Web3 Gaming TV Hype going up against them, and we will have that fire style, the 6 fire now, going super effective, going hyper against them, so additional damage plus attack speed going to be coming on forth, which means especially that Furiox, the more that this thing goes, it's just going to get worse and worse. Hyper fully loaded, you see that little yellow bar near the health bars? Well, that means they're going hyper, and with that, they're going to easily crush this composition. Warrior Ace will be our first to fall here in this game. Deus Ex Machina, depending on how things go, they could be short to follow. They're going up against X-Jedi now. They're kind of lined up, but at least they're not going to be lined up for the Sin-Alf. It's going to be the Adorito. Not even the Adorito, it moved away. Good clump here for the Emberling Rod coming on out. So a very beautiful back and forth battle here between X-Jedi and Deus Ex. And it's going to be X-Jedi taking the loss here after the overtime pulses come on through. Adorito going to keep everybody topped off and keep Deus Ex Machina into the game. Let's see, who haven't I hopped in here with a little bit? Zico Perico, what are you cooking? You're going up against Axel. Okay, let's see this battle here unfold. We do have an Adorito peeked up here. Where did it go? It's over here on the left-hand side, right next to the Furiox. Lots of rogues on board here for Axel. Double Lallura, including the Dark Hollow Lallura, coming on fourth here. A nice one at that. Probably one of the prettiest lures I've seen in a while. Some good damage coming out here from the Singe. Serious AoE damage to that rogue squad. But can the rest of this team clean up, or will Axel be able to cleave on through in the end? The Rake is still pretty well unscathed. Now it's going to be targeted here by the Furiox, but right at the right opportunity where the dodge was still intact. So now with it just being down to the healers, and sure, that Lallura is being pumped up on the right-hand side, but it's just a matter of time before it gets turned on. One final chop. It actually gets charmed out of the chop one more time, but it does not actually hit the Rake, and it will end up getting it in the end. A little bit of an interesting interaction there with all those alluvials, but the main point that stands is that Axel is still standing. NPC round, and we do have Deus Ex Machina on 1 HP. A little bit of an upgrade here in regards to getting the Forest online, but they don't actually have this thing owned, so it is going to be just a little level 1. It's just going to be a little guy. I mean, we'll gladly take it, but it's definitely going to hurt a little bit not having those levels on it. And it's, to be fair, it's a tier 5. Those were the hardest things that you could find in the overworld. A lot of players, I believe, trying to get those tier 5s have to go look elsewhere through the Alluvidex or through private trades in order to find those alluvials. I know for some of us, like extreme veterans, they are, they might get that feeling of nothing special, but especially to somebody building the collection, they can definitely be a standout. And Deus Ex Machina, Zico Perico. What was the upgrade here for Axel? That is going to be slashing online. They do have the Twine here. Classic Verdant Vanguard with Frost as well because they have the Jokel. It might not have been focused on the Penguin immediately, but now it definitely is. Big upgrade here for Crizin. They did hit 8 water, and now they just got an additional Harbinger online thanks to that big Mammoth online. It looks like they have Umber here as well, so that's actually an incredible one. Looking forward to seeing what Crizin does in a little bit. But Zico Perico versus Deus Ex Machina, who also just picked up the Blotto. So a big tank in the front line with 2 tank augments, with additional healing over time while being a nature team. In theory, if this Blotto gets left alone at all, it's going to be able to just passively heal itself back to full, especially with the help of an Adorito. The Forest is trying its damnedest to punch on through, and it even allows for energy to be stolen from their opponents every single time it casts one of those ghosting screams. But the Lallura is on top of the Adorito. That charm made things a little bit messy, but the heal is going to be able to come on out. It doesn't heal the Blotto, though, in time. So still, slowly but surely, that Hyper Furiox is being able to just pepper this Blotto endlessly, build up damage and build up attack speed to the point where they are going to end up falling. We lose Deus Ex Machina, but they're not the only one we lost. We also lost the 6 Fire 2 Inferno style from Web3 Gaming. So Web3 going to go neutral here with a 6th place finish. Deus Ex Machina going to go in 7th place. Warrior Ace, of course, in 8th. GG's regardless of your results. Victor Alnert versus X-Jedi now. Alnert, the only one in the double digits, let alone to be that wealthy. Everybody else has spent the bank. Axel with the Jotun now as well. But in terms of this big battle coming up here with X-Jedi and Alnert, we'll have to see. We were giving X-Jedi a lot of praise for going a style that's a little bit untraditional. It's not meta by any means. Going for a hyper-aggressive style to hopefully then land on the podium or land on a 4th. However, their position right now threatens a 5th place finish. Ramp fight to the sky, some serious damage, but is that just going to proc Mystic and then call it a day? Or can the ramp fight and the rest of the squad actually clean up? They're going to do it a second time. Good damage, but nobody taken down just yet. One more time from the ramp fight. The shield is there as it jumps to the skies, but it's not going to be enough to get them. X-Jedi will probably be falling out of here just as long as that Ranger somehow doesn't pull a miracle, but it's not going to be able to do so. Victor Alnert's going to knock X-Jedi out of here, knock them out in 5th. GG's. We were talking about Axel, well, we got them right now going up against Alnert. Alnert then just spent the bank a little bit to try and pick up a couple more of these Mystic Alluvials. We do see 2 of the Floods actually on the bench with an Adorito here as well. Even though they're not even using Floods themselves, they're just stealing it, trying to make their life difficult. So Zico Perico, for instance, would love to have that 3rd Mystic right now, getting stopped from doing so. Crimson does have the Flood, but it's more so just to get additional water. So it's a big steal to really mess with Zico Perico in this instance. Same thing here with the Adders and Adoritos. Very close to potentially scoring the 3rd Mystic there for themselves as well. Took a second, but I do see here Victor does have Mystic going on for themselves. Ramp fight to the sky is not going to be able to chunk through really anything. The Jotun, even with the health augment, seems to be torn through a little bit. The slash in, where is it targeting as this moment? It's trying to get the Goliath, I see. They're finally going to be able to chop this down. They're going to immediately shred through this Crunk, I do believe. The blind is definitely making things irritating, though. That's a problem. They don't have the augments to truly utilize this slash in the best possible situation. So it's just swinging away, but nothing's happening. And it will be a timeout loss here for Axel. So a very close battle nonetheless here. That's definitely got to be so irritating because that slashing had all day to do whatever it wanted, but it could not do any damage because it did not have either of the 2 True Sight augments up against that Blotto. And then there was also the option through the Ranger suit that you could have potentially have done as well. But now we do see a big upgrade here once again for Victor Alnert. We do have the Adorius online. That is going to be the 3rd of 4 potential Mystics. Going up against Crimson, who's currently leading the lobby with a heavy water style. 8 water coming on through. Going to be ramping due to the steam. Ramping due to the water. Incoming Goliaths going directly into the healing line. Lines them up. It's going to be able to take care of that Fernite very shortly with the assistance of the Umber. That virtuous Hydrolink's doing a fantastic job of keeping everybody topped off as well. Incoming the Ranger comes through, and the 1-2-3 punch coming on through with the Umber alongside the Ranger as well. This is just absolute destruction coming out here from Crimson. 3 Mystics, Adorius does not matter when you just scale the way like Crimson's team does. Beautifully done there from Crimson. NPC round to kind of wrap up the potentially wrap up the game here in a few moments. Axel, I mean, they are not giving up on this Rogue Vanguard style. They've got the slash in. They now have Malura built as a tank as well. So that's going to be potentially 3 Vanguards online, excluding any sort of chips that may end up falling here in this one. They have a ramp fight for a little bit of corner pressure as well. Jotun is here for another beastly frost alluvial. Zico Perico has a Phosphorus, a Scoriox. These are some pretty well thought out and like well structured teams. The biggest screw up here in this instance is actually between these 2 players here, where they're both trying to get Geyser. And they are so close, but just not quite going to be able to do so. They can say, screw it to the Geyser, I'll get Blazonite instead. So we have the Big Bird, or I say Big Bird, but I can mean Phosphorus too. But we could potentially have Wildfire online as well. Yes, we do, since the Crunk is here. Zico Perico spent everything they have. Alnert's completely a-okay just waiting. So Zico Perico on the red side of things. But to be fair, these are going to be some two very hard-hitting alluvials. Granted, they're level 40, 47. They can still chunk. So we'll have to see if they get left alone long enough to get the deal the damage that they want to. You're still going up against 3 Mystic at the end of the day. But it's 2 Mystic plus Arcanite. So the idea is still there. Phosphorus, in terms of its ghosting screams, it's got a little bit of an airball scenario where it's not going to... Oh, it's actually hitting the Adorius. But if anything, such little damage hitting the Adorius just means you're charging it a little faster. So, unfortunate here, as that's just going to be massive heal after massive heal coming out here from Victor Alnert's Adorius as this fight goes on through. Phosphorus has been stuck on this damn Goliath for this entire time. It just keeps getting healed over time and time and time again. There's nothing they can do to actually breach this. This is a tier 5 fully evolved alluvial, and this is a tier 4 fully evolved DPS alluvial that just cannot withstand the healing and shielding coming out here from this Mystic squad. The Adorius is going to do exactly what it needs to do. It's going to fall eventually, but it should put it into a spot where the rest of the team can outlast, and Zico Perico shall fall. And with that, there we go. Geyser was online. There they are. Dual F just got picked up on the other side. Things are going to start getting pretty crazy here. Krizen has found exactly what they were looking for in regards to DPS. They've got 3 steam, I imagine, here now. Yep, 8 water, 3 steam. So this is a fantastic ramp-up squad. As long as they don't lose any alluvials early, they should be able to hopefully just ramp up as long as the Umber and the Dual F can stay safe. But of course, they're going to absolutely know this. Victor Alnert does have it so that it's basically going to be the Geyser as the lone target for this Dual F beam. It's going to ride a lot here onto the Dual F. So let's see. Right now, Riptorus is going to be stuck in the corner. Good shot from the Dual F alongside that... alongside the Umber. Not going to be able to take it out the first time. The second time, they're going to be able to do it. Can they get to the Adorius? They're right there. Where is the Dual F beam? Right on target, right on the healer. The healer's gone. Okay, so now you just have to burn through the Mystic, but the Umber is in trouble. It's very, very low. Big save from the Dual F to keep the Umber alive. It's going to get one more race strike before it ends up going down. It has a restorating impact reactor as well. It's healing off of every single takedown, and a big win here from Krizen. For Mystic does not give a. It's going to be able to just be Krizen winning off of this ramp up water style. We're going to lose Alnert because of that, and now we have our final battle leading up to potentially could be an IPL Classic where it could be Umber versus Death Pengu. Credits wise, what does everybody have? Essentially next to nothing. Axel has another Fernite on the board, but there's nothing they can do to go for anymore. So it's just a matter of positioning here. Where do you let the rogues in? Where do you try to block them off? Who is going to catch the Umber? Umber is actually going to go for that Jotun for free. The little Caradulo actually just made things really messy for the rogues in the middle. That was a beautiful Dual F beam because of that. That little cow, the little Caradulo just held up all of those alluvials. That wasn't even close. Beautiful shots here from Krizen. Is that enough to be the kill? That is it. 8 water, 3 steam coming on through here from Krizen. Gonna get them a win here today. GG's here for everybody, of course, regardless of your results. But in that one, Krizen going to take that with Axel short to follow. And holy smokes, that moved pretty quickly. I didn't even get to raid everybody off. But again, GG's, everybody. Yes, Steam Harbinger, if it has the opportunity, it can still get the job done. And that was a full-on Mystic team that they're able to just breach right on through. Good to see. GG's. Silver Bushman, no 8ths yet today? Hell yeah, there we go. Way to go. All right, in regards to results currently as it stands, some people with 6 games, some people with 5. But it's now going to be Badul in the lead. Must have just gotten a win here in this one to give themselves a nice little boost. Arkeshan Fury is going to get 2nd and 3rd. Kirizawa, big boost all the way up to 4th. Axel, after that good game there, going to be up to 5th. Bon Daddy Ratty falling to 6th. Sir Dexter Morgan in 7th. CFGD going to be in 8th with Nakacho in 9th. Not Complain Hype in 10th. Zico Perico still holding strong at 11th. Take the Bank alongside Noriba and Kirito Hype round up our top 14. A few people just on the outside looking in due to points or tiebreaker scenarios. Ends up being Web3 Gaming TV, Androa, Patch Tourist, Hogan, Victor Alnert, and Deno Hype for our top 20 in particular. Prison also with that last win, and Texan also all within striking distance, and many more players still within striking distance. So if you're still going, don't give up. You can still get there. Because of course it's the top 14 spots moving on, and then God forbid if the wildcard spots that Illuvium are looking for, those 4 slots, don't end up getting filled, I imagine they'll pull players from the qualifiers. So 15th and 16th respectively. I still wouldn't necessarily count Juice out yet either, because we saw the Illuvium Pro League, those were supposed to have wild cards as well, and then it ended up coming up to nothing. So there's always the chance that it could be the similar situation for you for this Motorverse Cup. Okay. We've got one from 2 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago, and 12. That's probably too far. We are down to 37 current competing players, but there could be some people, of course, between games here as well. If I switch that to just strictly ranked, looks like it's all ranked games as well. So we did see the spike of about 80 something earlier, maybe 72. Let's see, in terms of players that I haven't watched yet today, I think it would have to be this right side. I know it's going to be the 3rd or 4th time in a row we're seeing X-Jedi play, but everybody else in this lobby except Insanity I haven't watched yet. So I want to go for that. I think we've only hit to the halfway point here not too long ago. Still another 3 hours left to go in this event. And then, of course, next weekend, the Saturday, Sunday, is the Grand Finals weekend. Very, very thankful, of course, to be able to be on Illuvium's stream once again for that. Going to be commentating the semifinals and the Grand Finals for them. More than likely alongside Paz, from what I understand, so it'd be interesting getting that combo back up and running. Haven't seen or worked with Paz in a little while, so looking forward to that opportunity once again. Probably hear it in the background here. Let's swap on over. Game number 7, 8, 6, 7. I've lost it at this point. I've lost it for even making that joke in the first place. I swear to God. Let's see. Most players are at about 6 games right now. Okay. So our next game here for today. First off, let's introduce, as always, our players. We do have X-Jedi once again. We've got Insanity. We've got Kurizawa. We've got Akabono. We've got Jojo Jackos. We've got Resnick. Apologies if I mispronounced that with the accent there on the Z, but I'll say Resnick for now. We've got Ethit, one of our regulars in the Illuvium Arena House League, and we've got Blaze Leclerc. Region this time by is going to be Sanctum Mesa, so getting in that weapon you want going to be a little bit easier, at least compared to the average game. In terms of weapons for today, let's take a look and see what we've got in this matchup, starting from the bottom as soon as this round ends so that everybody stops moving around here on me. Let's take a look. We've got Jojo Jacko's going to be picking up the Vinebound Cleaver, going for some Rogue potentially. Blaze Leclerc with the Aqua Blaster, potentially going for some Harbinger nice and early here. The Atlas is there, but not quite the Axon, at least not yet. Resnick does have the Galewind Bow, currently linked up with the Scoriox, potential Dust online. Yep, with the Revo there, that'll definitely do it. Ethit has Magma Arcanite currently set up for, but not quite online just yet. Akabono with the Empath Staff. That's going to be your Elderwood Staff this time. Toxic Aegis looks like it's well underway as this moment. Kirizawa with the Flame Warden Staff. Of course, your Fire Empath Staff for a nice fast 6 fire. Where you go from there is anybody's guess, but it looks like Aegis is actually on the menu. We do have Insanity picking up the Mystic style. Should already have that online in theory. The Greater Appon is there. Just needs to get linked up with him. There it is. Right as I say that, going to end up doing it. Then last but not least, X-Jedi. A little bit less reliant on the tier 0s, but there is still an Exalted Water Fleece coming on through this time with that Aqua Blaster. And speaking of X-Jedi, let's watch this next battle of theirs as they're going up against Kirizawa. Nice early game pressure from X-Jedi as always, but we've seen what happens sometimes when they maybe just run out of steam. Good shot there from the Fleece to immediately knock away a couple of the Alluvials from the back line. The TNT is not going to get struck by that Twist Wing from the little Fernite, so no cancellation here on this explosive shot anytime soon. How about the Fleece? Shots fired, going to be able to take care of the Fern, but nothing else will end up falling, so X-Jedi will not keep that win streak going. Kirizawa going to take that one. With an NPC round coming on through, let's take a look at the chat and take a look at the credit side of things here as well. Silver Bushman calling me out for the 6-7 joke. Yep. My kids have brain rotted me, what can I say? Credit-wise, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, X-Jedi has absolutely 0 left into the tank. Meanwhile, Insanity in second place currently with 89 health does have 74 credits, sitting nice and rich. Same thing here with Kirizawa, a little bit further down, but they'll be at max interest come the end of this NPC round. Ethit short to follow there in fourth place, a little bit down the middle though, less than 20 in order to keep their bank afloat. Akabono will be maxed out on interest. Resnick up to the 40s. Blaze Leclerc looking good as well with 85. Still in the tank. Jojo Jack goes right down the middle, right around that 30 mark. Going to be rolling down a little bit for this next one, but potentially... Oh, they do have Magma, actually, online. So a very early game Magma getting ready to go up against Ethit. Looking forward to seeing this one. We do have an Arcane Lynx, level 32 as well, built more as an auto-attacker. But to be fair, the Arcane Lynx is actually surprisingly effective at auto-attack damage. But one thing that's way more effective would be that Furiox that just got picked up there from Jojo Jacko's. I would imagine those augments swap on over to it momentarily, but they also got the Matu. They've got a lot of things they're trying to go for here as they hit level 7. Spent the bank to try and beat Ethit. Let's see how this ends up going. Arcane Lynx, shots fired, going to go right through 2 of the 3 members there in the back line. Arcane Lynx on the other side, though, not as effective. We do see the Arctase opening fire, but they're shooting onto the tank. The little Kirdulos just essentially taking all the heat. Meanwhile, right in the back, can Arcane Lynx go one more shot? They are not going to be able to do so, so it's going to be the Furiox versus 3, and it is not going to be enough here for Jojo Jackos after a big-time spend down. Just not going to be able to win that one. Just too many moves in that last move, or in that last play. But they do have some power now, still even to them. I'm sure a small little rearranging can do the trick. Meanwhile, with Resnick, let's take a look and see what they're doing. They're going up against Jojo Jackos here as well. A little bit of a mix down the road, but by having the fighter weapon here, this Galewind Bow, being able to shoot from afar, they have, or at least shooting for Behemoth, but of course it's not going to be online just yet. But what they do have online is Dust, so given that this is a very auto-attack centric team, it's not a bad idea even still. Okay, augments being moved. They've actually moved over a bunch of these attack augments onto the Axon, which is going to be frontlining, so we'll have to see in a minute how long that Axon can hang in there. So, I mean, if they can just keep chunking away at this Lavera, that might actually find some value. but I can only imagine they were probably trying to shoot for something else. The dust is going to come on through here from Resnick, but I don't think it necessarily hit the targets that they were looking for. The Furiox and the Axon have been able to essentially free fire. There are some good stuns coming out here, though, and that might be the difference maker in this one. We do see Furiox going to try and turn on to that Revo. They're going to be successfully able to do so. It was very close, but that one's going to be the win there to Jojo Jackos. Now, Blaze Leclerc, what are you cooking up here? Going up against Ethan. This is a heavy water team, including, am I seeing this correctly? We do have a Dark Hollow Railu, a rather beautiful Dark Hollow Railu as well. And even a beautiful Dark Hollow Stabin. Absolutely love to see it. Nice pickups there, Blaze Leclerc. But the one thing to note is the levels. There are a few of these levels here that are hovering around the 40s. Not too bad, but in terms of getting it to hyper carry status, it might be a little bit difficult depending on who you're going up against. We do see a beautiful level 52 rake, though, so Blaze looking good in that regard. Let's see how it goes here with Ethan, who, of course, does have that Berserker style now, with augments onto this Monk here. Shots fired from the Squiz, though. It's going to take some heavy damage from the Lynx, but the Lynx is going to end up going down. The Squiz ends up taking like half of its HP and damage, but it still gets the shots out. That, the Flish, and the rest of the squad are going to be able to clean things up rather nicely. Blaze Leclerc might be low in terms of HP, but they're not out of here just yet. Now, the only player above 30 credits as of this moment is Insanity, who's all the way up into the 80s still, just completely maxed out. They have found one of their floods, but of course it is going to be contested still for the time being, as we do see Blaze currently has one on the field for themselves as well. Let's quickly take a look at the progress that Insanity has going towards that Mystic style, because we've got the one with the app on, of course. We've got the Flood, but it's not going to be necessarily a Mystic until it turns into the Geyser. And we're slowly starting to build add-ors. So, slow but sure progress here. And especially since a lot of the Illuvios are getting contested by, like that Flood down there with Blaze, are players that are a little bit low in terms of health. There is potential that they could be knocked out if things don't go their way. So we do have a little bit of a battle of the bottoms as of this moment, as Resnick trying to stop the bleeding a little bit versus Blaze. And right now it was looking kind of even, but we still have that stabbing on the top of the arena, doing some pretty decent work, and the Kiradulo actually holding the line rather nicely here for this stab, and while all of this is going down, and the Revo left before the Ranger would end up going down, the Ranger gonna say thank you very much, snipes them down, and that is gonna bring Resnick down to 2. And then Insanity just biding their time, because of course they roll down now, they would be in a lot of trouble. At least in my opinion. I'd rather put that extra credits into level, which I think they did, because I've seen their credit roll drop from the 80s down to 69. Which says to me that they just put into levels, and I didn't see no Alluvials upgraded, so... Some smart play here from Insanity. Went ahead, get more ahead. Don't force anything. If StarCraft has taught me anything, and if Arctos has taught me anything, it's went ahead, get more ahead. And that seems to be the way that Insanity's playing here, which is good to see. Getting level 9 potentially, and just waiting for your opportunity to roll down. Give yourself your best chance, because of course at the end of the day, it's all risk. You could roll right now and hit everything that you could possibly ever want, and then just have your team set for the rest of the game. Or you can still roll and spend your entire bankroll and not get a damn thing. That's the nature of the game sometimes. Just a matter of getting yourself into the best position for the best possible outcome. We're going to see Blaze go all the way up to level 9 now. Spent the bank. They've got themselves Water Tsunami online. And adding an air alluvial as well for at least a little bit of dodge. Now going up against Kirizawa, who does have 6 fire, 2 inferno, and some air as well, while also being a little bit of a troll here and picking up the flood, just making it so irritating. I mean, you'll take the extra tank and you'll take the extra healing. It's not what the team's built around, but it can at least catch a rake. First shot there from the Alfie is taking care of 2 off to the right or the left-hand side. That Stabin did not get any room to breathe, so that just immediately got popped. And look at this Polar Bear, the Jokel, and the rest of the gang coming on through. Pyrofield coming on through here from the Ace as well, just as an extra little finishing blow. And Inferno doing exactly what Inferno loves to do. Quick, bursty matches. big time damage while that is all happening. We do end up losing Jojo Jackos. We do end up losing Ethit. GG's no matter what. And we do end up losing Resnick on top of that as well. So that was a triple kill in this round here, with Ethit going to go neutral at 6th. Jojo Jackos 7th and Resnick in 8th. Akabono, what are you cooking here? Actually, we should take a look at Blaze, because this could potentially be a kill shot, but that's a ghost, actually. So let's go take a look here with Akabono and Insanity. Insanity did just pick up a Furiox to try and push towards that Scoriox. And they're even getting Adoritos online here as well. Of course, with all those Alluvials falling down, none of them ended up being the Flood. They're still going to spend pretty heavily. They all-ined, in fact, to try and get all the way up to Scoriox. They found some significant upgrades, but they did not truly find the major ones that their composition would have been looking for, which of course would have been the Geyser and the Adorius. This team could still be absolutely deadly here. Akabono, though, level 9. Currently not 8 nature, but has 7. That is still a considerable amount of passive healing here on this green side. But the Goliath still holding the line rather nicely versus this team. They don't necessarily have the burst damage now that Riptorus is gone. It's just consistent damage coming out here from Fernite and from the Furiox. But the Furiox and the Fernite on the other side here from Insanity is doing exactly what they need to do. Additional Twist Wing for a little additional damage right across both of them, and that is a major, major win here for Insanity. Many Alluvials were still alive at the end of that one. This is going to be the second round in a row here that Blaze goes up against a Ghost. I think it very well might be. Well, let's see here. Let's go and take a look at our top 2 currently in the game. Nobody has any credits really left here. That's actually incredible. Kirizawa, we're going to see again. This is going to be the 6 Fire and 6 Fire and Inferno style coming on through. Up against the high Empath, but not fully Empath. Just 2 Mystics as well. 5 Earth for a little bit of additional mitigation alongside this Granite. Going to be an absolute wet noodle fight, I imagine, to start this one out until some of these Omegas start flying. Good shot there from the Arctase right across the tank line, actually. Did some pretty decent damage here, but the Jotun coming on forth here from Kirizawa as well. Going to be an absolute menace in the front line. Level 60, built the tank, but also built to heal. If it can just find maybe a couple more of these shots here with its Omega, that devastating crunch could very well keep it alive just a little bit longer, just long enough for a Furiox on the side of Kirizawa to focus the Furiox on the side of Insanity. They will be able to tear on through this one in the end. Kirizawa going to be on top. Blaze Leclerc going to still hang on. And now Insanity versus Blaze. Blaze was able to win a couple of rounds in these last ones, but can they stop the bleeding while they have no other lives really available? One more lost round, and that should, in theory, be curtains. Seeing a lot of Scions, which would be the first. Oddly enough, I've not seen anybody play my kind of style, like, at all. But then I can hear Fox Spirit in my head saying, well, yeah, because Scions are crap. So I'm like, fair enough. I wouldn't suscept anybody to that. But let's see. Sinalf, where's your shot? It's going to go right through the twine, but it's going to get stopped there by the uproot. Or actually, no, it's not going to be stopped by the uproot. Of course, the 5 Scions online means that's going to be some additional immunity. So the nice little additional lineup there with that Mammoth is going to make it so some Alluvials do end up falling. But it is, of course, going to trigger the Mystic. Good shot there between the Octius and the Sinalf pairing up to do the burst damage necessary to get rid of the Adorito. Now, there is still a healer online, and right now, the fact that that Goliath was holding the line as well as it was a problem. But here comes the Mammoth. Lines them all up very beautifully. Going to take care of the Ranger, the Crunk, and then the Goliath all at the same time. There we go. The Scions coming on through here from Blaze Leclerc. And because Blaze was on an absolute roll here, that bought enough time to actually knock out X-Jedi. So for the second game in a row here, X-Jedi going to score a point, but that will be the end of it there. And that one, GG's nonetheless, regardless of your results as always. Down to 3 points. Thanks for casting. Hey, my pleasure. Regardless of results, I just hope you're having fun no matter what. I used to play Warcraft 3. It's funny how I played StarCraft. Yeah, it all lines up. It's funny it lines up that way. I definitely enjoyed a bunch of Warcraft 3 as well. I was a Grubby fan, absolutely. Alright, somebody's getting knocked out here. Let's see. In terms of upgrades for Blaze, they do not necessarily have anything right around the corner that could very well help them. Meanwhile, here for Akebono, they have a bunch on the bench that could potentially get them there. That's a good start there. Big Gnarl coming in for the front line. Even if it's level 40, it's still a beefy fella. Still got 10 credits left to go. Is there any additional upgrades that can be had? Not quickly, so that'll probably be the end of the line here in terms of credits. Let's see. Is this going to be... Or let's see, rather, who ends up holding the line. I don't like this coming out here for Akebono. Sand-off beam directly into the Furiox. That thing was not long for this world. Immediately evaporated and sent right back down to hell. So how about this Sin-off right through the support line as well? Both of the carries have been taken down by that duel, or not the duel, the Sin-off and Octius combo, but there is still a very beefy front line, which includes a Riptorus. They're going to be able to actually tear on through, it looks like, from the Octius goes down. Good shot onto the Riptorus, but it's still going to be able to tank that rather nicely. The Gnarl is right in their face. It looks like it hasn't taken a damn thing in terms of damage. And of course, that Verdant Puddle, right where it needs to be. Riptorus, get into the puddle, buddy, start taking some heals, and then this is going to probably be the end here. I love the Scion attempt here for Blaze Leclerc with that water team, but there was just too beefy. Akebono going to hang on for dear life, and they're going to have to keep playing as well as they have been to be able to get past Insanity, who now again still has Mystics on the menu. But it's only just the two. Yep, and that's the beautiful thing. You actually get into a competitive lobby where people are like actually contesting each other. It's crazy how these team compositions that should or feel like extremely broken start to feel a little bit normal because everybody's shooting for it and nobody can actually land it. It's heartbroken being stuck with the Flood. It's heartbroken being stuck with an Adorito. I mean, let's be honest. Adorito can be splashed into any team and feel just fine. Let me correct myself on that one. But at least in regards to the Flood, that makes sense. But one big upgrade that did come out of here from Insanity ended up being the Scoriox. A beautifully offensive sound Scoriox at that. Might be a squishy little fella, but it's okay as long as you're in a safe place, positioned properly, get that hyper online, start stacking damage, start stacking attack speed. The more and more shots it takes, of course it has that Hyperforce reactor, just going to be going faster and faster and faster the longer this game goes. And it has not been contested as well, or this entire time. In a perfect case scenario where it's a front to back kind of play style, it looks like Insanity is right where they want to be. They will take care of Akebono this time. Akebono going to fall in third. GG's. And now we have two players that have spent the bank and have used essentially everything. Where nobody is going to be eliminated this time by. But we do have an NPC round right around the corner for maybe a potential last-minute upgrade session. But who will take the lead here? Kirizawa is only level 8 compared to the level 10 of Insanity. So the swarm effect could very well end up happening here for Insanity, just being able to outnumber regardless of how things go. To compare, this is just the absolute burst damage from Kirizawa. The 6 Fire, 2 Inferno. Compared to the very tanky 7 Empath, 2 Mystic, but Nature and Earth with Granite. Good Charm going to bring Scoriox up towards the front, but it's now going to start to open fire here onto that Seer. Get it off the field as fast as possible, but can you start finding some squishy targets? Is a Scoriox Charm too far away? And starts getting targeted. Nope, not a chance. The Fern could not get there. The Furiox cannot get there as well. Scoriox is right in dead center of this arena, just shooting at whatever it pleases very, very safely. Big win coming out here from Insanity. Now, both these players are going to be fighting each other for Flood. They would love to be able to get an additional Mystic onto the board. Or at least here for Kirizawa, just going to, or not Kirizawa, for Insanity, they're going to at least deny it from Kirizawa. Blazonite very close to potentially being online here as well. Kirizawa saving some credits. I mean, they do realize that they're probably not going to die. if they don't spend everything. They did get the one upgrade here with the Jotun, so this is going to enable 2 Behemoth. Having a bunch of additional stuns could be messy, especially if these charms from the Quinks is going to make things difficult here for the Scoriox. Putting it in dead center of this arena this time when you got a bunch of Illuvials ready to stun it could be problematic. But the thing is that this entire time, with that Jotun being in the front line, Scoriox has gone hyper. It's super effective now. All the damage coming on through big time. Machine gun Scoriox, the Scoriox we know and love, going to absolutely tear on through this once again. Kirizawa going to have one more chance, but it's going to be broken up here by an NPC round. If there is one thing that Kirizawa has going for them right now, is that they are very close to a couple of significant upgrades. Being able to potentially get an additional Mystic. Do they even have Mystic Online? They don't have Mystic Online at all, so it's actually more so of a denial. The amount of times I've gotten lost with who's gotten, or who has Mystics while actually playing Mystics is way too damn high. I mean, they're right around the corner from a Gazotep. I'm not sure exactly what that would assist with in this instance here. They're right around the corner from their second ramp fight. They don't have a ramp fight currently on the board. But the one thing they do have is some credits. Gazotep does actually come online here, so some faster charms will be nice. But on the other side, we do have Blazonite coming on through. From the side of Kirizawa, we've got a Geyser now online. This does not enable Mystic, but it's still a beefy boy for the front line to actually end up dealing with. Scoriox might get stuck on that thing because it cannot go hyper and charge against it this time. Ramp fight is going to be the final pickup. They are 2 rampies away. But Kirizawa does also go up to level 9. So getting one more Alluvial on the field, definitely going to be a nice pickup. But where does the value come out here from this Gazotep? If it could find some serious charms and get the Scoriox into a nasty position, it could be huge. Because Insanity, you win this one, and then Kirizawa's out of here. You win this game. Scoriox right off the rip has been able to charge some hyper right off of the Jotun, so it's going to be able to at least get half bar by the time that thing does end up going down. Ramp fight to the skies is going to be able to take care of some. The ramp fight is actually onto the Scoriox, so the Scoriox isn't actually able to play for free. It is going to end up taking care of the ramp fight in the end, as well as that Arctace that flies by. So with a bunch of the DPS Luvials off, it could be scary. Big charm, but a big heal coming out here from the Adorito alongside the Archos. But now actually the Furiox to the other end. This is turning for Kirizawa, the one extra Alluvial, and these charms coming out here from the Gazotep might have swung the game. Kirizawa not down just yet, and they are very close to potentially scoring ramp fights. Oh my gosh, one away. They get it! Ramp fire has arrived. A tanky fella at that, an additional Infernal Alluvial on the field here as well. They're not going to have Phantom. Did they get level 10 too? No, they did not, but they brought in a Verminio. Revenant is online now too. The last minute move to get Scoriox into the corner alongside Adorius, which it was a huge upgrade in its own right. But here we go. Let's see this happening. The final battle here of this matchup, one way or another. Scoriox able to charge hyper rather nicely. Ramp fire to the skies. Goodbye. Flood and Blazonite immediately taken off the field. But can Rentfire get into a spot to get some high value on another one? It's dead center, but it's getting shot at this entire time. I think the damage didn't come out before the Scoriox turned it away. So one good round coming out here from Kirizawa, but it is not going to be enough. Getting one more Mystic, and a Mystic as formidable as that tier 5 fully evolved Adorius is going to be the difference maker. Insanity going to win this one. GG's, that was a fun one. With Kirizawa, Akibono, Blaze Leclerc, X-Jedi, Ethit, Jojo Jackos. And why did I miss that last one? A little bit too short, but GG's no matter the results. All right, just about 2 hours, 15 minutes of play left here. Of course, as always, big shout outs to everybody tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the show here so far. It's awesome watching everybody play. Whether, or excuse me, rather you're watching or whether you're competing here today, of course. Hope you're having a fantastic day and all that. Ooh, getting exhausted. Always a pleasure having us here. If I may be selfish for a second, if you have not done so already, if you could drop a like onto the video, and if you're new here, do subscribe, because I do illuvium coverage one way or another, usually 2 to 3 times a week through streams, sometimes some additional videos as well. Like say, for example, as soon as I get the green light on it, I do have a way too early tier list for illuvium deathmatch that I'm ready to release as long as I get the green light for it. So I'll wait until then. I don't want to get in trouble, but around the entire illuvium universe, I'm doing something one way or another. So if you're having a fun time, would love to have you back. And by doing dropping a subscription, you'll know when I'm doing things. Oh. Yeah, as it stands right now, after 6 games, some people have 7 here, so let's take a look. I made sure to split it up this time, so I didn't rot everybody. But Furies, Narkesh, Bondaddy Ratty, your top 3. Kirizawa, Sir Dexter, Axel, Badul, CFGD, Tank the Bank with a big move up, Nokacho, Not Complain, Kirito with a big move up, as well as Nariba and Androa, rounding up our top 14 with Zico Perico, Patch Tourist, Deno, and Insanity, rounding up the top 18. With Web3 Gaming and Hogan also just on the outside looking in here from the 20th spots onward. We have about 2 hours, 15 minutes still of gameplay left to go here in this one. All right. The 43 people still crushing it as of right now. All right, do I start being picky? Maybe do one more, then I start being picky. One from 2 minutes ago, one 6 minutes ago, one about 13. That might be a little bit too far, but I haven't gotten to Lula yet. Let's see. Thinking. I mean, yeah. I haven't even gotten Bondaddy Ready, I think, on stream yet either. I know this one's kind of gotten in a little bit deep, but let's just go for it. I'll probably catch the fairy tail end of this one. Yeah, so we're getting into the late game here with our 7th or 8th game at this point. I've lost count at this point here, but it's been a fun time nonetheless. Let's take a look and see, first and foremost, who we got in this lobby. As I see, hello, beautiful. A big old Lynx leading the charge. CFGD leading the lobby alongside Androa. X-Jedi, I found X-Jedi again. I swear I'm not doing this on purpose. Hi, X-Jedi. Good to see you again. Bondaddy Ratty here. Tallulah from Bond is here. Deus Ex Machina alongside Texan Hype and Leviathan D God. Seems to be having a little bit of a rough time as of right now. We did get into this one a little bit late, like I was saying, so let's quickly take a look and see what the landscape of this battle ends up being. CFGD currently leading the charge here with the Ember Buckler, with a Bloom Colossus currently trying to be set up, but at least he'll have the Bloom there with that Lalura. We're kind of seeing it in action here, actually, versus X-Jedi. It's very, very close, but not going to be able to do so. The Lynx and the Furiox going to be able to get the job done. Androa with the Ember Buckler this time by, going to be locked into an Aegis style. Looks like Steam Aegis actually on the menu, if that was actually an Archos. So the Archos got missed actually here from Androa. Ex-Jedi does have Inferno Harbinger, but it does not have Harbinger actually online. This Inferno, that's not going to be online either, but that's where we're sitting here with the Lava Gauntlet. Bon Daddy Ratty with the Flame Warden staff going to be picking up Inferno Templar. Got the Templar online, just looking for the Inferno. Tallulah does have potentially our first look at some Invoker play. We do have Granite at least early, but that Sprout Guard locked in on the TNT. Then we do have Texan going to be going for the Lava Gauntlet as well. That's going to be Inferno Arcanite. That is locked in. That is set. Texan looking to probably make a roll here in a minute. Deus Ex Machina does have the Elderwood staff as of this moment. That Nature Empath weapon going to turn into Wildfire Templar as of this moment. And last but not least, as we see Leviathan gone on Leviathan gone. That was almost the case. Leviathan gone, 1 HP in a dream, trying to get some sort of Harbinger play online, but might not have the levels to do it. We'll have to see here in just a second. Well, they have some levels onto some of their alluvials, so just not quite getting the shots they were looking for, it looks like. So they will, in fact, be the first one out of here. I might have jinxed it. Sorry, Leviathan. Region this time by, we can see it snowing in the background. Taiga Borealis, if people are able to get their drone augments re-rolled one more time, try and find the nice ones that you specifically want for your build. I know sometimes they can absolutely make or break your build. Speaking of which, let's hop on over to Deus Ex Machina. They do have 8 Nature Wildfire online, and just also picked up this Blotto. Level 50 with a bunch of tanky stats as well. If they can keep themselves in a relatively safe position where they're not getting too overwhelmed, they might be able to just sit there and heal through everything. They have plenty of passive damage through the Wildfire. And heck, they even have a couple of fighters here as well to try and maybe go a little bit quicker. But the thing is, up against a Furiox, for example, once again, you're going to go hyper against you. And it's going to put you on a bit of a timer. Some good heals coming out here from the Adorito, but one more shot, the Twist Wing onto the Adorito stops the heal from coming out to the Blotto. And that's going to be a huge win here for CFGD. Deus Ex Machina going to be knocked down to about 8 HP. Got 2 players at 8 HP as of this moment, as we also have Tallulah here as well. Does have a handful of credits still available, though, compared to Deus Ex Machina. Still has 47 available. Got the Adorito there as well. Everybody else in the meantime has been basically less, or 30 or less. NPC round, I'm sure everybody will be happy to see. Oh, and sure enough, one of them has to go home this time by, or not go home, but at least get knocked out of this game this time. Corner comp versus corner comp. This is a little bit odd. I could just kind of zoom in over here and you'll still get the entire battle as to what exactly is going on, but I'll be nice. I know everybody likes to see the setup phase. Let's do it this way for now. So Tallulah versus Deus Ex. Tallulah does have, of course, that little Fury in the background that does have, not the Singe, but this little Fury right here. Level 41 loaded up on augments, ready to try and be the carry. Even has a Fernite here to try and maybe get through this, but there is going to be a lot of healing and a lot of shields coming out of both teams, but especially from Deus Ex Machina, which again, 8 Nature is going to lead to a ton of passive healing. Let's take a look and see how this goes. The Forest coming out here from Deus Ex Machina is going to be able to get into a decent spot. I think the Ghosting Screams might be able to hit the Furiox from there. It is not going to actually be able to, so the Furiox is free to just completely free fire as of this moment. Only going to get tagged up here by the Wildfire, and then from the Underroots coming out here from the Twine on the side of Deus Ex Machina. But Tolula's holding the line rather nicely. The Blotto's now being focused, stunned, and spun on. Good shields again coming out from these empaths. With the Mystics being procced, it's going to be a little bit difficult. But now the Blotto is in the face of the DPS, and now the Fern is even able to start targeting the Fury. And if that big carry goes down, it's going to be problematic. Adorito trying to keep the little Fury alive as best as possible, but it's not going to be able to get the job done. Good stun coming out here from the Appon to at least slow down this front line. But it's going to be a game that results in the timeouts. But if anything, I think I like the Mystics a little bit better in a game of timeouts. Adorito with one final heal. This is going to be close. Who's it go down to? It looks like it's going to go to Deus Ex Machina, who did have the 8 nature instead. Which means we do lose to Lula this time by GG's no matter what. Now we'll see Deus Ex Machina in action once again, but this time versus Texan. We haven't got the opportunity to check out Texan in this game in particular. We saw them a little bit earlier today on stream, but we'll see how this one goes this time by, where we're seeing the 6-Fire Inferno coming on through, relying on the double Arctase once again alongside the Furiox, and a little bit of additional bonus damage here from Rampfight if it can find a good spot, which as of right now, I think I see a juicy one right here next to Archos. This could be very scary here for Deus Ex Machina if they're not careful. Oh yeah, that's a sweet spot right there, as long as it does not die. Rampfight, Infernal Skyfall, just drop them down, why don't we? Right on top of everybody. The entire backline got chunked down to about half HP. One more Adorito heal as well to get another Infernal Skyfall. And that was an Infernal Dunkening, if I've ever seen it there. Beautifully played by Texan, finding the open hole to let that Rampfight dive on through. GG's to Deus Ex Machina. They'll be knocked out of here in 6th position with a net neutral overall in terms of tournament points. GG's nonetheless. And as always, when I'm making comments like that, that's not meant to dunk onto players or to insult anybody. But that was a perfect punish coming out there from Texan. Oh, this could be scary once again, though, here for Texan, because now they're going up against CFGD, who was leading the lobby for quite a while here into this game. And now you have to deal with this beautiful level 60 Jotun, who is built to just never die with the double restorating impact reactor and the phase breaker as well if things start going south. It is going to be tough to deal with. Where do you even put the Rampfight? They're going to try and dive head on directly onto the forehead of that Jotun. That is going to be a little bit rough. We'll see here in just a second. Does the Rampfight even get there? A stun does come out, but it does actually get the chance to burst down the backline, actually. Both the Fernite and the Furiox both went down, but the big front line is still there. Goliath being targeted. Jotun is still able to get into the Arctace's faces, but it has all the healing it could potentially want. Can they snowball this? This is where things get tough with the Jotun in your face like this, and all of your tools for escaping have been blown. The Jotun will clean up just like that. That'll take Texan out of here in 5th. Gonna get 1 point towards the positive here on the tournament standings. Gladly take it. That Jotun, yep, that's exactly what it's meant to do. Unfortunately, it's just meant to survive and kind of be the clutch. It's not like it has a ton of damage, but it just doesn't die. And that was a very valiant effort there from Texan. GG's. Now we've got X-Jedi, potentially the next one to get knocked out here, going up against Androa, who does have an Umber. This is not the 8 water variant, but you still have steam to deal with. Meanwhile, for X-Jedi, we do have 6 fire. Almost maxed out on Scions as well, but can they maybe get some serious damage here onto this Umber? The untargetability is going to at least buy him a few seconds of time. The Exalted Flish is going to tank that Sin-Off beam like it's nobody's business. Can they turn this around into some damage here onto the Umber? But the Umber is actually onto the Furiox. This might not look too good here for X-Jedi. Valiant efforts, but they will get knocked out of here in 4th place. How about Bon Daddy Ratty? They're going up against CFGD. I think Ratty's about to meet the same fate. The Jotun, the last one standing. Just going to be able to slowly but surely go from alluvial to alluvial. Heck, it's got a Forest here as a little bit of extra backup. I don't know how the hell that Forest got stunned, but it will be the takedown nonetheless. We will end up getting Bon Daddy Ratty down to 4, and I realized it was the Denial Protocol there on the Boomerang where that stun came from. NPC round, which means we have one final check potentially, or I say final, but I mean Andro and CFGD still have above 70 in credit, or not in credits, but 70 in health. So this could still go on for a little bit here. Yeah, 3 credits. But again, NPC rounds, you're going to get a nice little influx. Daddy Ratty's basically used everything they could potentially do for the time being. It's only the little Fury onto the bench. Not much in terms of upgrades available. Meanwhile, if we take a look at CFGD and Indroa, what is the potential here for them? They are, at least CFGD rather, very close to getting the Blasonite. It's right around the corner. They're working on potentially a Riptorus into the Riplance as well. Just needs maybe 3 more of those Scorpions to come available. Then on the other side, we do see Indroa have a couple of Alphys available. Looking to maybe try... Oh, they're actually 1 away from getting Dua left. That'd be huge for that Steam composition. But they did not have any credits left to try and make the play. So we'll have to see our top 2 battling out right here, right now. Behemoth is now online as well, so that Umber could very well be in a dangerous spot if it gets caught out with stuns. It is going to be focused down. It got stun locked there for a second. Jotun into Goliath. Nicely done, but it is going to be able to survive for at least a little bit. Jotun has found it, though. And the Jotun, with there being no healing for that poor Umber, the Adorito was not set up in time to do it. It will end up falling, but this is still a 4-on-3, but we've seen this before. The Jotun, it doesn't have burst, but it does have sustain. Especially now as the Behemoth, it does have actually a little bit of extra burst as well. Every 4 attacks or so, it's going to be able to cleave in with its friend there, that little Goliath, and that is going to be the end here of Indroa. We do also lose Daddy Ratty in the Ghost round. So GG's there, Ratty. Good to see you getting into a top 3 spot, though, no matter what. GG's. Indroa with a little bit of additional credits onto the board. Can they potentially find whatever they were looking for? Right around the corner here from potentially a Dua left. They rolled down, but I don't think they hit really anything that they were trying to look for. They're going to sell off the Singe. They must want that Dua left. And are going to actually end up coming up short. If they do manage to roll it down, they could always sell one of these Crunks and go for it. But at the same time, they're not going to necessarily die yet, so they don't have to pull the trigger on that just yet. Okay, Umber back onto the field. The Jotun's looking for it, and this poor Umber is going to get swarmed basically immediately. Forcing that phase breaker extremely fast, and the stuns are going to be going even more so because the Ranger's actually on top of them. And of course, the Ranger's now a Behemoth as well. Going to completely shred it. Decent shot here from the Sinalf, really taking the backline low, but you still have to deal with those Behemoths in your face, and that is going to be in for a world of hurt here for Indroa once again. Nothing to stop this Polar Bear. Going to shut them down. Little twist swing from the Fernite, going to get the final blow there. Blasonite online, Duolef online. A couple big pickups, big upgrades for both teams respectively. The big one though, I'd argue, is probably the Duolef, but the thing is here, this is still awkward because there is no 5 Scion, right? So you need to find a way to get your Duolef to actually cast without being interrupted, and there are 3 long-range stuns here for Duolef. This is going to be a massive pain. You've got the Uproot coming out here from the Twine. You've got the Twist Wing from the Blasonite that could potentially screw you. And then you even got the Goliath Omega as well, that Momentous Charge. If you're the furthest thing away, that stun's coming right for you. Can you find value before you get stunned? That's the big thing. Finding 2 is actually pretty huge. The Umber is still there. The Jotun is focused. Big Wraith Strike. It took down the Jotun. With the Jotun being down, it's going to let Umber roam free. One big Wraith Strike, and there we go. Indroa stops the bleeding here, and we have a beautiful back and forth battle here between Indroa and CFGD. That's a nice upgrade coming on through, though. Riplance has joined the field here for CFGD. Is there really anything else that these players can actually try and upgrade on into? The only thing that could be potentially done, I feel like, first off, the fact that Indroa still has an Archie on the field, that is kind of heartbreaking considering nobody has it, and it's been like this for God knows how long. I'm sure they'd love to have some actual like sustain and healing that doesn't pop like a squiz. But how about here? That's going to be the Jotun right in the back line, but it doesn't actually catch the Umber. The Umber's allowed to just free reign and set up the duel F. The 1-2 punch coming on through. The classic steam combo going to shred all four in that section. The twist wing's going to come too late. There goes the Blazonites. That as all of this is happening, the Umber does get targeted by the Rip Lance, but now the Rip Lance has been distracted. Great strike again. Going to stop. Now it's just down to this Polar Bear. Get that beam onto the bear. There it goes. One more time, and Drowa's going to take that one. And we can pause the battle here for a little bit of additional NPC action with the credits, as well as a couple of extra components. Honestly, I was saying to myself, why would we keep the Archie in this instance? But I kind of see why. You want the better shields coming out for the Empath. It definitely does make sense. A couple flares being picked up as well. I wonder if Androa's looking at CFGD, seeing the fact that they've got that Singe on the board, and they actually sold it. They don't want to challenge. A Lalura coming on through potentially. Oh, I am curious. Now, this is actually something kind of funny that you can do up against a Scion player if they're being greedy positionally, because having your Scion spread out like this during certain compositions, this helps you get relief from stuns, right? Well, if you just level up and sneak in a Lalura, or even, I've done this with the baby one as well, I've done this with the Lura. If the Scion player or if the Bunker player is playing rather greedy and spread out, you can sneak in that charm and just be an absolute pain in the ass, because nobody's going to target this thing. And as long as Allura doesn't sit inside of a beam, it does not matter. CFGD, you've got credits. You're going to pull the trigger on this, aren't you? But there's a blotto coming from Androa. Yep, exactly what I'm looking for. Lalura dive bombing in towards the dual F. It's going to be in a little bit of an irritated position, though. Getting stunned up. It's in the dual F beam. Can it get down in time? It does get down in time, but the full value from that first cast did essentially slow things down, or barely slow things down at that. A good second cast coming up through. That's going to be a triple kill. This time, this dual F on an absolute killing spree. But that's a rough beam, though. It was only used to take care of the Blazonite, which is going to allow for these fighters to go absolutely nuts in the meantime. We need a cast. We need it quickly, and it needs to be on point. And it gets stunned immediately. Big comeback here from CFGD. Now, CFGD didn't even actually spend for the level up that time. They just replaced an alluvial. And now they're going to be able to actually level up to 9. They have the Adorito that they can add back to the field if they wanted to. Adorito, not terrible at catching Sin-Off beams, but Dual F beams is a bit of a different story. I mean, this is the kill shot here for Androa if things don't go their way, but CFGD, depending on how the game goes, could still be fine. We're going to see the clump up come on through here from Androa to now protect up against that Lalura. But this does mean that you're going to get some serious value from interrupts if things go the way of the Twine, which it definitely didn't, because it immediately got deleted off the field. So that actually worked out rather nicely here for Androa. Another good cast, but the Adorito, they put the tank augments onto the Adorito. That is a brilliant idea, especially having this one here to try and tank a little bit longer with the energy resistance, but it's not going to matter. That will be CFGD. That was a kill shot. Androa with a fantastic back and forth battle between them and CFGD. Androa going to get the victory here. I love the idea, but it didn't quite work out. Androa right on time. Androa, CFGD, Bond Daddy Ratty, X-Jedi for your top 4. Texan and Deus Ex Machina going to get +1 and +0, respectively. Tallulah and Leviathan going to wrap up the lobby there. That was an incredible battle there, CFGD. Taking a look at a couple of these other lobbies going on at the same time here. We are going to see a good run here for Axel, Victor, and Hogan. Both are all three of them going to be getting into the top 3 here, respectively. A good points round here for them. Looks like they actually got a bot in there as well, so we'll take the points where we can get them, I suppose. Blaze Leclerc having a little bit of a rough one there in that one. Kirizawa having a rough one here in this latest game. Going to be unfortunate there from them. At least it's a net 0. But a goal in here from Sanity, Krisen, Coyote, and Zico Perico. And a couple more of these rounds still in progress for around 30-something players at this moment. The no mention on the composite chip for Steam, though. There's a lot of stuff on screen. I tried my best. Good call, though. Okay, I think I see the lobby that I want to pick up here next. Granted, there is 2 bots in there. It kind of seems like bots are kind of getting thrown into everybody. There's a few people that seem to be tapping out. So bots are starting to sneak in there at least a little bit more. So we'll probably go here with Ratty's game once again. I don't think I've seen Furies in action yet. I think I've maybe seen Tank once. Memecopolis I haven't gotten a chance to really watch yet. Kirizawa. We'll get there in just a second. Just out of curiosity then, if there was a Steam chip in that last one, what did CFGD have for a chip? I wonder if I can check. Okay, no, it won't let me go that deep. Okay. Okay. So in regards to standings as of right now, about 7 or 8 games completed here for everybody. Got Berserker on the Joe time, but it was only 3 Berserker. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Always the insightful one there, Thanatos. Thank you so much. And I don't mean that as spite or negativity. No, like, seriously, thank you. In regards to results, now let's take a look. Now that another game has been completed. Furies, Narkesh, and Axel going to be... Axel getting up there, okay. Getting into the top 3. Bon Daddy Ratty, Sir Dexter Morgan, CFGD, Kirizawa, Badul, Tank the Bank, and Androa rounding up your top 10. With Kirito Hype, Web3 Gaming TV Hype, Deno Hype, Zico Perico rounding up the 14th spot. And then, of course, like I was saying before, keep fighting for 15th, keep fighting for 16th. If they drop the ball and get no wild cards, I imagine 15th and 16th will probably also join us in the tournament. So keep fighting there, where we're seeing Patch Tourist and Nocacho. A couple of crazy names on the outside here. Not Complain and Nariba both on the outside. We also got Hogan, Krisen's right around the corner from potentially being there as well. All still within striking distance. Alnert and Sanity as well. Or Insanity literally probably driving themselves insane with what kind of day they're having. They've had such incredible highs, but they've had some incredible lows here as well. But they still have about, what, 2 hours or so left? Just under 2 hours? Oh. Loading into our next one right here, right now. It's going to go into Fury's game here. Haven't gotten the chance to see our current tournament leader. All right, there we go. We're going right back to Crystal Shores. We got like, what, 2 games without Crystal Shores? We're going to get it once again. This is going to be the stackable re-roll every time you fuse. But in terms of our players, let's introduce our players for game number 8 here of the day. We've got Bon Daddy Ratty. We've got Kirizawa. We've got Tank the Bank. TOS Breaker, I believe, is a bot, so I'll just essentially refrain from commentating anything in regards to them, or GLHF 404 for this one. But we do have Warrior Ace. We got Mimicopolis, and then our current tournament leader, Furies. As we hit in this NPC round, perfect time to check and look at our weapons for today's matchup. Or I keep saying today's matchup, but the game in progress. Tank the Bank going to be going for the Emberling Rod. We do have Bondaddy Ratty with the Flame Warden Staff. We have the Strike Boomerang coming out here from Kirizawa. The Ember Bastion going to be coming out here for Warrior Ace. The bot going to be going for whatever they want to because they're bots. Fury's also going for Ember Bastion as well. I mean, Mimicopolis going for the Grove Sword. And then last but not least, the other bot does have the Strike Boomerang. Bondaddy Ratty and Kirizawa. Now, we haven't really gotten an opportunity to see Bondaddy Ratty here today. It's kind of at the tail end of our last game, but it wasn't for a very long time because we kind of hopped in a little hot on that last game there. But even right now, economy-wise, we're seeing a significant difference in playstyles for at least a couple of players here. Warrior Ace going for the full aggressive style once again, all the way down to 9 credits already. Kirizawa, though, and Bondaddy Ratty both still in the 60s, or at least they were in the 60s. Kirizawa rolling down for a little bit. They do at least now have this beautiful looking Axon here, loaded up offensively as well. Decent tank stats as well. But of course, the Leviathan tried and true, especially here for Bondaddy Ratty. Get the 2 Lynxes as fast as possible because they are just an absolute early game monster. And I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen more of this throughout the tournament here today. Basically anybody, I guess you can kind of tell who's played Leviathan before, stayed back in August when we had the No Limits tournament. And we kind of got our first taste of Leviathan. This was essentially the go-to over and over and over again, but you would even start including Stage 2 Lynxes in that. The Stage 2s essentially got smacked with the Nerf bat, especially the Virtuous one. But getting the double Lynxes leveled up as fast as possible, letting them essentially run your early game so that you can then pivot to whatever you need to pivot to later. And everybody would essentially go for it. And you can kind of see I don't want to call them the old timers, but the vets. If they have the opportunity to go for those 2 Lynxes, they go for it. Current lobby leader, Tank the Bank, also rocking these 2 Lynxes that are going to be kind of stuck up against that Atipo. One's going to be going after the Lynx with all of the augments, and the fact that that sat in the Emberling Rod is actually kind of brutal here for Bondaddy Ratty, but they might be able to cleave through a couple more Luvials before going down. It's going to end up being a 2-on-1 here, but that Gorilla does have all the augments. Big kill shot there onto the Lynx, but now it's very, very close. The Fury going to wind up for these charged attacks, and there is going to be no big crit coming out here from that Gorilla. Tank the Bank going to take their first loss of this game in a very close 1v1 finish. Mimicopolis, we haven't had the opportunity to take a look at them, and neither have we gotten the opportunity to take a look at our current tournament leader. Furies is here as well, and you can see the difference in playstyles. Mimicopolis, they've spent the bank. They have 0 already here at level 6. Meanwhile, Furies, I'm not sure what they're essentially waiting for, but they are completely loaded up on credits to do whatever they please, essentially. One thing that I can note here from Mimicopolis already is the fact that they do have that Greater Monk here. They do have a Fighting Ranger weapon, but they are currently tied to a TNT that isn't necessarily going to be giving them any sort of major bonuses. They're going to be able to win this one very handily anyway, but they could very well have Berserker. Which would be absolutely incredible, because Mimicopolis does have a pretty decent early game team, all things considered. Unless there's something I'm missing, and of course, by all means, if I'm missing something, by all means, call me out. But it's funny that they're kind of using the TNT as their tank. I've called the TNT and the snail line before battle mages, but they're not usually full-on tanks. It's like League of Legends. If you're trying to do a tankless build and say, it's okay, we've got a Swain. No, that doesn't work that way. You could try, but it's probably not going to work. But I mean, maybe the firepower just this early is going to be able to get the job done. I'm going to keep an eye on Mimicopolis here for one more time, going up against Tank the Bank. Keeping an eye on Furious here as well. They did end up getting a Jokul, so a nice little pickup there for their potential Mystic team. Good Emerling Rod shot that got both the TNT and the Ranger caught up in it. It's going to take them both down. Tank the Bank's rogues now, and the rest of the squad going to be able to, I think, shred on through. The double Chocoral in the back line is being an absolute nuisance, but that's about it, though. They're just being a nuisance. The blind was annoying, but it did not necessarily kill. So Mimikopolit's going to take the hit there. I'll hop over here with Furies once the rounds switch up, and I'm curious to see a little bit more as to how their build is flushing up as we get into this NPC round. So with 84 credits currently, loading up on Fleece. Actually, let's just click on them and see exactly what they're trying to cook. They did find a couple of interesting pickups. Getting Allura nice and quick. Get the TNT. So now they actually have Granite. And now, okay, that's what was going on. They're waiting to get the TNT so they can actually get Granite online. Now that that's online and you already have your Greater Wrap on, you don't have any other tier 1s that you really have to worry about with this build. So that makes a lot of sense here to me. So now just any extra credits at this point, if Furies wants to stay healthy economically, they can just sit above 70 and just use all the extra credits towards levels up until the point where you get, say, maybe level 8 or level 9. Because then you can start looking for your Adorius and start looking for your Geyser, which as it stands right now is anybody else going for Mystic. It looks like the only potential other Mystic would be Bondaddy Ratty, and at this point here, they're aren't they actually kind of even in regards to how far they are in the game? They're competing up against each other right here, right now, with both of them trying to push towards level 8 as quick as possible to start landing those geysers, landing chances at getting Adorius. That would be huge, and it looks like Ratty's willing to spend a little bit to be able to get the head start, so to speak. We do have the Ib online now, and it's going to be able to just kind of cast away with some additional heals while it's going on. But if anything, this is giving, I think, Furies the red flag of, hey, I see what you're going for. I'm contesting you with it. So that is going to be a little bit problematic. Air Seaworth, good to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I saw you competing a little bit. I hope things are going relatively all right for you. And regardless of the results, I hope that you're having fun no matter what. In regards to meta, we've been seeing a lot of Mystics, a lot of Behemoths, and a handful of Toxic Aegis. But we're seeing Mystics kind of going at each other right here, right now. The fact that maybe one has a Fury compared to the other could be difference-making. What a shot from that Allura. That was a ton of damage. That's going to allow for the little Alarido MDTNT to just do all the rest of the damage necessary. That could have been bad. Had that Fury been left alone, it could have been curtains. But a big shot there from that Allura, changing things very considerably. Yeah, so Bondaddy Ratty makes their presence known, at least in regards to the Mystic battle. The Furies is essentially unscathed. It looks like they've essentially just put all their extra credits into their level. They're actually making moves now. They're leveling up. Oh, they power leveled right to 8. They're done with waiting, and now they're looking. And in fact, it may not be a Mystic, but will gladly accept it. A Forest has joined the squad to give the Dokul a fantastic little fighter buddy. Up against Warrior Ace this time by Warrior Ace full bulwark, or almost full bulwark, with 4 empaths here. So there's a lot of tank here, but what they don't necessarily have is damage outside of the Riptorus that's trying to go nuts here onto this little TNT, but it's getting stunned over and over again while the rest of the fighters just took out the rest of the gang. So sure, that's great, you got the TNT, but the Riptorus will be turned on by 7 total Alluvials plus Ranger. That definitely hurt a little bit here. Oh, now this is actually kind of odd but interesting here from Furies. The fact that you have Bloom online naturally, because of the Allura and Forest, if there is any chance that they could find a Archie, go 3 Bloom and just turn off the Granite, that'd be another way to do it. But Granite might be a little bit better, so maybe don't listen to me. Let's hop in with Tank the Bank. Since we have a battle between our top 2 actually going at it right here. We do have Kurosawa once again with full firepower. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's a little bit more of a toxic-based style, but we're seeing the Riptorus once again being labeled as main carry, but it's a very dangerous Riptorus in the sense that it does a ton of damage, but it also has no safety net. If it gets focused, it is screwed, and the Furiox did get its eyes on it, but a big stun from the Grocko, actually, just slowed things down considerably. Now you just got to turn onto that Arctase, and there we go. Kurosawa going to take a hit after Tank the Bank wins that one. I'm back on, baby. Let's ride. Yes, good luck, Eris. Still got plenty of time here. About another hour and a half, I believe, until the queue closes for the matches that actually end up counting. And a couple good rounds could bring you right back in there. All right, Tank now going up against Furies. Let's see where these two stand. Furies 1 away from getting a 7th Earth Alluvial on the board here as well. Very, very close. Allura going to be able to jump right into the back line. Probably going to end up getting stuck on that App-on. So the charm won't be as super effective as it could be. But overall, it's still a very, very comfortable spot for the Jokul. I can't say the same here about the poor Forest, though. That thing got absolutely mauled off the field. But you still do have, again, the Jokul. It is not being focused here by one of the Lynxes. I imagine the Riptor is going to start going towards it in a second. No, it actually goes towards the Ebb. So now it's going to be stuck in this awkward AoE spot, just taking every single Alluvial one at a time. And it's allowing for this Jokul to get tankier and heal, make this inevitable 1v1 battle extremely difficult to deal with. In fact, it's not going to be one-on-one at all. The Adorito hung on long enough to the point where the Jokul could get there. Now it's just a matter of dealing with the Ranger of Tank the Bank, and now Furies right back on top. All right, NPC round. Let's take a look at what's going on. GLHF 404 has been out of here, so those Furies that were in the on their team will be sent back to the shop. I'm sure many players happy to scoop those ones up. Kirizawa potentially in Bond Daddy ready. QS Breaker hogging the Umbers apparently. So anybody going for Umber? I mean, thankfully nobody, but that would have been irritating had somebody been trying to go for that kind of build. In terms of our actual players here into this one, Mimikapolyp's going to be on the hot seat of sorts. Maybe not necessarily enough to where one ends up losing them the rest of the game, but they're definitely low. But they're going up against the bot, so I want to take a look at some actual competition here, player versus player. We're going to see Bond Daddy Ratty going up against Fear. Oh, that's a ghost. Let's see. Kurosawa up against Fury then in this instance. Crunk now online for potentially Wildfire. Yes, in fact, there will be some Wildfire because Blazon Knight is here for Kirizawa. Meanwhile, Furies, of course, we've seen the last couple of rounds with them. We get the idea of their team composition. Even if their forest does end up getting blown up, we've seen that this Jokul is absolutely more than ready for the task. Meanwhile, on the side of Kirizawa, again, we saw the Blazon Knight, and now we do also have the Furiox that is essentially bunkered in with this Atipo and with this Archos. It's not going to get any sort of benefit from the Blazon Knight attack speed in this position, but at least it'll be safe from any sort of melee units off the rip. It won't be safe from the Lulura, though. It does charm them forth, not going to do any damage. They're going to absolutely blow up the Lulura, but now the Jokul and the Forest are right where they want to be. Heck, the Lulura doesn't even go down until that very moment. Big win again here from Furious. Kirizawa going to take the hit. Mimikapolyps doesn't actually get past TOS Breaker, so they're going to be down to 1 HP. This very well could be the end if things don't go Mimikapolyps' way. Granted, this is up against the bot, so unfortunate there. We'll quickly hop in here with Kirizawa versus Warrior Ace. And we'll keep an eye on what happens here with Mimikapolyps as well. A little bit of adjustment here for Kirizawa. A little bit more of an extended micro bunker of sorts. Like, this isn't a full-on bunker. Okay, now it's a full-on bunker. A little bit of a more sideways style compared to the usual box formation that you would see with a team composition like mine, for example. But again, I'm just a commentator. I'm not a pro. Let's see what they've got going on here. Warrior Ace is going to have this twine to try and shoot towards that backline. So it's not like the Furiox and the Blazon Knight are going to be set for free unless they just get blown up immediately. That twine was not long for this world. Big shot from that Blazon Knight. How much damage did that do? It's actually not even going to show up here on the stats because I have the wrong player open. It does not matter. Furiox and Blazon Knight just absolutely lined them up and knocked them down. Huge one to the point where Warrior Ace gets knocked out of here in 6. And we do lose Mimikapolyps as well. They will be out of here in 7. Shoutouts to the TOS Breaker for scoring points here in this in this game, apparently. Let's hop over with our current leaders, both battling it out and what kind of upgrades they performed as of this moment. Fury spent the bank, got to level 9, did get a flood, and then, I argue more importantly, got this Joe time. This thing, it's not as safe as the last one where we saw the double restorating impact reactor plus phase breaker, but this one does have the added benefit of having that disruptive force reactor, allowing for true sight. So if anybody tries any sort of blinding, any sort of Umber play or anything along those lines, this bear does not care. We're seeing a big stun come on through here from the Goliath, seriously stunning up that left side, including the Jokul on the left-hand side. Now, bear versus bear, but the Jokutun does also have a ranger with it. Going to be able to hold the line rather nicely, staying very healthy. In fact, majority of Fury's team staying very healthy in this instance. Going to be blown up. I think the bank is going to fall down a little bit. All right, Bond Daddy Ratty versus Tank the Bank. Bond Daddy Ratty with the full fire style, literally full fire. We've got 8 of them online now. Thing to keep in mind, Tank the Bank also has a leveled disadvantage. Granted, they did at least get a Fernite. Did that actually get online? Yes, it's right here. Still has a little bit of credits to their name as well. 47's nothing to scoff at, and they have plenty of things that they could eventually look for in terms of an upgrade. But a last-minute move here to move the Archos and the Twine off to the side. And that's a little interesting. Let's see how that ends up working out here for them. We do have the Rip Lance now going to be allowed to absolutely shred. It's in a fantastic position, has not been targeted like at all up until this point, but the thing is there is no phase breaker. There is no safety net whatsoever there for that Rip Lance. It's going to dive on through. It might have big damage, but it is going to die essentially immediately, like we saw right there. Bond Daddy Ratty with a big win, knocking Tank the Bank down to within kill shot. Same thing now here with Kirizawa. Now, if I'm Furies, I'm laughing in this instance for the main reason that second, third, and fourth, all of them are fighting each other for Furiox, or for Scoriox, rather. Meanwhile, Furies, their team does not worry about Furiox in the slightest. A lot of people believe that in order to get a Mystic team truly up and running, you do need to have a Scoriox or some sort of backline fighter, while Furies is showing that you can just use the Polar Bear instead, alongside maybe some fighters like the Forest. But let's see here, Bond Daddy Ratty versus Kirizawa. Kirizawa with a last minute, or not a last minute, but a push here to level 9. Flood online here for Bond Daddy Ratty. We're seeing level 10 now here from Tank the Bank. Fair enough, you're going up against Furies. You got to make the move now. A bad loss there for Tank. 22 HP could absolutely disappear. But we're going to watch Bond Daddy Ratty versus Kirizawa. Both of them have spent everything. We do see a nice final last-second upgrade here for Bond Daddy Ratty. Ramp Fire is here. This now allows for, I believe, 3 Inferno alongside that 8 Fire. On the other side, there's a bunch of Wildfire. But the thing is, Wildfire wants the fight to last long. Inferno full fire does not care about the fight lasting long at all. To the skies, it's going to immediately just blow up that poor little Ador, and the rest of the team are short to follow. Absolute massacre coming out here from Bond Daddy Ratty. It's going to knock Kirizawa out of here. Let's hop over to Tank the Bank versus Furies. The Rip Lance is on to the Mystics, actually. This is the first time in a while we're seeing maybe Fury's team look a little bit mortal. And a decent little scenario here now, too, from Tank the Bank. They might not have found the phase breaker, but they at least add additional healing, or not additional healing, but additional health to the pool here by getting, it was a, the growing one. Where is it? Okay, he's a ghost, so I'm not going to be able to see it. Oh, he was there a second ago. That one. The dense stasis reactor. That's what I'm talking about. Getting at least a little bit more HP. It's obviously not as strong as getting, say, the phase breaker or the restorating impact reactor, but it's still something. And which ghost were they going up against? They're going up against Ratty's. Depending on how this goes, if Ratty's squad could find a sweet spot maybe between the this bunker, there's a lot of Illuvials that don't want to move, but depending on where this ramp fire goes, This could be a quick one, but 7 Earth is definitely going to make mitigation very valuable. A good spot here for the ramp fight. It does have the phase breaker as well, so it might get targeted immediately, but it will be ignored in the end. Big damage to that back line. Immediately going to take care of the Appon. There is no more CC back here because the Jotun's busy. How about one more shot here from the ramp fight? The Jotun on the left-hand side doing a significant amount of damage, but not enough to actually deal with the rest of this team. Beautiful win here from Bondaddy Ratty. Going to take Furies down to 3, but then Tank the Bank won against Ratty. Oh, we got a little bit of a tic-tac-toe kind of scenario going on here. Each of them seem to know the way to beat different teams, so to speak. Furies, their ghosts will be going up against Tank the Bank as well. All right. There is a world where this game could be over right here, right now, but we'll have to see. We have to see if this Rip Lance can just absolutely shred on through before the Rampfire does too much damage. Bondaddy Ratty going to be completely content with letting the Rampfire dive off to the right-hand side and essentially just charge off of this Twine. You might fire off an Omega relatively prematurely, but you can be in a safe spot to maybe do it later. Could potentially be the way. This Twine's being extremely annoying, but now this Rampfire is going to be able to get on the move, and the Rip Lance actually just straight up died. So this is the close one. It's Rampfire versus backline versus the backline, and it dives on up. It's not going to be able to get one more cast, so the Rampfire do not get very much value, but this backline has made up for it. The Adorito alongside the Furiox, they don't even necessarily need to have too many augments. They're going to get the job done rather nicely. But because that was a rather close fight, Tank the Bank is not done yet. How about Furies? Can this Mystic team potentially hold off the rest of the squad here from Tank the Bank? It's close, but it is not going to be enough for the Ghost to get the kill, actually. Furies, I think, just hung on. That they were. So now, our PvP battle of sorts. We're going to for sure get one more round here after this. At the very least. Tank the Bank versus Furies. Credits-wise, neither of these players have much left in the tank. The only thing they could try for is potentially maybe going for the Geyser, but I think it's contested by everybody. Yeah, that's too tough. You can't do that. So it's all going to come down to positioning for this last possible fight here for either of these players. Rip Lance safely off to the side, but I think, can this Forest dive on through? No, they're going to go for the Bear instead. So now the Jotun is going to have free reign onto this Rip Lance. That is going to be very scary, especially since they have to burn through this Goliath first. They do manage to get the job done. They've turned onto this Bear. Can they shred the Jotun? They're going to be able to do so. Can they get into the Furiox? That Malura in the backline is being an absolute nuisance to the healers, but it may not matter. Furies, their team looks mortal in this instance, and they could possibly be broken through. Furiox opening fire. They're out of range of the Malura. This Furiox does not care whatsoever about that Malura now. The Rip Lance is literally just chilling here in the back line, letting everybody else get the finishing blows. So Furies, our tournament leader, is currently going to be falling in third in this game. Still a good points game, so not too shabby still for themselves. But this means we have one more battle, and Bondaddy Ratty, whichever ghost they were going up against, they actually lost against. So this, for sure, will be our final round. Once the NPCs are done. Got Tank the Bank holding on with 1 HP. Exactly, 1 HP in a dream. Here we go. Final potential upgrades for both these players. They're both contesting Scoriox, but at the same time, it looks like Bondaddy Ratty one away from Scoriox. We do potentially have Sears being blocked. A bunch of credits being spent either way. Another Adorito on the board. But with both players with Adoritos, even trying to go full on for the Adorius will be tough. Tank the Bank has spent everything they have. A couple more sales, actually. It does not look like Bondaddy Ratty has spent anything up until this point here. Maybe waiting. Oh, they waited so long for Tank the Bank to do all the rolling. And they come in and snipe the Scoriox. Could that be the finishing blow? They might be a level less or a level disadvantage. But now Magma is also going to be coming on fourth here to make their team just that much tankier. The Rip Lance did nothing but attack an Appon. This is not looking good. Ramp Fire to the skies absolutely chunks the hell out of that corner composition. One more time, why don't we? By the time Scoriox gets here, everybody's already at quarter HP. And that will be the end of the game here. This time by Bondaddy Ratty with a huge victory in this one, taking first place. Tank the Bank, Furious, Kirizawa, Warrior Race, and Mimicopolis going to round up that one. GG's, everybody. Yeah, Tank the Bank almost finding the 1 HP in a dream scenario. I could not hit the Scoriox. Honestly, I'm not even 100% sure if hitting the Scoriox would have been enough to pull that one through. Rampfire was just able to absolutely delete everybody in the process too, so... I mean, shoulda, coulda, but at the same time, that's just so cool. Good one for Ratty. All right, with Fury is getting, and I think that was their first third place of the event. This will actually knock them down in the second. Narkesh going to be taking the lead. Bondaddy Ratty moves up to third with Sir Dexter Morgan in fourth. Badul, CFGD, Axel from Apex, Tank the Bank, Kirizawa, and Androa round up our top 10. Then we do have Web3 Gaming TV Hype, Dano Toro. We do have Zico Perico. We have Patch Tourist Hype, Kirito Hype. Within our top 15, Kirito just Kirito. That's a weird way of saying it. Kirito right on the doorstep of potentially getting into that 14th spot as well. Nocacho going to be in that 16th spot as well. So in case of wild card failure, Nocacho and Kirito, if the tournament were to stop right here, right now, that would be it. Insanity and Nariba, Not Complain, going to all, and Hogan going to be in our top 20. Showtime, surprised by Not Complain's placement. I was considering him for second or third best player in the world. I mean, that's what happens when you only show up for tournaments, am I right? I mean, you didn't hear me say that. We still have about an hour 20 left in the bank in regards to this tournament as a whole. Let's quickly do a refresh and let's start cracking down a little bit. We've gotten a little bit of an additional influx of players. And now let me start getting a little bit picky. Who's kind of hovering around that that 14th spot? Like Patch Tourist, Kirito, Nocacho, Zico, Deno, Insanity. Let's see if I can find some of them in here. Yeah, Narkesh basically did the same thing, but yet they're at the top. Yeah. No, they absolutely did. And yeah, so far so good there for them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't knock it. Some people are really good at picking it back up and very, very quickly. But of course, you do have the collection aspect as well. And I'm not exactly sure if I were to compare team versus team how it would look. Yeah, collection's huge, 100%. Okay, so some of the players I was curious about are actually right here into this lobby, but this is very far along. This game's actually almost over. Have I done a game with Eris yet today? If I did, it was like the first game. Deno and Zico Perico are also on that fringe. Let's pick that one. He plays half the game on Scions, that's why he's so low. Oh. As your resident Scion enthusiast, that hurts my soul to hear, but I get it. Fox Spirit with the insight. All right. Our next game here for today, we're actually just getting in relatively fresh. We're at round 4 as of this moment. Let's introduce our players nice and quickly here. We do have Deno Toro hype. We have Zico Perico. For both these players already are within that top 20 mark, fighting for that spot to stay or get into the main event next weekend. We have Eric Seaworth and Droa, I believe, is in that similar situation as well. Apaziam, we have Wasted Grok, which is the first that I've seen them in play here. And then we got Tank the Bank once again after a fantastic round in that last one that we just saw. And then Yeet Sermon, I believe, is a bot. So we'll get through there nonetheless. But a 7 out of 8 lobby here for this next game. Region-wise, we're going to Sanctum Mesa, just being able to get an additional reroll onto your weapon one more time. Hopefully actually hitting the weapon that you like. And speaking of said weapon, let's see what we got this time. Deno Toro going to... Oh, we're going to be jumping around a little bit, aren't we? Let's pause for a second. Apazium down towards the bottom here. We've got the Ember Buckler. We have an Ember Buckler for the bot here as well. And Androa also going for Ember Buckler. That'd be a lot of Ember Buckler. The Wasted Grok with the Tempest Lance. We see Eris Seaworth with the Strike Boomerang. We have Denatoro with the Ripple Flail. We do have 2 Aqua Blasters rounding up the rest of our squad here. Tank the Bank and Zico Perico both picking that one up. $50 TPIs, Illuvials at 11. Okay. You play your best no matter what. At the end of the day, it's still your team. Regardless of what your team looks like, it's your team. That's a beautiful thing about this Web3 thing, right? These aren't just digital serial numbers on a generic menu. These are all actually yours. And there's something special about that. They may not always be the strongest, but they're yours. Maybe the brother of Not Complain is playing. I mean, I remember back in Illuvium Pro League, we'd hear a consistent amount of people curious about and scared about like multi-accounting and that kind of thing. And I've heard some funny stuff where a player would qualify and say, no, I know this came from the same IP, but it's my wife playing. That's my brother playing, or something along those lines. Always a sketchy spot to have to try and dispute. Meanwhile, taking a look at Wasted Grok. It's the first time I'm getting to see them in competition here. And I don't think I've even ever seen that Illuvitar. But so far, they're taking an absolute beating here. A couple of their Illuvials definitely on the lower side. A little bit of a mixed collection here. Going to be looking forward to seeing where they can go from here, though. See what they can do. NPC round. Let's take a look credits-wise. Everybody's essentially right in the middle, down the road. No heavy spenders, at least not in this game as of this moment. But everybody is still essentially under 50, with the exception of Wasted Grok, just completely content, taking the beating, loading up on credits. Potentially make a move a little bit later. And Droa already getting the Aegis side of things with that Archos joining the team, being able to Aegis buff one of those links is. Zico Perico looking for potentially Steam sometime down the line, but their main focus is on that little links for the time being. Similar situation here with Tank the Bank, double links is all the way. Hovering around that 50 credit mark. Deno, they are going to have themselves Steam, Behemoth, and neither of those are going to actually be linked up as of right now, but again, relying on this beautiful Dark Hollow Railu. Deposium going to be joining us here for this game once again for Inferno Style, finding a very early Fury at level 4. That's a hell of a find. Eris Seaworth, level 5, found a Rampy. Going to one-up the Fury, apparently. Very nicely done, but they're going to be going up against Tank the Bank here in just a second. Wasted Grok moving up to level 5 now that they've hit 70 credits. For our battle here, Air is Seaworth. Let's take a look at this Rampy. Little level 30. It's got a bunch of Omega power to it, but can it survive long enough to actually get a cast off? It got surrounded. That's unfortunate there for Eris. The big carry will be taken down, and the rest will be short to follow. Big win once again here from Tank the Bank. Yeah, now we're starting to see a lot of double linkses. My goodness. The top 3 all rocking the double links. Zico has the one. I think I'm seeing a pattern here. Link 2 links is higher up board. 1 link's middle of the board. No links, not very high on the board at all. Is it a coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. Well, let's see. Era's going to get up to level 6 this time. Spent, I think, a little bit to actually get there, but still sitting at about 35 credits. Not too bad. But, of course, this is going to be the Aegis buffed Illuvials coming out here from Deno Toro, specifically surrounding this beautiful Dark Hollow Railu. Rampy does get a decent shot. That was some good damage coming out there from the Rampy, actually. And the Crunk is holding the line rather nicely. And there is no way for this Railu to get away from the blind. But there's still plenty of firepower here. The Railu can sustain itself ever so slightly unless that Fleesh can shut them down. A very close one. The little Greater Earth Fleesh going to come through and clutch up the round here for Eris. Eris going to be scooping up the Archos as well, probably bringing it onto the field. There it is. And potentially start doing some sort of, I guess, corner comp. Or are they going to line this one up? We'll see here in just a moment's time. Going up against the Wasted Grok. Wasted Grok relying here on this level 48 TNT we're seeing here in the back line. And I know I personally have been having a lot of fun putting a resonating pulse reactor onto my TNT. Turning it, oddly enough, not just into a burst damage carry, but into a little bit of an auto-attacker as things go along. Of course, with that resonating pulse reactor, you do get more attack speed based off of your Omega power, so it could actually be pretty scary. At least in the early game. I wouldn't recommend it for late game. But early on, it could definitely work a little bit. But it looks like Eris, alongside the additional level, having that additional alluvial on the board, and the Wildfire now online, going to be able to slowly but surely chip away here at Wasted Grok and get the win there. We'll next hop up the board here. Looks like Androa and Tank the Bank are going at it. It's going to go over to Androa. There we go. Deno and Tank the Bank. Let's see. Tank currently maxed out in terms of interest. 73 credits to their name. Now starting to make a little bit of a move. Sitting at level 6 for that one. Deno, if they're looking for Toxic Aegis, well, they're pretty much right on track to be able to pull this off rather nicely, getting it online as it stands right now. Does have the Riptorus here, the Toxic for the Ranger as well. The one thing that is oddly enough missing is the Caradulo is not here. And it's not even like it's too heavily I guess it's somewhat contested. I think the bank does have one, just staring them down on the other side of the field. And they're going to opt to do a mixed Aegis buff based off of the links and then based on the Riptorus as well. The Riptorus coming from left to right. Let's see if they can clean up the rest of the support line before that Greater Monk here and the links gets on top of them. It looks very strong, actually. So far, so good here for Deno. Going to absolutely chew on through. The links going to get the final shot there to seal the deal on that one. So Deno Toro going to be moving up the board, but Androa at the top of the board, sitting very pretty. Has Aegis, but heck, they don't even necessarily have the greatest alluvials to be using Aegis for. Just going to actually try and power up a Alfie, oddly enough, that is set up here with the Singulating Omega Reactor for some additional Omega power stealing, essentially allowing the Alfie to ramp up a little bit. Even without Invoker, even without traditional ramping up styles, no steam or anything along those lines. I guess that's another way to do it. I know personally, I do not use this augment enough, so maybe I should be playing around with that during my ranked games. Credits-wise, of course, Androa was way above the threshold for max. We are going to see Tank the Bank and Zico Perico in a similar position as well. Same thing with the Pausium and the Wasted Grok. With it being round 13, this is usually when people really start spending. So let's take a look and see what are these big upgrades. Singe and Rake online. That is going to mean the Steam Harbinger style is here and successful. I mean, the Harbinger is actually not here, but it's still at least getting set up anyway. Double Rake actually coming out here from Zico Perico. Any other big-time pickups in the meantime? I mean, there's a lot of things being flung around here, so by all means, call something out if you've noticed something I didn't. We do see Air Seaworth picking up a ramp fight. That's a nice little pickup for a mid-game power spike, especially this early. Let's take a look. Our top two battling it out against each other right now. Toxic Aegis up against Aegis buffing a Alfie. That's a nice little lineup, but a good move from the Lynx to at least get out of dodge to stop allowing that Alfie to do so much damage. Lots of low health bars here, but can the Alfie actually clean it up? It's all down to the tanks and all down to the Alfie, and Alfie does not perform well in these kind of scenarios. It can do a ton of damage, but it cannot secure kills for the life of it half the time. So that will be a takedown. Dano Hype going to win this one very beautifully, taking Andro out. We're not taking them out, but at least knocking them down a peg here. An additional Alfie coming on through, and it's going to be a flood coming on through here as well. Just taking some of these additional floods off the board to allow, or for anybody going for that Mystic style to get kind of wrecked. But to be honest, this might be the first game all day where I've not seen somebody actually go for Mystics with their Ranger at least. So a nice change of pace here, to say the least. We do now have Androa going up against Eris Seaworth. Eris is level 7 compared to the level 8 here of Androa. But, I mean, if that ramp fight finds a good spot, this could be very, very deadly. A little bit scary here for Eris, though. The rest of the Illuvials on the other side of the field are going to get clumped up and get stuck, dealing with the stabbing and this little dash. Big damage coming out here from the Sinal. Going to take out the back line. That stabbing is going to be doing some serious work. That was a good shot there from the ramp fight, but it did not necessarily blow up the field like I was expecting it to do so. It's going to get one more shot here, but not enough to actually land the kill. So it's going to be some big damage coming out here from Androa here onto Eris Seaworth. Take a trip down towards the bottom. Let's see what's up with Aposium. Going up against Eris as well. Level 7 versus level 7 this time by. Nobody going to get eliminated in a worst case scenario, but we can take a look economy-wise where they both stand. Both right around the middle section here, right in the 40s. Stabbing online now here for Aposium. If they wanted to throw that onto the board, would mix in quite nicely with this mixture of water and rogue style that they've got going on. Meanwhile, Eris, again, we did see the ramp fight from last time, does have a couple of solid Illuvials with that trunk as well in the back line to try and tank. But the rogues have been let in here into the corner pretty considerably, and that could spell doom here for a lot of the support line from Eris Seaworth. Good shot from the ramp fight. Does manage to get a couple of kills this time, but the Illuvium, the rest of the gang have come in to support. One more shot from the ramp fight, not going to be allowed to do so. Arctace says not a chance and shuts that down with one more shot. The bot is out of here. That's going to put a bunch of additional Earth units back into the pool. And then I'd argue more importantly, the Adorito, the Ferns, and the Klings going to be back into the pool as well. Those are a bunch of very popular units right now back into the swing of things. Wasted Grok spent everything left in the bank to try and deal with Aposium, but Aposium's still sitting rather pretty, level 7 as well. Has all of those augments essentially attached to the Rake. They're throwing the additional safety net onto the stab in here as well. And they do have Predator and Vanguard actually online. So lots of firepower in terms of these rogues without going for the full 7 rogues. The Arctace Carpet Bomb across the tank line going to assist to allow this Rake and this Stab-in to actually start breaking in to sup on these squishier units. Good Wraith Strike going to start things off here. Now it's just a matter of dealing with the supports. And now that Alfie and TNT, they are all going to be exposed for some serious damage. No more shots from the TNT. That's going to be the duo. What are normally enemies will pair up for the sake of the team here for Aposium and get a big win there. We will see Wasted Grok out of here, so that means we are going to see a couple of Twines and Crunks, or the Kling and the Headies brought back into the pool. I'm sure a handful of players are going to be happy about. In regards to the economy, Tank the Bank is in the best position as of this moment, short to follow by Zico Perico. 81 and 75 respectively. I imagine there'll be some level ups or some roll downs here in just a moment's time. Zico Perico very close to potentially scoring a Umber for themselves. I'm sure that would be huge. Apozium going to find another stab in. I mean, they're getting real close to slash in, but it is contested. We have three players here all going for essentially water and then going for the same carries, going for the slash-ins, going for the rake, and then potentially even going for the dual F if things go their way. But Zico Perico is more so all in regards to the Umber. That's got to be a little bit irritating. One way that they can kind of relieve some of this pressure would be to get rid of Apozium, but Apozium does have a handful of health still remaining. Gonna take a look at this battle here with ARC, where they do have a rather nice looking little Octius here ready to rock, but can they potentially blow through Dano Toro from potentially just running them over here? 11 HP means this loss would very well end the run here for this first game. Lalura is going to go into the back line, not hit a thing, but some resets are coming out from the Octius, so they're going to be able to actually secure some kills. The Kiradulo is going to end up going down as well, but how long does this Octius stay alive? There goes two. So far, so good actually here for Ares. As long as they can deal with the Furiox, they are not going to be able to do so with Octius falling. It's just a matter of Furiox versus Fur Knights, and one of them is super effective. And it's actually going to end up being a very, very close fight. But unfortunately here for ARC Warp, they will fall in 6th place, so a net 0 on the game. But at least it's not a negative. GG's no matter what the result. Apozium with another Singe, and okay, a big pickup coming out here from Apozium. The slash-in is online. They don't necessarily have the damage augments, though, to truly let this thing snowball. I mean, that resonating pulse reactor onto a slash-in would definitely be rather nice, but you don't have, say, the distorting one, or the piercing, or the snow... I think it's the echoing is the one that has the snowball effect attached to it. But a nice upgrade in regards to getting Malura out there. They actually make the Rake sit out of this fight to make sure that they get the Vanguard combo out and running. Apozium on the green side, of course, Tank the Bank in the red. The Rogues are trying to find their way into this fight. As of this moment, Malura has not gone down for the charm just yet. Now they have, and that is a pretty decent charm. Going to be able to get 3 of them. It's softened up this tank line, and now with the Rogues getting those squishy members exposed, a beautiful charm from the Malura got everybody else left in that bunker, and they're going to be able to chop right on through. Slashing the Vanguards, the team all coming together here for Apozium right when they needed it. That way, they're still in this game. That was a very close game there, Aris. GG's. Right down from Fur Knight to the Furiox. That was very, very close. Zico Perico getting an absolute huge break. Umber online now here for Zico Perico. I'm going to stick with Apozium here, because if they do end up going down, that very well could be a kill shot, and I want to see what ends up happening. Aegis buffed Rip Lance, I believe, is here and ready to rock. Yes, it is. 5 water, 3 toxic, with the 5 bulwarks in the front line. And the Rip Lance is essentially going to be able to just eat this poor Singe for free. Carries on through. It's going to be now on top of the Jokul. That thing goes down. But the big eyes, or the eyes should be onto the slash-in that we're seeing here in the back line. Let's get it over here with the Malura as well, trying their damnedest to tank. But now the Rip Lance, it has the Penguin in its sights, and whip that, it will take it down. It's just a matter of dealing with the Malura now. And there they go. Unfortunately, the big drone is down, and that will mean that Apozium just barely going to end up falling in this instance. Double tap just to make sure that they're down, and that is going to be Dano taking one out. Eris, thank you so much. I appreciate the positivity. All right, we are down to our top 4 here for this one. We can now go see what's up with Zico Perico, who does have Steam Harbinger online, thanks to the Big Mammoth now being online. Level 49, a very nice one at that. Umber is here as well, and it's built to be the carry. as best as possible. Maybe not in terms of physical damage, but just opting to be in that dodge state as best as they possibly can. But with them diving like this going into Androa, first off, they're going to be diving into a Blotto. That is going to be annoying as heck, and you're going to have absolutely nothing to deal with the blind. One thing to also consider, the Sin-Off is going to be ramping up more and more as this game goes on. Going to be a very awkward battle to try and tiptoe through as the Umber. First shot from that Sin-Off is going to go directly into the Atlas, actually. Whoa, we're going to see the Geyser move faster than I have in years, getting shunted along here by the Mammoth, breaking that big tank line. Now that the Blotto is gone and now that the Flood is moved, maybe the carries can find a nice opportunity to get on in here. There we go, triple kill from the Umber. How about another one? We've seen this in the past, but the Rake, it has gone untargetable. One more shot. What a cover up here from the Mammoth as well to stop the Rake from coming on through. Big win for Zico Perico, blocking out Androa. And we now get ourselves into a bit of an NPC round. Once again, a little bit of components, a little bit of credits coming on through. Tank the Bank leading this lobby while also being in the lead in regards to credits. They are sitting very pretty into this one. They have Verdant Harbinger currently online as it stands. Just throwing every tank augment they get onto that Axon. It may not be fully evolved, but it does not matter. Axon is an absolute beast. Androa and Deno Hype might be a little bit further along in terms of their build composition, having the Blotto out there, for instance, and then getting, I believe, a second Sin-Off. Deno Hype and Zico Perico short to follow as well. Geyser online, so that's a pretty crazy healer to be added into the squad here for Zico Perico. They very well could get the kill or get killed off if things don't go their way. So I want to see this fight this time by. Double Furiox on the field as of this moment here for Deno, alongside, of course, that Aegis buffed Rip Lance. Where does the Mammoth find its value? Can it allow for the Umber and the Sin-Off to play safely? This first cast from the Sin-Off, I'd argue, is probably going to essentially be a misfire. It's just going off into the Fern, and it's not going to be enough to seal the deal, but thankfully the Ranger got the snipe. But that Umber got crushed. But that entire combo just ate Mammoth. A huge Incisor Eyes coming on through and allowing for some big stuns, big damage, and big healing from the Geyser as well. And that barely kept that Umber alive. Fantastic play from Zico Perico's team. Deno going to be knocked down a peg. How about our top two players, though? How's this fight going on? Very middle side down the road. Where's that Sin-Off? This should be an absolute money shot if they can score this one right through. That's the shot of Sin-Off's dreams, except for the fact that it just all gets healed up after the fact. But how about another one? What's the Omega power at this for this Sin-Off as this moment? We're at 280, and they're continuing to cast. But of course, while it does ramp you up, it doesn't ramp you up that much. And Androa going to take the loss there that time by. We'll ride along with Zico Perico one more time, but let's keep an eye on everybody here. Tank in serious control of this game, thanks to the fact, again, not only having the most amount of health, but having a ton of credits still. They can wait. They can take their time and do exactly whatever they want to do. But let's see. Zico Perico spends down to try and get up to level 9. I mean, that Goliath would absolutely make for a fantastic, or I say Goliath, but it's actually just a Scarabok. The little beetle going to come on through, get an additional bulwark onto the field. Blazonite over, or not, Fernite over in the corner is at least going to be going directly into the Geyser. So the Sin-Off, I mean, that's a pretty decent lineup. If the Sin-Off can actually get the cast off, this should be huge. That is going to go through so many of the Illuvios on the side of Tank the Bank, but a big heal from the Adorito is going to keep them topped off alongside the Verdant Puddle to try and save the Twine. But again, big Incisor Eyes coming on through here from the Mammoth. Big damage alongside the Sin-Off and alongside that Umber as well. That Axon, it tanked so much, but it is not going to matter when the rest of your allies are dead. Tank the Bank going to take a huge hit. Zico Perico still in this game. Androa versus Deno. How did this end up going? It actually is going to be Deno taking the victory there. Androa's ramping up. Sin-Off was not going to be enough. Now here's the thing, Zico Perico, do you have anything in the bank? All those Alfies just got added to the pool, but they have no credits to actually spend on it. That's absolutely heartbreaking here for Zico Perico. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tank the Bank not going to wait any longer. Big spend down to 10. Now lines them up with a 5 Bulwark with some empaths, Harbinger, Scion. It's a beefy team. But at the same time here, I believe this is Deno. Deno hype this time by with 5 Bulwarks as well. Has Aegis. Where is the Aegis buff even going into as this moment? I'm not 100% sure. They're just kind of bouncing across each other, it looks like. So Riplant's going to try and tear through this Goliath nice and quick. Of course, thankfully, that Toxic Skewer does do % health damage, so it's going to be able to still do some serious damage, but it means that the Little Rip is going to be able to do just as much damage back. Beautifully done there from the Little Rip tourist on the side of Tank the Bank. Can this be the time for Tank the Bank squad to start swarming on in? It looks like that's exactly going to be the case. It's going to be the Furiox in the back line as well, and there's just so many Illuvials. Blazonite is even here to start partying as well. That is a disgusting Blazonite in the best way possible. Tank the Bank with a major victory here in this one, and now this leaves Tank the Bank versus Zico Perico to finish off this game. And the final icing on the cake, so to speak, will be the Scoriox coming on through here from Tank the Bank. The Furiox was already doing so much damage, and I like they're already making the adjustments. They saw what happened in the last round they played Zico Perico, where too much value came out of that Sin-Off. They're already splitting things up. Yes, that means that Umber could have a little bit more of a field day, but it could very well still work out. A nice last-minute move from Zico Perico to get that Umber in line with the Blazonite and the Scoriox, which means wherever these Wraith Strikes come out, it should, in theory, hit the Scoriox as well. That they still have to worry about casting. It's actually not hitting the Scoriox. The Scoriox has been able to essentially fire for free. Now the Wraith Strike's actually hitting, but the Umber, it's already dead. It's been turned on. Scoriox got them alongside the Blazonite, but you still have the Mammoth. Where is the Shunt? It's coming on through right towards the tank line, but the DPS is still essentially untouched. Adorito is taking everything being thrown out there from that Sin-Off as well. And a fantastic game here from Tank the Bank. Gonna end up winning this one in beautiful fashion. GG's. Congratulations there to Zico Perico as well for the second place finish. Deno hype for third, and Droa for fourth, and Apazium in fifth, all scoring some points here towards the tournament. And of course, still GG's to everybody, regardless of which your result is. To Eris, Wasted Grocko, or Wasted Grok rather, not Wasted Grocko. And this puts us within our final hour of play. So what I think my game plan will be, the last game that I end up taking will be around 240. Could get us a little bit past 3 o'clock. I'm not 100% sure if the ruling is all games count that start before 3 or finish at 3. So I'll go as much as I can, but I do have some family plans right afterwards, so I may not be able to stick around to the very end, like long after the tournament's happened, to see official results, but I'll at least give you the unofficial. And then I'll allow Illuvium themselves to make that announcement. It's probably best that I wait for Illuvium themselves to actually make that announcement anyway, because I imagine they're going to do some additional competitive integrity checks and something along those lines. Should be all that start before. That is kind of what I thought, yeah. But I probably can't go too much further past 3. So we'll sneak 2 more in here before we do call it a stream. In terms of results, as it stands right now, Narkesh is now back on top of Fury's short to follow. Badul, Dexter Morgan, or Sir Dexter Morgan, Axel from Apex, Bondaddy Ratty, Tank the Bank after a fantastic run there all the way back into the top 10. Web3 Gaming TV hype, Zico Perico, Kirizawa, CFGD, Dano Toro, they needed that one. That was a good one, getting them back into the top 14. Kirito hype as well, getting the move on up alongside Endroa. Then if 15th and 16th happens to be picked up, they would end up going to patch tours and not complain if things stopped right here, right now. But no Cacho, Nariba, Insanity, Hogan, Prison, Victor, Williamson. There's a lot of good players here right on the outskirts, so close to potentially doing it, still within striking distance. Keep pushing. You've got maybe 2 more games left in you. You've come this far. Don't give up now. Especially, God forbid, if 15th and 16th do end up getting to come into the tournament due to the lack of there being wild cards. Wait. So with that standing, let's get a quick look again at everybody around that 14th area. Say from CFGD, say down to Williams and Illuvium Hunter Tutorial. Let's see what kind of lobbies we get. It's definitely starting to cool off a little bit. 32 players left in play as of this moment. Of course, a few more could very well just be in between games in queue. And of course, as always, big thank you to everybody tuning in. Hoping you're enjoying your time, whether you're playing or just watching. Hope you're enjoying it. Thanks for being here with me, and then thank you for being here and supporting competitive Illuvium Arena. Again, it's a big, big mission of mine, and I know personally I've said this way too many times at this point here. It feels like I'm beating a dead horse. But I care so much about Arena, not because I'm not interested in Illuvium's other projects, because I absolutely am. I'm very excited about it. Even projects I thought I wasn't so excited about, I am actually, now that I've had the opportunity to try. Speaking of like the deathmatch and such. But I personally see the Illuvium Arena, like, or the Illuvium Arena with the MMO coinciding very similarly to how you would see Pokemon Sword and Shield and Pokemon Champions, or Scarlet and Violet and Pokemon Champions. Yes, you can have the MMO game. They could even have their own sort of competitive format that's a little bit different. But then in terms of PvP combats and competitions, you've got the arena for that. Similar to what we see with Scarlet and Violet and Champions, the Illuvium MMO to Arena. That's why I still care about this. I don't want major upgrades. I just don't want them to forget about it, because I think we can hit that dynamic, and it's an awesome and fun dynamic. So I'm surprised by CFGD. They've been absolutely on a tear here. Every once in a while, we see a little bit of a serious side come out. And you usually see their X account activity also start rising a little bit at the same time. But they've been secretly apparently practicing, and they're doing very, very good here today. They're on pace to be able to score a spot into the semifinals. Speaking of which, this lobby that was on the left-hand side that just got started up has a lot of players that are actually within range of making it into that semifinal. So I want to scoop that one up here. It's the one with Zico Perico, Tank the Bank, Patch Tourist, CFGD, Hogan, Not Complain, and Sanity. Like, this lobby doesn't have anybody who's leading the tournament. It's just full of people that are within kill shots, or not within kill shot, but within potentially the shot of making it. So this is actually kind of exciting to me. I want to see this. And perfect timing. We're getting in right as weapons are starting. Ooh. Okay. What is this, game 10 now or something along those lines at least? We've been here for a while, but it's still a hell of a fun time. It is going to be again here in the Motorverse Cup second qualifier. We've got a lobby full of people that are on that cut line within, say, 8th to, say, 20th, and all fighting for that top 14 spot. This one's really exciting to me. I'm really looking forward to this. To introduce our players this time by, I believe for the first time we're seeing on stream, Patch Tourist, going to be here alongside Hogan. We do have CFGD. We have Tank the Bank. We've got Not Complain Hype. We've got Zico Perico. We've got Insanity. And we've got Belvar from Atlas. And actually, CFGD was qualified for Worlds. So yeah, every once in a while, they have their moment. And they seem to be performing here in the Motorverse Cup as well, at least in this second qualifier, quite nicely. Of course, with us hitting level 4, or level 4, round 4, we now have weapons online. We were very blessed in that last game, where it was our first game I think we've seen all day without Mystic. I highly doubt that's going to be the case this time by, because we do see potentially 2 coming on forth here. Let's start from the top. We do have Patch Tourists on the Lava Gauntlet. We have the Flame Warden staff here for Hogan, for some potential either Templar or some Mystic style. Of course, Magma Mystic is one popular way of playing it. Take the Bank has that Shadow Maul, which is the dead giveaway that, yep, they're going for Mystic. We have CFGD with the Aqua Blaster. Insanity picking up the Strike Boomerang. We have Not Complain with the Emberling Rod. We do have Zico Perico with the Ripple Flail. And then we've got Veilvar, the only one going to be trying to push for something roguelike. Now, as the comments were mentioned a little bit prior to the stream, that they were surprised of Not Complain. They're just on the fringe. Of course, this is one of our players back in the Illuvium Pro League that was probably one of the top 5 players in that league. But there's been hovering around here in the second qualifier around that 19th to 20th spot this entire time. In regards to a team composition, level-wise, I mean, 34, that's all right, but it's definitely not as high as some of these other players. And from what we've been hearing, apparently they've been trying to go after my heart, so to speak, playing for the Scion style, and unfortunately, it's just not been working. So we'll have to see how it goes this time by here for Not Complain, with a lobby full of players all itching for that qualification spot. Speaking of which, Not Complain going up against CFGD to start this one off. CFGD has been on a little bit of a hot streak. It does not look like it's going to be stopping right here, right now. That is a big win up against Not Complain. The double Lynxes coming in clutch as always. Ooh, even with the Echoing Force Reactor. Region this time, we do have Taiga Boreal. All drone augments are going to be stage 3. So the best of the best coming on through this time by. And Eric Seaworth here in the chat. I'd love to know what your opinion is on my stance of Arena, where the rolling aspect. Oh, yes. So, I'm not going to lie to you, Eris. For the longest time, I was screaming skill issue about that, but hear me out. My mind's changed. I do completely agree now. To the point where I even have it in my big feedback chat, and it's going to be in my request that I send in, like a formal a request I'm going to be sending to Illuvium, not just through the Discord, but actually going to be making a document, that I find it very weird that we are buying alluvials and owning alluvials for the chance at using them. That does feel a little bit weird. It feels like we're buying these, or we're not buying alluvials as owning. It feels like we're kind of renting alluvials. And honestly, I hate that a lot more now. At first I thought it was a skill issue, but no, when I actually think about it, like even on business sense, it makes no sense. So I completely agree with you now, excuse me, I agree with you now, Eris Seaworth. Big time. Yeah, if you spent $1,000, you should be able to use the team that you spent that money on and not be, contested for it. So in my request, or in my form, what I have is I want to see an 8-player mode like this, but I want it to be with ownership in terms of bringing your own team. If it means that everybody is bringing the same team, that's just a balance issue. Like, balance your game, right? Now, there's a lot of people that still do like the TFT aspect of this. So if we don't get that at the end of the day, that's my dream. I would love to have an 8-player free-for-all where you'd play the game like old Ascendant, the real Ascendant, not the Gauntlet Light that we had before. But if we can't get that due to development and resources, okay, I understand that. We spent too much time into this auto battler style, or into this TFT clone style. I get it. But at the very minimum, I want 1v1 Ascendant, the real Ascendant, back. Yeah, and if you want to play Gauntlet, you can't always play what you want. Yeah, 100%. The example I give, I was graciously given, I believe it was by Squawk, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I was graciously given a Cephorus that I would be using on every single game that I play. But because it's randomized, it's chance-based, it's hard to hit even when uncontested, I can never play the thing without completely sacrificing my game. And that just feels bad. like trying to level up stage 3s right now. Like I'd love to be able to always be able to use my Mephisto or use my Seer. I can't do that. So no, I completely am on the mindset now that it feels like we've bought alluvials we've bought alluvials for the gauntlets, but it feels like we're renting instead of owning, or we're licensing our own alluvials for the chance to use them. I don't like that. So on my request, on my pitch that I'm working on, even if it has to be super long term, I want at least at the very minimum the traditional 1v1 Ascendants back. I imagine they've already made it, right? That they have the code saved somewhere. Let us choose. Because I get the player base is split right now, or would be split. But if the game was actually marketed and cared for, we'd probably be in a much better spot. But I get it. It probably doesn't bring in as much money as an MMO or, say, Deathmatch. So I painfully get it. We just had the opportunity, the time is missed, and now nobody believes. Yeah, if everybody brings the same team, then there's value of buying the one that's more powerful. Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree, and this also allows for gamers to have some creativity, right? If you keep seeing the same team, then just build something to hyper hard counter it if possible, right? I know that's easier said than done, but it can be done. Yeah, so in terms of my mindset's right there with you now. It didn't used to be, but it definitely is now, 100%. In regards to the game at hand here, I kind of got caught yapping a little bit, so let's take a look and see what we've got going on in terms of our battle. Patch Tourist currently leading the charge. We have Zico Perico and CFGD battling for the midfield in this instance here. Both of the water players seem to be going at least as of this moment. Oh, we've got NPC rounds. We'll worry about the credits in just a moment's time. Let's see the rest of this one. This one looks really good for Zico Perico, actually. The Mammoth got a good shot, but that was just about it. The rest of the team's just going to absolutely collapse around them. The little scarebuck that could. You got it, buddy. Get him! Get him! The little scarebuck. Yeah, the foe's going to be cheering them on. There we go. Good job, scarebuck. You got him. Slowly but surely, got the job done. Now we've got our NPC round. I'd like to take a look at the credits here this time by. Patch Tour is going to be leading the charge here. Maxed out on interest as well, and 92 HP currently. Has Mystic, or not Mystic, but has actually Magma Enchanter, at least is what's enabled. Not going to be actually active as of this moment, but we could potentially see some steam sometime down the road with the Rake being picked up, maybe even Wildfire now that a Fur Knight has joined the crowd. Take the Bank going to be going for that Granite Mystic. They do, in fact, have the 2 Mystics at least right off the rip, and now they got to start leveling and looking for those bigger ones. Zico, Toxic Aegis, Toxic Colossus possibly coming on through here. That's the Kronk bound to. Yeah, so we just got Toxic for the time being. Insanity still has the double Lynxes on board here with a potentially Inferno Berserker. Doesn't have anything hit as of this moment, but they have plenty of credits available. 81 and more now as of this moment. Granite Mystics coming out here once again, this time for Hogan. Also looking to power up, but in terms of levels, they're a little bit behind compared to Tank the Bank. Not complain. Loading up on Scions, currently has Bloom Arcanite, but might need something a little bit different, potentially some Bloom Harbinger. The fact that all their stage 1s, or rather, their tier 1s are all stage 1s is a little bit concerning, up until that point where that TNT finally got evolved. CFGD spent a ton, and they're down to 64 HP. That definitely hurts a little bit, but going for full water. And then Veilvar down at the bottom here, going for the rogue side of things, but looks like they're a little bit all over the place as of this moment. Couldn't necessarily grab their footing. We'll see if they can turn that one around in a little bit. But in the meantime, Tank the Bank on the red side up against Zico Perico once again. Tank, of course, one of the players going for that Granite Mystic style, but 2 Mystics, it is decent, but it is not necessarily unbeatable as of this moment. But Zico Perico has, of course, that Aegis buff online, but it's all relying pretty heavily on 1 or 2 alluvials to really start doing all the work. And if the tank line crumbles around them, it could be troublesome. And that's kind of what we're seeing right here, right now. There's just so many beefy units on the side of Tank the Bank that they're not going to be able to pull through. Zico Perico going to take the shot this time. Tank the Bank with the win there. And Eris in the chat here. I'm here to stay in the community no matter how bad the direction goes. Willing to help. Heck yeah, it just has to make sense. Absolutely. Headphone dying. Let's quickly swap that out. No, there we go. Okay, we're talking about Not Complain and how they were firing off with Scions for the most part here in this tournament. Well, now we're getting to see them again here. The quote-unquote dead Scions coming on through to try and play for my heart, apparently. Let's see how this ends up working. All augments set to that Octius for the time being. Let's see if maybe they could find some kill shots. Not the first time by, but the Sin-Off is going to be there to pick up the pieces. Good first shot there from the Scions. TNT as well, looking for a shot in just a second. Maybe start weakening them up ever so slightly. They're lining them up for a nice Sin-Off beam directly through multiple targets. That Ranger and the Archos took so much damage. Not Complain might have found a little bit of a power spike here. Now that the 5 Scion, 5 Bulwark, 2 Invoker composition coming on through. This is absolutely where you can kind of get caught stagnating, though, if you're not too careful. Bear with me if you heard the computer sound there. That was me, not you, I promise. Because now you have the balance of trying to find your tank line, but at the same time trying to push for some of these higher tier alluvials. It's very, very scary, especially since you're all, or Not Complain's already at 35. That makes it very messy. Normally, you need a lot of things to go your way for this comp to truly work out properly, because you can power level all the way to 9, power level to even 10. If you're stuck sitting here at 8, you might get run over. We'll have to see. One of the lobby leaders in this instance, Tank the Bank, coming on through with the 2 Mystics, heavy earth style. Only got the 3 though, so a little bit of mitigation. A couple of augments moved over to the Sin-Elf. I like that choice since that Sin-Elf is actually the Invoker. They're going to be ramping up naturally. Why not let them hit a little bit harder while doing so? Good shots here. Once again, right onto the Archos. We'll delete that healer right off the board. Just a matter of dealing with the Lura. And there we go. Not Complain looking so far so good now that they've gotten at least the 1 Invoker online. Now, of course, I get teased a little bit by everybody because, of course, everybody's going to call Scions bad. And to a certain extent, they probably are, but the heartbreaking thing for at least me personally, that's my team. That's what I always go for. So when I see somebody else do it, I'm very, very excited right now. I'm happy to see Not Complain's take on it. But do I also worry for them results-wise? Maybe a little bit. Let's see how they do versus Hogan. One more time here. Water is such a weird hit or miss team, doing nothing till level 8, and then if you don't hit Rake and Sin-Off, yeah, it's so scary. Completely agree, Thanatos. Let's see, Hogan seems to be having a little bit of a harder time because, of course, they were another one of those players that went for the Granite Mystic style, but they at least have the Goliath online. And of the stats that you can have on that Goliath, I think that's essentially exactly what you need. Good first shot from the Sin-Off, going to take care of the Apon, but there is still plenty of damage here on this squad in the form of these frontline bulwarks. They're still just chipping away very, very nicely. Good shot once again here from the Sin-Off, and once again, an Emberling Rod shot going to take care of a couple of these tanks. Now I don't think there's any way that Not Complain ends up falling in this instance here with that Invoker stacking Sin-Off, just doing everything that it needs to do, taking them down one-on-one. Of course, best case scenario, you're getting multiple alluvials with your beam, but in those endgame scenarios, we'll take 1 at least. So far so good here for Not Complain. Speaking about water being a little bit awkward, I think this is an instance here with CFGD where they got to be sweating at least a little bit. CFGD, if I do recall correctly, let me take a look at the results page as of this moment. Currently 11th, so they're definitely on the hot seat, so to speak, in this game. If you're streaming if you're streaming my commentary while I'm saying this, CFGD, I am so sorry. But the pressure is definitely on, but a lot of alluvials got hit for them in this match. We do have the Mamu, the Mammoth is here. The Rip Lance loaded up on augments, including snowballing augments, is very cool to see. But they're in a very scary spot. Level 7, with no credits to their name even after the NPC round. The fact that even the Caradulo didn't show up there for them as well means that the toxic side of things is getting neutered too. Well, let's take a look in terms of an actual player versus player round. We'll keep track of CFGD and see how things are going. Wolverine making the call out. They just hit it. So Sinolf is now here. Additional power spike there from them as well, if that's what they were talking about. But let's take a look. We've got a lot of fire coming from our lobby leader. Patch Tourist, one of those players on the bubble. I believe they were about 16th by the time, last checking the standings. So fighting for their spot into the semifinals. Lots of Furies coming off through, but no Furioxes, at least as of this moment. But the Inferno going to start ticking here on the side of Patch Tourist, doing a fantastic job just being able to burn down the tank line. But a lot of the Alluvials here for Patch Tourist have actually just been taken away. But can they deal with the ramp fight to the skies one more time? It does burn down the Rampy, which is, or not the Rampy, the Pyre, that it is going to end up going down. Between the Goliath and the TNT, I imagine that'll be just enough. Oh, even the Crunk's still here as well. So Patch Tourist was and is still our lobby leader, but they are going to end up going down. CFGD does end up falling. That is a heartbreaker here for CFGD. So not only are they not going to be gaining points onto that one, that is a -1. That one definitely going to be hurting, and it's going to put a lot of pressure onto this last game here for CFGD. Play Harbinger in this lobby, you die. Basically, yeah. Play that and apparently contest each other for Mystics. Doesn't seem to be doing much better in this instance here. We have two of our players currently going for Granite Mystic, playing up against each other. It looks like Tank the Bank actually not using the Granite portion of it. They didn't actually hit TNT, it looks like. There's two snails on the bench, so there's no Granite right now. That's actually kind of infuriating. Once again, we were just talking about being able to hit our alluvials. You'd think that a TNT should be a no-brainer, but unfortunately so many people were going for it that made it super difficult. But an absolute back and forth here with Hogan. Hogan's got plenty of healing, including this flood that has just been popping out massive heals time and time again. Let's take a look at the healing stats in this one. It's actually, oddly enough, the Ranger and the Goliath doing the most amount of healing. Damage-wise as well, going to be the Fury doing their damnedest here in this instance. Let's try to get a bit of a better angle onto this fight as we finish it off. Overtime Pulse is going to be coming on through, as to be expected with two teams that have Mystic going on. But it is going to be the fact that Hogan has a little bit more of a flushed out team, and that is going to allow them to take down Tank the Bank. Tank was on top of this lobby for a very long time, but now they're on a little bit of a death spiral. They need to find some sort of Granite to at least stall out for a little bit. And maybe, if they're lucky, finds Adorito, finds a Geyser. Geyser, I don't think is contested right now from Tank. Yeah, they got two of them right now. They're very close. Oh, Hogan again. Yeah, Hogan has the one. Oh, it's right there on the bench as well. Yeah, it's 100% contested. Never mind. I'm looking right at it, and I didn't even notice. Let's see. This very well could be a kill shot here from Not Complain. If things don't go their way, good Sinolf beam right through the Goliath, right through the TNT. Stun's going to go to the TNT here as well, but it's allowing that Furiox that we're seeing on the northern or the left-hand side of the arena just being able to open fire rather freely. This next shot, though, does this go to the Flood or does this go to the Furiox? That is going to be the difference maker. The fact that the Furiox moved up a little bit, that little bit of movement might have been enough. The Apon actually took it for the team, but the rest of the Alluvials here are just dying. Yes, that's a machine gun Furiox. That is a lot of damage. Sinolf, where's your shot? It's going towards the Flood. Can the Furiox actually pull this off? Just constantly firing shots over and over again. The Emberling Rod plus Octius. The Octius saved the game. No, who ended up winning? The little Sinolf is the last one alive. That was so close, and it's going to pay dividends here for Not Complain. That let them live just long enough for the big boy. Afisto is here. If I can get a good look at them. Oh, it actually looks like they're looking at the camera. There we go. Say cheese, why don't we? Here with the Lamborghini in the background. But that is a huge pickup. That is a third Invoker on the board. And we have a couple potential kill shots here, but I'm gonna stay with this one because screw it, I'm biased. I want to see my invokers hang on and actually have a chance here in this tournament, no matter how dead they may seem. Rampite to the bottom is going to be able to get boxed out by the TNT. The good little battle mage doing exactly what it needs to do. Where's the damage coming? It wasn't that bad actually, but the Furiox in the backline here of Insanity could very well be problematic. One more shot from the Fisto. Can it find a kill shot? Damn right it can. How about one more time? It's going to be able to catch out Rampite while it's not casting. That's going to be some big damage done to Insanity. Let's hop on down towards Tank the Bank. Currently in progress versus lobby leader, Zico Perico. Zico Perico looks like they have full control here of this fight as well. Tank the Bank going to go neutral for a 6th place finish into this one. Everybody has spent everything. This is why I was super excited about this game, because we have a bunch of killers here in this lobby. A bunch of very good players, but they're not the top 5. There's not a favorite, so to speak, here in this lobby. And that's why I'm super excited about this one and seeing the conclusion of this, because this is very close. The fact that 2nd place has 21. Zico Perico's leading this lobby, but with 51. And Not Complain surviving this super close round might save their qualification 100%. I know I was giving Not Complain a little bit of hell earlier, saying, well, this is what happens when you don't play the game until a tournament's coming out. Well, they're coming to eat my words, because maybe they're also just playing a team composition that they're comfortable with, but has a little bit of a harder time with. This is setting things up quite nicely. Not Complain. I'm sorry for earlier. Keep pushing. You know when finals are next Saturday and Sunday? That is correct. Next week, Saturday and Sunday, will be the finals. I believe we're starting it in the same time, so it's a 1 p.m. UTC time slot. Okay, everybody's just spent everything here. This could be a kill shot, or this will be a kill shot one way or another between Insanity and Hogan. It's going to be Hogan on the green side. Oh no, it's Insanity on the green side, rather. Hogan in the red. Hogan did manage to get the geyser, so that's another Mystic on board, and so far they've been able to tank it. But that is a Phosphorus coming on through. It's offensively pretty sound, but it's stuck just kind of chasing the tanks. It hasn't been able to get to any of the actual squishies, and that is going to mean we are going to lose Insanity. We're also going to lose Patch Tourist in this fight. We have ourselves our top 3. Not Complain going up against Zico Perico. I want to see this one because this, again, this is Scions, I'm biased. But 2, this very well could be a double kill. Hogan's also going up against Not Complain. Now, Zico Perico, they've been in pretty good control of this lobby. Not comfortably, but at least enough to be able to do what they essentially wanted to. And they've gone for Toxic Aegis, but seeing that the Riptorus was contested, they just chose Umber instead. Turn that into your Aegis buffed target. And that's why I love Aegis. The flexibility this team gives you in regards to what carry you actually pick in the end is unmatched compared to any other team composition. But you actually still have to find your super carries. How does this end up going? The first stun's coming on through. There is 5 Scions, so the casts cannot be interrupted for the first couple seconds. But Fisto, they need some casts. They need some resets. They need something to deal with that Umber. It is closing on in. It's trying to get into the backline. The Adorito with a good final heal. The Umber's down. The Scions, the Invokers, the ramping. They get one more kill shot. Not Complain. Gonna take care of the lobby leader. But what about Hogan? Hogan will not make it. They will end up falling here in 3rd. GG's. Now we've got some heads up illuvium, and the big fella has arrived. Let's fly on down. Hello, Dualef. Hello, Fisto. There are some fantastic upgrades coming on through, but that is not the end of it here for Zico Perico. Jotun has arrived for a potential finishing blow of sorts. What are they going to Aegis buff? It looks like they're still sticking with the Umber in this instance. They're just going to have that Jotun there as an additional fighter. There is no Behemoth online. They could if they wanted to, but they're going to opt for Aegis instead. Aegis buffed Riptor, Aegis buffed Umber. They didn't all in on the Umber this time. But where's the cast? Okay, that burn I got absolutely deleted. That wasn't even funny. Big stun coming on through, especially onto the tank line. Umber is chewing away here on this TNT. Shots fired from Mephisto. Good resets. Good shot from the dual left. Takes care of one more. The Jotun's on the front door, but here comes the resets. One more time. 2-on-2. Big stun coming on through from the Goliath. And the shot from the dual left goes into the Goliath, not the Jotun. And with that, that will be the end of the road here for Not Complain's game. Zico Perico with the victory. Congratulations. Zico Perico with the win with Not Complain in second. Hogan in third. Patch Tourist going to round up the top 4. GG's, everybody. CFGD immediately hopping into another game. That's definitely huge there. Walk on the last game I qualified within the last 30 seconds. Jeez. That's crazy. Definitely looking forward to seeing you and everybody else, of course, in the finals for next week. Alright, so let's take a look at the results. Now that about 10 games have been come through. Okay, let's reword that a little bit, why don't we? Now that 10 games has finished, at least for every single player, let's take a look and see what we're looking at. The games have been good, but they haven't been that good. Come on now. Okay, Narkesh, Furies, Badul round up our top 3 with Axel, Bondaddy Ratty, Zico Perico, especially after that last win, going to be moving up very considerably. Sir Dexter Morgan, Tank the Bank, Not Complain. As of right now, they've moved into a transfer spot. Web3 Gaming TV hype, Deno hype, CFGD still in there. Insanity with a good push here in the last possible seconds, with Kirito hype being the gatekeeper of sorts of the transfer spot. Androa, Nokacho, Patch Tourist, Kirizawa, Nariba, Hogan, Prison, so many players still within striking distance. But for a couple of these players now, I imagine it's a win and you're in scenario, otherwise it might be too far away. Even still, even if you win, you might need something to happen to some of these players up here. So a very tense moment as we get into our last game here of the day. Well, I'm definitely glad I have a couple days break after after this stream. My throat is killing me, but we are almost there. Okay, there's a lot of people in this lobby that are on the fringe. Let me get the ranked games. And then these games are too far done. So, okay. My vote is looking towards this left game here. There are many players within that fringe, and then there's also Furies. Furies, I imagine, are probably okay at this moment, but they can actually do some damage against some of these other teams. So I think this will be the last game we cast here for the day. And of course, before we go into this final game, I just want to give another big thank you to everybody that's been tuning in and showing support for either my stream or the fact that they're supporting the Illuvium Arena competitive scene. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're enjoying the show and enjoying the matches. Good luck in your remaining matches if you're still competing. It's been an absolute blast so far here today, and I'm looking forward to next week as well. Tournament Illuvium is the best form of Illuvium, in my opinion. And I'm sad that we don't get to see it as often as we should. So, let's have some fun. Let's round this up and just keep playing. I'm going to be pushing my hardest here to keep this game alive. Because, like I said before, the MMO and Arena to me is the akin to, say, Scarlet and Violet for Pokemon and Pokemon Champions. They both can coincide together. And the fact as well that in the dev talk for the Illuvium MMO. They talked about the fact that they wanted the competitive side of the MMO to be PvE based, like speed running your lobby or speed running the content, or how high up the difficulty ladder can you go kind of competitions, not necessarily third-person battling styles. I'd love to see a dueling mode, even still, like somewhere out in the overworld. But in terms of the competitions, that's how it would look. Which means, at least to me, we still have a home. We still have a reason to keep Arena. So even after this, let's keep pushing. All right, final match of the stream here today, and we have yet another lobby full of very fantastic players, and players all within striking distance of that top 14. Let's take a look and introduce everybody once again. We've got Patch Tourist hype, we've got Tank the Bank, we have Danotoro hype, we have Androa, we have Deus Ex Machina hype, we've got Furies, who if I recall correctly was in the lead of this thing, or at least within the top 3. They're second, actually, as of this moment. We do have Insanity on the outside looking in. A good finish here would absolutely do huge wonders. And then Communiac trying to get their way up the leaderboard. Could potentially, I believe, squeak into a 15th or 16th spot if things go their way. They've had a bit of an up and down day, but still, I respect the grind, respect the hustle, keep trying. Region this time by is going to be Shard Bluff, so players essentially just got to start with a bunch of additional components, more than they normally would. But that's about it. No legendary augments, but you're going to notice that the augment pool for these alluvials, they're filling up much faster compared to usual. While we watch our two active players here, two players rather, at the top of the board. Let's also go through the weapons while this is going on forth here. We do have Patch Tourist hype picking up the Aqua Blaster, getting Toxic already online, a couple of waters as well, so 4 water with Toxic. We have Tank the Bank picking up the Emberling Rod with just multiple Lynxes, but also challenging for Riptoruses. And Droa does have the Flame Warden Staff, so Magma Mystic on the menu. Denotoro going to be picking up the Ember Bastion. That's going to be currently Bloom Aegis as the attempt, not locked in just yet. Then we do have Furies with one of the best weapons, arguably, in the game based off of the ranked data. It's going to be the Elderwood Staff coming on through. That's the Nature Empath weapon. Looking for potentially some sort of Aegis or some sort of Mystic. In fact, they do happen to have Nature Mystic online right now. Deus Ex Machina does have that Grove Sword online, looking for potentially Toxic Berserker. Well, if you're going to be going for that, there are a lot of Scorpions taken, so keep that in mind. Insanity does have the Lava Gauntlets, looking for either Inferno Arcanite, which as of right now does not look like it's contested, could very well be open for Inferno Arcanite. And last but not least, it will be Communiac looking for the classic Verdant Vanguard, but does also have a Scorpion, just to make the lives of everybody else very, very difficult as well. Lots of high economy players in this instance as well, level or round 11, and yet we're still seeing multiple players 50 or above. Let's take a look at Insanity for this fight coming on through, going up against current lobby leader Patch Tourist. We do have, again, the Toxic style coming on through here from Patch Tourist with this big guy right here. There's level 56 Riptorus leading the charge. Meanwhile, on the other side, a little bit more reliance here on this level 41 Ace to try and be doing the damage. But as we can see, it's being a little bit difficult here to try and deal with Patch Tourist. Patch Tourist will 100% get this win. It's just a matter of catching that Poodle Moth, and there it goes. Gonna be able to get the win there. The level advantage, actually disadvantage here for Patch Tourist didn't mean a thing. But Insanity, of course, does have some credits in the bank ready to rock. I imagine after the NPC round that we see around, I think it's round 13. Yeah, here we are. We're about to see some people go nuts. A big additional pickup here for Furies. It's been a little while here, but hello, beautiful. That is an awesome, virtuous floor links coming on through to allow for actually Verdant Mystic. Instead of using the Archos, you can use this virtuous floor links, which as health bars get low, I'd argue is actually much more effective than an Archos or an Archelian, considering, of course, the Virtuous Floor Links or the Virtuous Lynxes heal based off of missing health, while deal damage based off of missing health. So a Lifesaver and an Execute at the exact same time. Honestly, best case scenario here for Furies for our final push. I expect to see them doing well here at the end of this one. I'm going up against Tank the Bank, it looks like. Let's hop on. Oh, let me see these links actually in action here. I do want to see it. We're seeing some chips, actually. I'm not going to miss it this time, I swear to God. We do have some chips coming into play. A Verdant Affinity chip as well. As if this team was already not tanky enough, it's going to be crazy. This will 100% be at least 3 Verdant as soon as that Kling shows up. So that is a huge pickup. What else has been picked up here? As we're going through this battle here with Tank the Bank, let me go through and see the composite chips. These huge playmakers coming on through. A Harbinger chip for Patch Tourists onto a Riptorus. That, first and foremost, is kind of crazy. In regards to Androa, I do not see a chip currently enabled. I wonder if they've opened it yet. In terms of Tank the Bank, what is this? That is an Arcanite Riptorus coming on through here for Tank the Bank. Deno, what have you picked up? That is a Mystic imprint. Okay, gonna more so push towards that Mystic style. Furies is going to get defeated this time by Tank the Bank, doing some serious work there with that Arcanite style. That's with the Verdant chip. How about Insanity? What did they end up getting? I see the Scion chip, but I doubt that's what they actually rolled for. We'll take a look in just a moment's time, actually. Let's see right here, right now. It must be on their bench, because as of right now, I do not see any sort of composite chip of any sort here for Insanity, unless it is just the Scion chip with a additional augment. No, that's coming from the drone augment. So, yeah, I have no idea what chip they've gotten here as of this moment. Deus Ex, let's see what they've got. They've got Enchanter going on forth alongside a big bankroll of credits. Communiac spending essentially everything, and they've gotten Templar onto that rogue team. I'm going to go up to level 8. Let's take a look at Insanity here as they're going to be going up against Tank the Bank. Again, Arcanite coming on through here for Insanity. And Arcanite, or Inferno Arcanite, just being enabled just a little bit easier compared to normal. Don't even need the Furiox in order to get it as of this moment. But Tank the Bank, of course, a very scary team as well with Arcanite online. But that Arctase alongside that little Rampy actually just did so much work. I imagine the Arctase will be able to finish a job here alongside the Fern and the Fernite and the Ranger. Tank the Bank gonna take a hit this time by a big win here from Insanity to stop the bleeding. Furies well on their way to getting an additional Mystic. That is going to be a Flood online, but Patch Tourists matching them. Not necessarily going for Mystic, but you'd want that Flood in a mass water team anyway, so fair enough there. Who haven't I watched so far? I don't think I've watched Androa. They're going up against Tank again, though, so let's hop along here with Deno and Deus Ex Machina. Little bit of a hype team kill, or not team kill, but team battle in this instance here, where we're seeing 5 Empath, looks like here for the side of Deus Ex Machina. Meanwhile, here for Deno, what do we've got cooking? Again, we did see that Mystic chip. It's going to be online, but it is still Aegis. Aegis buffing the Furiox, it looks like. And this Furiox has definitely seen plenty of battles, level 61. Some big shields coming out here from Deus Ex, but can it actually withstand the amount of pressure that that double Hyper Force Reactor Fern and the Furiox can give out? I don't think they're going to be able to necessarily hold this one. One more shield coming out here from the Ranger to try and hold the line, but look at that. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out here from Deno. Big damage all the way through, and oddly enough here, damage-wise, it's going to be the Furiox again. No surprise, I suppose, here for the side of Deno, but the fact that it was, I believe, the Caradulo that had max damage on Deus Ex was a little bit surprising. Deus Ex within kill shot, same thing here with Communiac. Let's see how they play this one out. Deus Ex has a ton of credit still on board. With their life threatened, I'd imagine they'd try to make a play. ends up not going to be making the play in this instance here. So they're going to stick with Toxic. With 50 credits still to their name, Communiac also going in for a little bit of a time of pain train. Tank the Bank on 4th here. 3 Arcanite online now that Furiox is here, and it has the damage augments now. This is going to be absolutely troublesome. Absolutely shredding on through here. Well played, GG's, but Deus Ex Machina will be our first one out of here. They end up dying with quite the bankroll as well. Meanwhile, with Communiac, we do have a battle here with Deno. Deno just consistently going to be able to out-sustain anything Communiac threw at them. That is going to be the KO here onto Communiac. Going to lose them in 7th, and Deus Ex Machina in 8th, respectively. GG's nonetheless. Regardless of your result, I hope you're still having fun in the end. Yes, GG Jojo Jackos. Congrats on completing the grind in the first place. That is one thing that I still want to give congratulations to all of our players for. Those that started from the beginning here and went on a full grind, full marathon, that is still something to be applauded about, congratulated about. So it's an achievement in its own right, at least to me. As somebody who's been in esports quite a while, I know a big thing that people tend to forget is the intensity and the endurance necessary to be able to play very consistently for such a long time. So just making it to the end, that's an accomplishment in its own right. Congratulations. Now, a handful of spending here after that NPC round. We do see Patchworth picking up a Sinolf alongside that Rake, so now the Harbinger is going to be onto the Rake. That's exactly where they want it to be. Tank the Bank, we've seen them a handful of times. Let's see if we can swap things up here. Maybe a swap up to... I mean, both these players spent the bank trying to make a play here. Let's take a look and see where Androa stands. Androa, they've had essentially the super high highs and very low lows at that. But one thing that they do have that I'm sure Patch Tourist is a little bit pissed about is they've gotten the Umber, a level 60 coming on through. With 6 water as well, so this thing is going to be a tanky Mystic while also just ramping up with steam. That just feels absolutely incredible. Good dodges now going to be able to stop all DPS coming out from that Furiox, able to get consistent cast after cast. They've cleaned out the back line. It's just a matter of dealing with the tanks, and this team looks very scary now here for Androa. They've set themselves up in a fantastic position and even made the lobby leader's life a little bit difficult. But how difficult can it be when we just landed for Harbinger? Big Mammoth now online here for Patch Tourist. Going to be going up against Denohype, so this means this is now for Harbinger online. With one of those Harbingers, of course, being a Rake on top of all of that. That is very scary to actually try and deal with. They had to spend the bank in order to get there. Patch Tourist down to 15. Going to probably be stuck at level 8 here for a little while, at least until an NPC round comes around. Deno, similar situation. Very, very low on credits, low on HP. Let's see if their Mystic style, not the Mystic style, but their Aegis Mystic style can hold the line versus so many Harbingers. We don't get to see 4 Harbinger very often, so as a reminder, they're basically dealing their Omega power and resistances as energy damage around them. So as if they weren't already doing enough damage when they get low, they're going to be doing even more so around them rather consistently. And right now, that Rake has been essentially untouched. Same thing here with the Sinolf. The Mammoth is just the perfect little bodyguard to keep everybody nice and safe. Full control coming out here. Any Magic the Gathering fans, that is basically a full-on blue deck. You try to make a move and you get counterspelled immediately. And this is 100% as a reminder here. This will be the final game of the day. We'll quickly roll through the leaderboards, but we're not going to stay until the very, very final announcement. We'll give the unofficial results because I do have plans with the family after the fact. I don't want to delay them much longer than I already have. Perfect. Yes, we have survived a Fisto's Wrath as well. It stopped thunderstorming around here. So let's close things out strong. Deno, one of those players on the bubble to potentially make it into this qualifier. They are down to 4 HP. A very terrifying spot to have to be in, going up against yet another Mystic squad. but we do have that virtuous floor lengths holding the line. But even with Verdant, they have not been able to hold it. It is now going to be one healer down. You're back to the Archos. You're back to a little Ador. It's not even Adorito, but it's still holding the line so well. The Furiox this entire time has been essentially just opening fire, using those double Hyperforce reactors to try and get more attack speed, but it doesn't have attack damage. And now that it gets swarmed, can the Ranger get into the block? They did manage to at least block the ranged attacks, and this Furiox is slowly but surely trying to heal, but we need that Geyser, not the Geyser, the Flood. Flood, Archos, they need your heals for Deno's qualification. The overtime pulse is coming on through. Did Deno hold just long enough? I think they very well might have just been able to do so. 4 HP and a dream to get into this tournament. We lose Insanity. The 6 fire to Inferno style there from Insanity with 3 Arcanite was not able to hold. With Insanity going out here, this guarantees that Deno is at least going to be getting 1 point. This guarantees that Tank the Bank will be getting at least 1 point. But one other guarantee is that somebody's getting knocked out right now. No other moves to potentially make here. Arcanites versus Aegis Mystic, it looks like. The Ranger diving into the back line. I didn't see that adjustment coming on through, so this turned into Granite Aegis, actually. Dive on through, put a little bit of pressure here onto the Fern, but that was basically it. But the fighters coming on through here from Tank the Bank are doing some serious work, but they've now both fallen. The Riptorus as well as the Jokul are both gone. Good stun from the Goliath, going to shut down that Furiox for at least a little bit. Now focus onto that Crunk in the front line. This is looking really good here for Deno, just continuing to open fire. They've gone through the front line. They're going to be able to put the hurt here on the Tank the Bank. Is that an elimination? Yes, it is. Tank the Bank will end up falling in 5th place, getting 1 point here in the Motorverse Cup Qualifier. NPC round to close this one up. So let's take a look at chat one more second here. Looking forward to the next video. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you competing, whether it be in ranked or into another event sometime soon. Would love to see you in House League sometime too, if the timeline lines up for you. Love to have you. Now, Hector in chat here as well. GG. Yes, GG's Hector. Hope regardless of what the results ended up being, I hope you had a fun time. All right, now Deno took the most damage in regards to their health pool, but what they do have is a handful of credits to try and make a play. Problem is, though, they don't necessarily have a clear shot as to what could truly be upgraded. Maybe just trying to get to level 10, which as of this point, you probably don't have enough, actually. Trying to get up to level 10, I believe, takes like 56 credits, and it is a little tough to actually hit. So, I mean, there's a slot there. Could they potentially have enough? A couple final moves here going against lobby leader Patch Tourist, who, again, this entire time was going for a water-based style with a rake and with the Umber. But the Umber got stolen. A good final move here to allow for the rake into the middle. It's going to be a lot of damage going in towards that Fernite, but the Mystic is going to allow for some of that damage to at least be mitigated. But we are going to lose a Fernite rather quickly into this one. Furthest Luvio away now could very well be the TNT. I'm looking for that Sin-Off beam. Where does it go? It's going into the Furiox. A worst case scenario here for Deno. Big damage coming on through from the rest of the team from Patch Tourist, and I imagine this will be the end of the line here for Deno. A valiant effort here. Going to end up falling at 4th, so that's still a couple points towards a positive. We'll see where that takes them later. Wolverine with the call out, and a rather funny call out at that. You've got this incredible looking Water Harbinger team, and oh, hello, jump scare polar bear. It is now here. It's been sitting on the bench this entire time, and now it's ready to rock, trying to make Fury's day absolutely miserable. Or at least as miserable as it can be for being 2nd place currently in the tournament, as the caveat. Patch Tourist also going up against Androa. This very well could be the final battle of the tournament if things do not go the way of Androa or Furies. 8 Nature, 4 Verdant coming out here from Furies. Trying to be the tankiest squad it could potentially be. in a front-to-back style, but the annoying part again here from Patch Tourist, they do not have an Umber. That's going to be a good shot here from the Sinolf, but with the Lynx doing so much additional healing, on top of the Adorito, on top of the Archos, this is a very tough team to get on through, especially with 7 Empaths just consistently firing off shields. It doesn't even look like this team has really taken a dent, does it? That is going to be the rest of the squad coming on through. Furies has broken through Patch Tourist. Even with the Jotun, does not matter. We do lose Androa, so Androa's final game here going to be in 3rd place. A valiant effort, GG's. We got a little bit of hype here for Patch as well. Hasu in the chat looking to see if Patch Tourist can maybe end this on the W. I do believe they need this. As it stands right now, they are 18th. So getting a bunch of points here for 2nd would be fantastic. But why not make it even better if they can score themselves a victory here versus Furies, who's probably damn well gotten themselves into the tournament as is. What are the adjustments necessary? They're looking for the geyser, but I don't know if that's going to be effective enough to get the job done. Good heals once again from that Virtuous Floor Links. The Apon got so low, but immediately brought back to like half HP. Good shot there from the Jotun, but now it's been focused. It's Harbinger. I mean, those chomps, the devastating crunch hits like an absolute truck, but it's not going to be able to get through any more than 2 Alluvials. Furies still looking very healthy. The Mammoth is down. The Rake's about to fall as well. It's just a matter of dealing with the back line, and Furies is going to put the hurt onto Patch one more time. And Fox Spirit with the call out. Put that Harbinger chip onto the Seer. Could that potentially be a difference maker here? Making it so that Seer would be able to hit that much harder the lower it dropped and get that much tankier. It's already an absolute beast. That'd be very terrifying. But it's definitely an on-the-fly idea. Not something I guess you would traditionally do. If you're going based off of a flow chart, you think of Steam Harbinger. Yeah, you want that Harbinger onto an Umber, but it's not an Umber. A couple final adjustments. Let's see how this goes. Potentially the final fight. A Blotto ends up coming online here apparently, or at least it got popped up. It's on the other side there. Here for Furies. As if that front line wasn't tough enough to already burst through. Now you've got to deal with the Blotto. But to be fair, this team's doing a pretty good job of dealing with it. Good shots from the Sinolf are actually going directly through the Lynx and the Archos. 2 out of the 3 healers here onto the squad. Can this Jotun burst through? This is much more promising. The Mammoth is still fully healed. Jotun in the front lines. Patch Tourist, have you turned it around right when you needed to? That's the kill shot! That is going to be Patch Tourist getting the win in the last possible second. Fury is going to fall in 2nd. A perfect little repositioning of sorts there for Patch Tourist, going to get them the win in their final game. Furies, Androa, Deno going to round up your top 4, with Tank the Bank getting a point here as well. Insanity, Communiac, and Deus Ex Machina all going to end up falling. Incredible game to finish off the day, I tell you that much. GG's everybody, and congrats Patch Tourist. All things considered, you've given yourself your best possible opportunity of getting into this. Now, first thing I want to mention before we take a look at the results, of course. Consider anything that we do end up looking at here unofficial results. I do not want to have people go into this and think that this is the complete final result, because there are some things, of course, that do need to be taken into consideration. The whole competitive integrity side of things. Maybe there's some tiebreakers that went wonky or something along those lines. I don't know. It's not like I think that those kind of things are going to happen, but you just never know. So I don't want to say that these results coming up next are the for sure thing. But I would still love to take a look and see. Yep, that should be the last game CFGD. That should be the end of the line. This here, actually, might be the last game running. I wish I could stick for it, but we are very close to plans with the family, so I do want to get that underway here in just a second. So there are still a couple of games currently in progress, it does look like. So keep this all in mind. All of these games would have started prior to the cutoff period, which was the 3 o'clock start time. So not complain, had an opportunity to sneak in maybe potentially one more. Web3 Gaming potentially one more. Eris one more. Toriel, Nariba, Nocacho. Was a good run, but let's take a look and see currently what our results do end up looking like. Again, completely unofficial because there are still some games going. So as it stands right now, Furies, Narkesh, and Badul are your top 3 players. Short to follow, Bon Daddy Ratty, Axel from Apex, we got Kirito Hype. Nocacho made the move up, made it into 7th. CFGD as it stands right now, sitting in 8th. Sir Dexter Morgan in 9th. Zico Perico 10th. Patch Tourist with that last win. Maybe that was enough, we'll have to see. Tank the Bank in 12th. Deno Hype just enough to squeak in, it looks like in 13th with Web3 Gaming TV Hype on the cut line there at 14th. And assuming that the wild cards do not fill, that would put Not Complain and Indroa into those spots. But I'm kicking myself. We are very close, with a bunch of other players very close rather, to potentially squeaking on through. But I will need to end up cutting it off there, though. I do not want to wreck my wife's plans. So with that, keep these results in mind, but check back in just a couple of minutes, because in theory, once a couple, not this game, but say right here where Krizen and Kirizawa are, this in theory should be the final game. And they're very well... The fact that there's so many players that were on the bubble in this lobby too is definitely very exciting. Yeah, I've used enough time here for today. I'll be good. I do need to get moving here today. Unfortunately, got plenty more plans to do here for today. Not just the illuvium side of things, but I want to give a big thank you to everybody that tuned in here today. Again, showing some support here for myself here for the commentary side of things, but at the same time showing support for Illuvium Arena as a competitive title here for Illuvium as well. Let's show that Arena has a place here in this Illuvium ecosystem, and that it is still very extremely exciting, and that it should be absolutely cherished and not seen as a failure, so to speak. In terms of my own plans, I'm going to be taking a few days off after today, so there won't be a stream on Monday, but I will be back on Wednesday for this week in Illuvium, going through any sort of additional news, especially things like, say, the final results here of the event of the Motorverse Cup qualifiers. We'll definitely go through all of that. Any sort of potential patches. I know the Council was definitely looking at potentially having a patch prior to the semifinals. We'll see if maybe that does go live. Of course, there's still plenty of other things like, say, the Illuvium Deathmatch test realm, the playtest currently going on. Does anything new happen to go on there? Does anything end up getting greenlit? We'll have to see. And then this week coming up, I'm debating on right now whether or not we do House League or not, because if this is going to be another grindy weekend like it was last week, or like it was this week, it might not be wise for me to go for 3 commentary days back to back to back. But as always, big thank you to everybody for tuning in. I hope you had a fantastic time. Best of luck to everybody that's finishing off their matches. Good luck with your Trading Rangers for everybody after the fact, even if you did not qualify. Always a pleasure seeing you out on the arena. So I hope everybody, no matter what your results, had fun today. And a big congratulations to everybody who sat through and competed that entire period. The endurance and being able to complete that is an accomplishment in its own right. So congratulations on being able to do so. But with that, I do got to get moving, it sounds like. So thank you all. I'll see you Wednesday.
Woke up tired, didn't sleep all night. Mine's still running like a traffic light. Red for stop and green for go. I'm stuck somewhere in between them both. Brushed my teeth and checked my phone. Everyone looks like they've already grown. Smiling faces, perfect times. I'm here asking, what am I doing with mine? I don't have a plan, I just have today. Trying not to throw the little good away. Heart still heavy, but I'm still here, taking one small step through the fear. I'm tired, but I'm not giving up. I'm scared, but I'm still showing up. One small step is enough today. I'm not fine, but I'm on my way. I'm tired, but I'm not giving up. I'm scared, but I'm still showing up. One small step is enough today.